This world is a place where the strong hold power and the weak have to yield. The deer casually grazes, clueless that someone has it in their sight. They are prey. You, Archer Yang, follow the directions, remember what you were taught. Steady and his hands trembled with worry, but he gripped tight anyway. The arrow flew. As soon as the command was given, the songbirds scattered in fright. The startled deer jumped at the noise. It spun and bolted, its body not bearing a single scratch. Turns out the arrow hadn't been shot at all. It had broken, and Joseph cried out in regret. Johan, I told you to catch the prey. Who told you to ruin the bow, huh? Johan scratched his head and blamed the material. This thing's too fragile. Maybe the bow's just ancient, he wailed and fussed. What are you talking about? I bought it last week. It's brand new. Ever since you said you wanted to learn hunting, I've had my doubts. Your nobility, why suddenly want to be a hunter? Joseph sighed, scolding him in ways that left Johan speechless. Better to learn swordplay, honestly. Still, Johan's eyes darkened with thought. How can you expect money before you even find work? Right, money. He nodded in agreement. True enough, Johan just smiled and let the suggestion slide. Small matter, let's move on. The shabby rural scenery rolled in. Johan needed money and a wide field to embody the saying to survive in this world. His real name is Kim Johan. After an unexpected accident, he died and was reborn in this world. Being reborn as nobility isn't bad, but Johan ranks lowest in the family. Inheritance, title, or fortune. Don't dream. It's a miracle if you're not sucked into siblings' power struggles and tossed out penniless. But the biggest problem is Johan. Wait. They watched a pack of wolves surround something and fight over it. Over there, a pack of gray wolves. Then an arrow flew and lodged in a tree, startling them. The entire wolf pack scattered in chaos, and the one who shot the arrow was Joseph. Johan looked at the spot where they had gathered and thought to himself, the world I was reborn into is medieval but unbearably real and brutally harsh. So even in death, you don't get peace. He looked at the man with an unreadable expression and asked, is he from our village? Joseph sighed and shook his head. Hard to say, can't tell. But one thing's certain, the weak are just food for the strong. Johan clenched his fists, annoying unease rising. Right, to avoid becoming prey in this age. Panic began to show on his face, his eyes saying it all, he needed money. When he first arrived, Johan hoped he'd awaken some superpower, but finding none, he changed his goal. The image of gold coins said it all, money. With money he could leave the fief and do anything, become a merchant or a free farmer. Right, money, 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 money above all, so I'll grab it by any means. Paying him little mind, he noticed something. Look at this, Johan. This is the little devil herb, as I said before. This herb is very valuable. At the mention, Johan immediately snapped it off. Must be worth a lot, right? Seeing the money-stamped look on his face left Joseph speechless. Suddenly, Joseph spotted a pouch by his foot and grew curious. Johan, I think you dropped something. He shook his head, denying it. Huh, not me, someone must have dropped it. Joseph, puzzled, reminded him, who else would dare come this deep besides us? At that, a chill shot down Joseph's spine. Wait, could it be? Just as he guessed, a piercing scream rang out nearby. The two of them sprinted toward the cries as fast as they could. Help me, is anyone there? When they arrived, both stood open-mouthed in shock. It was a little girl being attacked by nearly a dozen wolves. Please, help me. Both recognized the child as Robert's daughter. How did a kid get this deep into the woods? Below, the pack of wild wolves were all waiting for a chance to seize her. Witnessing this, Joseph turned and urged, too many wolves. Just the two of us won't be enough. We need to retreat and fetch help. But Johan thought otherwise. He charged forward with a dazed look. Joseph immediately shouted to stop him. Johan, it's dangerous. These aren't ordinary wolves but man-eating beasts. Johan glanced back confidently. It's fine, Joseph, I'll distract them. You hurry and save Dell. Though stunned stiff, Joseph could do nothing but obey. With his mouth agape in shock, Johan instead smiled slyly. Unbelievable, he'd willingly play bait to save a commoner. In truth, his mind was on money. Should have learned hunting sooner. Who knew there'd be a buried gold cache out here? 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 10 of them right. Skin them and sell, we'd make a fortune. All right, just wait, you walking money beasts. Joseph was shocked by Johan's bizarre actions. What on earth? He waved his sword wildly like he was putting on a show, leaving Joseph exclaiming, what kind of chaotic swordplay is that? The ravenous wolves charged without hesitation. They sprang up from the ground, so fast leaves flew into the air. Seeing this, Johan raised his sword to block the attack on reflex. A wolf bared its fangs and bit down hard on the blade. Because it was so old, it immediately cracked. In an instant, the sword was almost completely bent out of shape, and then it shattered to pieces to his astonishment. Meanwhile, another wolf opened its huge jaws and lunged in for a killing blow. And time seemed to nearly stop for a heartbeat. Joseph stood back, eyes wide with terrified horror. He let out a roar that could reach the heavens. Lord Johan. At the same time, at the Eights domain, in the village of Baltron, the Eights family's inspection party was making rounds. Wherever the horses' hooves came, people trembled in fear. Even the seasoned elders in the village cowered nervously. The woman fanning her nose haughtily and glancing at everyone was the madam, the lord's concubine. The expressionless rider is the eldest son, Philip VIII, and that drunken old man is Lord Jason VIII. He sneers at them. This cursed village is still as filthy and stinky as ever. Philip hadn't found the person he was looking for, so he asked Jason for guidance. Father, I'm sorry, but Johan isn't here. He dared to run off during the inspection. Should I send soldiers to look for him? Before answering, he took a deep gulp and let out an approving cough. Jason waved his hand dismissively. Bah, why bother searching for that lunatic? Leave the corpse be, let him wander off like a sap. While poking around, he suddenly noticed something that caught his eye. What Jason's gaze fell on was a huge pile of firewood in the corner of the village. Curious, he stopped to ask, "What is this? Why stack so much firewood at the village gate?" One of the villagers replied, "Sorry, my lord. This is evidence of Lord Johan's practice. It looked unsightly, so I covered it up." Hearing that, Jason sneered. Practice. A tiny worm thinks it's practicing, huh? But when the pile of wood fell, his eyes shifted from amused to dark. There was a clear fist print on the tree trunk, sharp and deeply embedded. Not just one, but many trunks bore the same marks scattered about, which made Jason exclaim in horror, "What the hell is this?" Back in the present, a wolf had pinned Johan down successfully. But what awaited it wasn't a fountain of syrup, but bewilderment. As Johan tensed against the wolf, it was thrown off. It couldn't bite him. It was flung away and even spun a few times in the air. Turns out swordplay isn't my thing. This time I'll fight my way. Come here, you walking moneybags. The strong beat the weak. To avoid being someone else's dinner in this age, you need money. And to get money, you must obtain something beyond the ordinary. Seeing them rush in, Johan didn't hesitate to throw a full-powered punch. With a single punch, the wolf collapsed on the spot, overwhelmed by his strength. This left Joseph's mouth hanging even wider. The wolf's face was utterly flattened by the blow. Thus Johan kept landing punches. Not a single wolf managed to touch him twice. Tired of punching, Johan grabbed one of them. He lightly tossed it aside, giving it a one-way ticket back to childhood. Standing there, Joseph still couldn't close his mouth. Impossible, what is this power? In a heartbeat, he had defeated nearly a dozen wolves, then excitedly wondered how much gold they'd be worth altogether. Childhood memories surged back. Johan had to admit life here was not easy. 2 bullies mocked and physically assaulted him. Die, you bastard, you have no mother, and you dare be insolent. He always had to endure everything. The elder brothers bullied Johan, flaunted their status, then cursed and beat him mercilessly. After venting, they left him. Try that again and I'll crush you once more. His gaze filled with hatred. Johan slowly realized how brutal this world truly was. Even if he were beaten to death here, no one would care. The only person Johan could trust was himself. And then Johan wondered, what do you need to survive in the Middle Ages? Fortunately, the biggest difference between him and medieval people was his store of modern knowledge. It was all stuff he'd learned for job hunting. As a result, Johan's head was crammed with knowledge medieval folks couldn't even imagine. He decided to maximize high-intensity training based on exercise physiology theory. When an elder in the village asked, "Lord Johan, why are you throwing food away?" he ate while replying, "What are you talking about? This is superfood, oats, cabbage, beans, quail, eggs. I'm just designing a balanced diet based on nutrition science." Johan was applying a proper diet to build his physique, and he also practiced practical striking techniques from mixed martial arts. And so the days of relentless training passed. A few years later, Johan could almost punch down a large tree. He kept throwing punches with full-force determination. Trees toppled one after another, and birds flew off in fright. Johan's carefully forged body gradually reached extraordinary strength. He put his shirt on and sighed in relief, finally feeling comfortable. Johan stood amid a forest of felled trees without an axe. Whether a god's blessing or another test, time passed and no one noticed. Back in that dark forest that day, Johan dusted himself off and looked around to assess the situation. Dawn broke and he alone stood on the stage. The wolf pack lay defeated. All done right. Over here, Joseph was helping the girl down. "Is Dell hurt?" "Luckily the kid's fine. Del sobbed, Uncle Joseph. Joseph sat down and exhaled to regain his composure. He scratched his head and said slowly, Lord Johann, you acted recklessly just now. Do you realize how dangerous that was? Yet for a serf child, you didn't hesitate to charge into the beasts. Joseph is truly moved by your noble act. On behalf of the villagers, I offer our gratitude. Expecting gratitude, Joseph was met with Johann's indifference. Which one is the most valuable? Hearing Joseph's muffled words, Johann jolted back. What did he say? Joseph lost his nerve and fell silent. It's nothing, sir. Johann then looked to the girl and asked, You're Del, right? Are you okay? Any injuries? Del replied politely. Thanks to you, I'm fine. Thank you very much. But then the girl's face shifted from calm to terrified. Right behind them were two enormous, horrific eyes. They radiated a fierce killing intent that was unmistakable. Seeing Del clutch her face in fear, the two of them turned around in bewilderment to look. What awaited them was an iron-cold face with razor-sharp fangs. This wolf was hundreds of times larger than the other. Joseph went pale and trembled as he blurted, A monster. Lord Johann, you must run now. To defeat it, you'd need an entire troop. Ignoring Joseph's advice, he taunted it. Thought this was regular medieval times. Turns out it's a monster world. Hey brat, are you the leader of these lot? Sorry to break it to you, I already killed all your disciples. Their skins from old beasts like these will sell for a high price. Hearing this, the wolf couldn't contain its emotion and growled and moaned in rage. Its murderous aura made Johann realize it regarded him as prey. But it let out a roar that shook the earth, signaling the battle was about to begin. No big deal. It lunged after a final roar, but Johann dodged in time. After all, your hide will probably fetch a higher price than the other. Saying that, Johann hurled a huge clod of dirt at its face. The wolf barely bothered. One shake and everything flew off. Instead, the attack left a scratch across its eye. That was Johann's worry. He'd bruise the pelt and ruin the price. Discounted pelts don't sell. The wolf grew angrier, its two rows of teeth grinding together. It let out a long, eerie wail, an otherworldly sound that was unreal. So loud Johann had to cover his ears and crouch to steady himself. Meanwhile, Joseph held Del tightly, shielding the girl. Johann was on the verge of collapse, groaning from exhaustion. He silently wondered to himself, what on earth was this? Had Johann's eyes gone dark and extinguished completely? Time passed, no one could say how long, but the battle was drawing to a close. One of the two would fall beneath the other's blade. That was when Johann suddenly snapped awake from the nightmare and clutched his head in confusion. What was that, just now? Johann recalled the giant wolf and wondered, was it a monster? Those huge eyes and its cold, killing intent, had they vanished from his memory? Glancing over, he saw Joseph and Del had fallen asleep, somehow. Johann breathed a sigh of relief looking at Del. It seemed everyone was safe. Though he didn't understand what had happened, he needed to leave before the monster returned. Johann hoisted them onto his shoulders and left the pile of gold he'd just earned behind. I wanted those old wolves so bad, he thought, but oh well. Next time I'll borrow a cart. And so Johann walked on, unaware that darker terrors lurked beyond the woods. That quiet night the moon shone bright and perfectly round. From afar Johann spotted his destination. The village still had its lights on. They must be searching for Del together. Though unintentional, I did save her after all, maybe I'll earn some points. Johann imagined Jason praising him. You defeated the whole gray wolf pack, well done son, I'll name you heir. Philip would whine, Father, I'm the eldest, you know. He sighed and walked, thinking more realistically. Probably not that grand, but if lucky maybe they'd take me into the guard. That would solve food and money problems. As he walked he suddenly noticed something vague. A torch blazing bright in the silent night. A troop surrounded him, leaving no way out. Johann stared at the scene, mouth agape and eyes wide, seriously. At that moment Philip shouted as if scolding him. Johann Ates, where have you been coming back at this hour? You ran off on the very day Father inspects. Recalling this, Johann's face went ashen. Of course, today was that day. I'm doomed. Philip cursed him yet again and slowly descended. You worthless brat who doesn't know your place. He stamped his foot down with full force. He gently set the two down and said, Father, there was an urgent matter, so I. Before he could finish, Jason raised his axe. Shut up. You dare look down on me. I'll split your arrogant head in two. Johann ground his teeth, speechless, just escaped death and now faced this heap of trash. Life's really a pain. Then he flashed a sly smile. No, a crisis is an opportunity. Johann immediately went for full-on impression mode. Honored Father, I absolutely didn't skip the inspection on purpose. I rescued villagers in danger in the woods, so I returned late. The girl's father rushed over in a panic and shouted, Del, my God, you're safe. I've searched everywhere for you. He hugged her tightly, murmuring without stop, thank heavens, so lucky. Seizing the moment, Johann pressed his advantage and recounted the whole thing. See, father, Dell was surrounded by a pack of wolves in the forest. I fought to save her and defeated the wolves. Although I missed the inspection, I believe I fulfilled my duty as a knight's son. If you pardon me this once, I'll devote myself to protecting the domain. And if I'm appointed patrol captain, that would be even better. Hearing this, Philip snorted in irritation. Afterwards, he privately judged it a perfect bit of self-PR. If this were an interview, I'd be hired on the spot. Jason burst out laughing and sneered. Oh really? Future captain, huh? Where are the wolves you caught? Don't tell me that's just empty talk. Johan bristled at the thunderbolt-like question. That damn old man. Still he insisted, I'm not lying. I even encountered a giant black wolf. Upon hearing this, the villagers nearly gaped in astonishment. Even Jason let out a cry of horror. He turned red with anger and shouted, Impudent, you dare lie to me. I'll crush your lying mouth. Johan remained calm and accepted the challenge. You mean a one-on-one duel? Fine, I'll prove my strength. Deep down he didn't want to fight. After all, it's his father, but there was no choice. Very well. Jason curled his lip with amusement. All right, let's see what useless trash like you can do. Draw your sword, Johan. Duel with swords only. He blinked and repeated, Sword, a sword. You never taught me swordsmanship, you lunatic. They stood in the arena with many onlookers as Jason urged him to draw his weapon quickly. Johan, out of options, had to take out a broken sword. Yes, sir. Jason sighed and ordered in disgust, worthless junk. Philip, give me the sword, and though reluctant, Philip obeyed. Yes. Philip leaned in and whispered to Johan, Johan, if you know you're wrong, kneel and beg father's pardon. That's the only way to survive. He replied fiercely and resolutely, Apologize for what? You only apologize if you're at fault. Besides, a real man never runs away. Stand aside, please. Philip tried to intervene but couldn't stop it. You brandish the sword and demand instruction, so teach me, father. Jason, helpless, pushed his helmet down and snorted in contempt. Johan burned with fighting spirit. Fine, this is the perfect chance to show the villagers what I can do. Jason will have to acknowledge me. I'll show everyone my true ability. He lunged forward recklessly, determined to win. There was indeed a flash of fear. His face twisted beyond recognition. The sword sliced into a dark aura, leaving Jason speechless. What is this? The pressure, it's monstrous. Very quickly, he raised his axe to block the blow. The advantage was tilting toward Jason. Johan's sword had started to crack. A shard grazed him, and he cried out in pain. Johan tried to drive repeated strikes at the armor until it splintered. Jason lost his balance for a moment and toppled down. Refusing to yield easily, he ground his teeth and cried out, You filthy insect. Luckily, Johan managed to dodge that first strike in time. He shouted madly, You dare look down on me, you insect. Witnessing this, the others were stunned. Seriously, father really intends to kill Johan. Jason kept swinging the axe with all his might. Do you know why I never taught you swordplay? Even if you learned, you'd still be a useless worm. Do you think flailing around a bit will let you beat me? This domain is mine. No one will take it. Not you, not the emperor, not anyone. Johan kept dodging, but the damage was severe. He wondered, what the heck is he saying? Drunk and lost his mind. No, it's worse. Blood has clouded his vision. Suddenly, a villager shouted, Johan. At the call, he turned his head to look back. At that moment, the axe was right before his eyes, unavoidable. The villagers all panicked at once. No one could shut their mouths. Johan used his last strength to absorb that powerful blow, but he had no more energy to resist as the axe pressed down. And then the outcome was clear. The sword shattered and Johan wholly conceded defeat. He slumped to the ground, staring at the broken sword in helplessness. Jason pointed the axe at him and ordered, Know your place. If you dare irritate me again, next time I'll split your head in two. He walked away, leaving a pit of despair for him. Only then did the villagers rush over calling, Lord Johan. That night in one house a voice cried out, Shameful, Jason. Johan stopped him. Father Balberga, what if someone overhears? Balberga paid no mind and shouted louder, Let them hear. I'm of the church, I'm not afraid of any. A knight must keep his honor. How could one treat the son who saved villagers that way? He forced an innocent smile and said, I'm fine, surviving is lucky enough. Balberga's anger didn't subside. From the start, it was an unfair fight. Challenging while wearing full armor was surely the result of drunken madness. Though Johan smiled, he felt deep sadness about the day's events. He could only sigh and admit this was reality. I know I'm poor at swordsmanship, but I didn't expect to be this pathetic. Balberga put away some medicine in agreement. After all, Jason was an experienced knight, taught the family sword style and battle-hardened, so Johan's loss was to be expected. Like Baron Britz of the neighboring domain, rumor has it he once single-handedly put down 300 rebelling peasants. Just imagining it made Johan exclaim, 1 man against 300. Lord Britz is terrifying. My loss was due to technique. I thought after fighting that giant black wolf, I'd beat the drunken old man. Hearing that, Balberga suddenly realized something. He rushed over and shook his shoulders hard, asking urgently, Lord Johan, is what happened earlier true? Did you really see a giant black wolf in the woods? Johan was puzzled by the action but admitted it. Yeah, I saw it. Joseph and Dell saw it too. Balberga crossed himself and said, Lord, have mercy. Johan startled, curious. Oh, why? What's so special about that wolf? He went to a shelf and pulled out a thick book. Lord Johan, the Black Wolf, Balberga flipped the book open and told him, is considered an ill omen. The images inside depicted something far more sinister, in metaphor. He stared at the illustration as he explained. Clergy call them death portents. According to centuries-old legend, the Black Wolf brings death, staining everything red with blood. Johan looked at it, his heart pounding and words failing him. He scratched his head and guessed aloud. Though I'm not superstitious, maybe the Black Wolf foretold my fight with my father. Balberga seemed to think so. Ah, perhaps. He gave a gentle smile to reassure him. But don't worry too much. The Black Wolf is just a folk legend after all. Perhaps God is watching over you, because you always put others first. You're a good man. Hearing that, Johan grew confused. He froze, money on his mind. Me, I just want to make a lot of money. Meanwhile, in the Brits' domain near the city of Eights, screams rang out pitifully. Spare my life, I know I was wrong. The sword stained a crimson red, dominated the scene, and another life slipped away without a farewell. Two guards shook their heads in dismay. Running is pointless, you're dead either way. Understand, they sighed and remarked, but it's truly cruel. To slaughter everyone in the domain, burn every body, what can we do about it? On that blood-soaked night, all the soldiers felt regret. We only need to collect the pay. At the same time, at the palace gate, someone was reporting in. The man bowed and handed over the token. Lord Karamaf, the mercenaries have finished the job. This is the seal ring of House Brits. He held the ring in his hand, inspecting the interior closely, then clenched it tightly and squeezed without mercy. Standing amid the chaotic battle, he murmured once, Brits. I've heard he single-handedly cut down 100 serfs. I expected a bit more, yet he couldn't withstand 2 strikes. This is nothing but a throwaway toy. On behalf of the Emperor, Karamaf of the Sacred Blade declared, I am the one who retrieves seal ring. By his will, I will punish the insolent noble. To those loyal, the Emperor will grant endless glory and countless riches. Otherwise kill them all, plunder everything, burn it down onward. The whole force charged forward on command. The next target, the Eights domain. The battle between Johan and the masked man continued fiercely. Neither yielded. The masked man firmly parried each of Johan's blows, while he kept unleashing moves, a barrage of attacks raining down. The masked man was unharmed. He remained calm in his defense. Before Johan knew it, his sword was knocked flying backward, and his helmet shot up into the air along with the blade. At that moment, Johan was struck by the opponent and utterly overwhelmed. His snot flew out and splattered across the floor. Johan's head detached from his body, rolling and tumbling on the ground. Snot kept pouring from his mouth and face from the injury. Suddenly, Johan's eyes snapped wide in terror. He woke up screaming after the nightmare. Then Johan calmed down when he saw he was still alive. It was just a dream, right? He scowled and held his head, exhausted. The image of the Black Wolf remained etched in Johan's mind. Since seeing that wolf, he's been haunted by the same nightmare for days. He hadn't forgotten the warning from the blue-eyed youth. Lord Johan, throughout history, the Black Wolf is seen as a bad omen, the very embodiment of disaster. Johan now visualized the eerie scene of the wolf, standing before a moon as red as blood. He grimaced, spilling blood everywhere and bringing death in its wake, which is why the priests call it an omen of death. Thinking this, Johan tried to reassure himself. It's just superstition, pure superstition. Priest Balberga also said it was just a legend. Besides, I didn't actually do anything bad to that black wolf. Or so he said, but he had been quite enthusiastic about attacking the wolf earlier. That inevitable reason made Johan turn pale with fear. Does pelting it with rocks count? Ultimately, he chose to ignore it. Whatever, it doesn't matter, why worry? Stop thinking about it and just go train. Shifting the scene to a vast hillside, Johan chose this spot for his practice. When someone arrived to disturb him, hey, look at that useless loser. It was his 2 half-brothers who had come there specifically to mock him. The second-born started, forgotten everything father taught you. If you're going to live like a pig, don't try to act tough. The mean-faced third-born chimed in as well. That's right, and yet, you still dare to act up after being beaten to a pulp. All that showing off and you can't even do anything. 100 strikes wouldn't be enough to crack that thick skull of yours. The mean-faced one curled his lip in contempt. You only broke that log by cheating, didn't you? The one with the center-parted hair added his 2 cents. It was definitely cheating. With a lowly background like yours, how could you possibly have any real ability? What's become the captain of the guard? Wake up, you idiot. Father would never even consider you. If he has any use for you at all, it's only to chop wood and toss it to the pigs. Johan didn't say a single word in response. He simply punched the tree trunk. In the very next second, Johan unleashed a strike packed with so much internal power that it shattered the trunk into pieces. The two half-brothers stood frozen, with their mouths agape at the sight, as the massive tree trunk was split clean in half by Johan's fist. Now he slowly turned his head toward them. Johan cracked his knuckles menacingly. Well now, what was that you were saying? Why don't you come over here for a sec? Seeing this, the two brothers took off as fast as their legs could carry them, though they didn't forget to shout back threats. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. Just you wait, I'm going to tell father everything. Everything. Looking at them, his heart was filled with nothing but helplessness and contempt. Truly pathetic. How can they live so mindlessly? Preparing to make a living should be hard enough, yet they don't seem to have a single worry about the future. But he immediately regained his composure. All right, that's enough. Why should I care about them? Back to training. Suddenly, Philip's voice drifted over. What they said is the truth. He approached with a serious expression. Father isn't going to give you any position at all. Johan heard him but forced a wry smile. That's to be expected, Philip, but he didn't kill me and even let me live. That's lucky enough. Philip seemed to see right through him. Disappointed, Johan didn't hide it. He answered honestly, there's no other way. I just have to find another path to make a living. Philip's next words made Johan freeze for a few seconds. Father is afraid of you. He listened but didn't respond immediately. His expression was one of clear discomfort. Philip wouldn't stop. He went on, Johan, you are terrifyingly strong. To father, that kind of strength is a major threat. He just wants an obedient son like me, but I'm different. I'll live life on my own terms. Father thinks that one day your strength will strip him of everything, just like how he overthrew grandfather to become the Lord. Johan felt awkward, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. That's just ridiculous. Philip then turned and gave an order to a servant. Bring those items here, and the servant obeyed, carrying a large bag in his hands. Yes, Master Philip. The servant reached inside and rummaged for something. Johan was now wide-eyed with shock. This is. Philip set a set of armor and weapons on the ground, a longsword and plain armor that had apparently been inside the castle for who knows how long. There was also side armor, but no other weapons. This is the stuff you tried to steal once. Johan felt a bit guilty at the mention of his past, but then Philip lowered his voice. He continued, Johan, I'm not like father. I'm not stupid enough to kick out someone with your talent. So when I become the Lord, I'm going to appoint you as the captain of the 8th Guard. Between now and then, don't slack on your training and don't cause any more trouble. Johan immediately shouted to defend himself. I never start trouble on purpose. Meanwhile, Philip had already turned his back and was walking away. He didn't even bother with a friendly middle finger. Johan just stood there, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance. He looked down pensively at the items on the ground. Even now, Johan couldn't stop thinking about the armor from his dream. If I put this on, will I die just like in the dream? But for some reason, despite that, I somehow believe I can overcome it rather than die. Of course, there's nothing to prove my intuition is right. In a flash, Johan finished putting on the armor. He placed a hand firmly on his chest. Regardless of anything else, if you want to win, you need a weapon. A day passed just like that, and the sun was beginning to set. Inside a tavern, the sounds of laughter and chatter rang out. Hey, stop talking nonsense. No, it's true. A man continued his story incessantly. Master Johan killed 50 wolves all by himself, but he said a knight doesn't crave money and tossed all those wolf pelts away. He only drew his sword to save my daughter. With that much integrity and justice, isn't he a true knight? His drinking buddy chimed in as well. Well, compared to Jason, that drunk womanizer, Master Johan is definitely more of a knight. Another person joined the conversation. Honestly, why isn't that pig dead yet? If only Master Johan had beheaded him right then and there. Forget it, Johan probably spared him. After all, he is the Lord's son. Suddenly, the old man who had been telling the story stepped up to a person in a black cloak and offered a generous invitation. Hey there, friend, I'm covering all the drinks in the house today. Drink as much as you want. The other person asked in a cold voice, why is that? The old man shouted happily, because Master Johan saved my daughter's life, of course. The man with the headwrap looked curious. By the way, who are you? I haven't seen anyone like you around here. A dark aura radiated from the figure in the black cloak. He laughed a sinister laugh. Truly a bunch of people who don't know their place, daring to draw a sword and insult the Lord. Do the people here have no fear? Everyone who heard that froze in confusion. Huh. The man in the black cloak gave a twisted smile. Wicked, your story has piqued my interest. Tell me more about this Johan Ates. As the sentence ended, the village fell into a deathly, eerie, and chilling silence. At the same time, Johan was on his way home. He was in a pretty good mood. Johan was currently imagining 1,001 glamorous scenarios for himself. Philip will appoint me as captain of the guard when he takes the throne. Finally, the path of glory is opening up for me. But just then, something strange caught his eye. It was a person in a black cloak leaning against a fence. Johan wondered to himself, is that some drunkard? A future captain of the guard couldn't just ignore someone in need. Without a second thought, he approached and struck up a conversation. Sir, you'll catch a cold sleeping here. Where do you live? Let me walk you home. Strange phenomena began to occur, making Johan wary. What is this? It's getting cold. Suddenly, the figure in the black cloak shifted into an attacking stance. Johan's pupils contracted as he was hit by a sudden wave of fear. What is this? Night had fallen over the small town. The surrounding houses had all turned out their lights, leaving only pitch blackness. Abruptly, the cloaked man pressed a sharp object against Johan's throat, giving him no time to react. He tried to guess the stranger's identity. Who is this guy? Is he an assassin sent by Jason? No, if it were Jason, he would have done it himself. A string of guesses flashed through his head. Someone from the brothel, madam. Could it be Philip? The more he thought, the more his guesses led Johan into a dead end. Damn it, I can't even guess who's behind this. He finally decided to speak first. What do you want? He tried to negotiate, hoping to be spared. Is it money? I'll give you everything I have, just let me go. The man in black didn't let go. Money. I could have mountains of gold if I wanted. Hearing that, his fear intensified, and his thoughts became even more chaotic. If it's not money, then what does he want? The man in the headwrap spoke up first this time. Johan Ates, I have a few questions for you. He pressed the sharp object tighter against his neck. If your answers don't satisfy me, I will slit your throat immediately. Because of the excessive force, a bit of red syrup leaked from his skin. Johan looked utterly bewildered by the question. Suddenly asking questions, and threatening to kill me if I get them wrong. He tried to calm himself down. Get it together, Johan. You once passed the second round of interviews for a major corporation. I have to answer perfectly to survive. The man didn't wait for his consent. I'll start asking then. Johan braced himself. Fine, go ahead. The man looked down at his body, observing him carefully. He touched his firm arm. Quite a physique. It's hard to believe you share blood with that pig. Are you actually Jason's son? Johan's face was a map of question marks as he let the man feel around his body. You're holding my life in your hands, and you're asking nonsense like this. Damn it, how am I supposed to answer that? After a moment's thought, he replied confusedly. Even a pig bloodline can produce a lion. The man in the black cloak received the answer, but said nothing more. Seeing his silence, Johan felt a surge of terror. No reaction. Did I answer wrong? The man let out a soft sigh, and in the very next second, he burst into a loud laugh that left Johan bewildered. The man in the black cloak then continued, that answer is quite to my liking. Seeing this, Johan felt relieved. Then let me go. But the man replied immediately, no, Johan Ates, from now on, you belong to me. He understood every word, but he couldn't grasp the man's intent when they were put together. What the hell are you talking about? This man's name was Kegel, the master of poison for the most powerful assassination guild in the Niso's empire. After countless missions, he had created a unique swordsmanship with movements like a venomous snake, which was later called the Mamba blade. But he had one grievance. He couldn't find a successor. Even after searching the entire guild, it was full of nothing but unworthy scorpions. Occasionally, he'd find someone with potential, but the other man sat on the ground, panting. For the sake of my honor, I'd rather die than learn your assassination techniques. He didn't hesitate to grant the stubborn man's wish. Very well. And over 30 noble knights had died at Kegel's hands. All of them chose death over dishonor. Desperate to find a successor, Kegel sought out the imperial witch. A withered female voice rang out. Master Kegel, bringer of peaceful death. The heir you seek is in the tiny, neglected territory of Ates. He is one of the sons of that lecherous lord, who is addicted to fermented swill. Kegel found the witch's words hard to believe. That backwater dump, you're saying my heir is there. A single gold coin could buy that entire patch of land. The witch placed both hands on the table, unfazed by the mockery. If you don't believe the prophecy, I'll return your gold. Kegel tapped lightly on the table. I wouldn't dare rob a witch. I'm afraid of being cursed. Fine, I believe you. Kegel accepted the witch's word, because for a man who had wasted a lifetime looking for an heir, time was running out. But even after setting foot in Ates, he was still plagued by doubt. Is there really an heir in this provincial hole? He thought as he walked. If I don't like you, I'll kill you without mercy. He began to introduce himself to Johan. I am Kegel, the guild master. There's no more time for daydreaming. You must become my heir. Now answer me. Choose between dying by my hand or learning my blade. You can only pick one. Johan swallowed hard, thinking carefully. Then, in the next second, he shouted, "How much do I have to pay you to learn your swordsmanship, sir?" Kegel was a bit displeased. "Money, I don't accept it." Johan's eyes sparkled. "Does he mean it's free? A guild master level expert teaching me swordsmanship for free. Is this a dream? Oh man, I've hit the jackpot." He quickly turned and clapped the man on the shoulder. "Master, why did it take you so long to find me? I've been waiting for you almost my entire life." His reaction left Kegel a bit confused. "My swordsmanship is the art of assassination. Simply learning it will bring you shame. Being pointed at for the rest of your life will be a disgrace to a knight. Do you still want to learn?" Those warnings didn't dampen his resolve. "Honor or disgrace, I don't care. Please teach me, sir." Kegel looked at him, bewildered. "Yeah, you're definitely a weirdo." Johan suddenly reached out toward the man. Master, you said you have mountains of money, so if I'm a good student, could you give me some pocket money?" Kegel didn't agree immediately, staring straight at the boy in front of him. This kid was truly unlike anyone else. In the Eight's territory, Jason sat on his horse, preparing to leave the castle. "Inspection's over, I'm heading out for a bit." Two people behind him walked him to the gate, not forgetting their instructions. "Yes, sir, have a safe trip. We'll keep a good eye on the castle," they said in unison, immediately followed by the jealous glares of Philip and the madam. "Listen up, no matter how hard you try. This castle is still going to be mine." Philip wouldn't back down and snapped back. "Shut your mouth, I'm the next master of this place." Philip Eights. Jason hadn't gone far before he heard the bickering behind him. How annoying. All they know how to do is argue all day. I'm sick of even looking at them. Let them do whatever they want. Philip suddenly stepped forward to report. "Father, Johan still hasn't returned. What should we do?" Only then did he remember that son of his. And immediately afterward, he let out a shout. "Philip, don't waste my time on that useless thing. I don't care if that weakling dies in the gutter somewhere." Philip quickly tried to de-escalate. "Yes, sorry, father." But he still couldn't push his little brother aside. "Johan, where on earth are you?" At the same time, near the territory, Kegel's voice rang out. "I need to know exactly what your level is." Johan looked flustered. Master, I'm sorry, but can I borrow a sword? I have a habit of breaking them." Kegel had no choice but to hand over the sword in his hand. There wasn't a hint of trust in his eyes for a disciple who kept breaking swords. "This brat is getting more irritating by the second. I don't see a single good point in him. Maybe I should just kill him and get it over with." He pointed another sword toward the boy, waiting and ready. Johan's face was full of determination as he replied, "Yes, sir," as he extended the sword, clenching his other hand into a fist. Kegel looked at that stance in total helplessness. What a terrible stance. Are you really from a knightly house? This won't do. I'm definitely going to have to kill him. Johan suddenly spoke up. "Master, a duel doesn't strictly have to use swords, right? Any kind of combat is fine, isn't it?" Kegel was losing his patience. "Whatever. Fists, kicks, swords, it doesn't matter." Johan let out a loud laugh. In that case, he immediately swung the sword in his hand, launching a direct strike toward him. The sword in the man's hand instantly shattered into pieces. In that very instant, Kegel realized that his doubts had been truly meaningless. His face showed utter disbelief. This kid. His strength is terrifying. Johan didn't stop there, continuing to throw a fist straight at the man in front of him. He managed to dodge it. Just a punch, and it creates that much wind pressure. If I had taken that hit, my bones would have been crushed for sure. This brat isn't human anymore. He's a lion. He reached behind his back and carefully gripped another sword. But then, Kegel didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and launching a swift attack toward the boy. Johan looked confused with the broken sword in his hand. "Wait, what kind of crazy movement is that? Which way are you going to attack? Up, down, down." Before he could even figure out the direction of the strike, Johan took a blow directly to the mouth. He stumbled back several meters, not forgetting to spit out several mouthfuls of bright red syrup. It took a moment for Johan to scramble back to his feet. Kegel stood perfectly still, with no intention of helping his disciple up. "I believe you've only fallen, not lost consciousness. You're an extraordinary human being, unlike any I've seen before. If you had been born 1,000 years ago, you'd have been hailed as a legendary hero." Johan's face turned beet red. "Thank you for the compliment, master." Kegel cut him off. "But you have a fatal weakness. If you keep going like this, there's no doubt you'll end up dead." Johan's face was full of surprise. "Dead? What do you mean by that, sir?" The man calmly explained to his student. "You can't control your own power, so that very strength will eventually kill you." He slowly stood up, rubbing the back of his head where it hurt. "Wait, how is that possible? I wouldn't hit myself. I'm not an idiot." Kegel pulled another pile of weapons out of nowhere. He handed another sword to his student. So confident are we, try attacking again. If you break my sword this time, I'll reward you with what you love most, gold coins. His eyes lit up instantly. Gold coins. Johan didn't hesitate to grab the sword and charge at his master. You'd better keep your word. Kegel didn't hold back either, immediately drawing another weapon to parry the blow. The two swords collided with a powerful force that sent sparks flying. The sword once again shattered in Johan's hand. He was struck by the flying sword fragments and let out a cry of pain. Johan stumbled back a few steps as a little red syrup trickled down his cheek. He reflected on that last strike of his. Damn it, this is exactly like when I fought my father. Kegel, with his own sword still intact, spoke up once again to instruct him. See, you lost to your own power. Learn to restrain yourself, Johan, or you'll certainly die. Johan pulled out a sword fragment that had embedded itself in his armor. Master, you purposely aimed for my heart with that fragment. He let out a sigh and admitted, indeed, for a master swordsman, it's as easy as pie. Johan finally knew fear. I understand now. I have to learn to control my strength to survive. My future depends on becoming the captain of the Eighth Guard. Kegel continued his teaching. Once you've mastered the restraint of your power, you'll even be able to do this. Without finishing his sentence, he swung his scabbard at the boy, who was sitting down to catch his breath. Johan had to use all his strength and his mangled sword to defend himself. A crack suddenly appeared on his armor. His face was filled with utter confusion as he looked at the mark. Cutting armor with a scabbard. The man still held the scabbard firmly in his hand. Do you see, Johan, if your power is focused, even something as blunt as a scabbard can slice through armor. If you truly master that terrifying strength of yours, I can't even imagine how powerful you'll become. The sword flew toward his face again, but fortunately, he managed to dodge it this time. Kegel finally concluded, that's enough for the level check. Now the real training begins, and it's going to be extremely grueling. You might even have to face death itself. Are you mentally prepared? Johan's face was full of resolve as he gave a firm confirmation. Yes, master. Early the next morning in the kingdom, Johan was walking around the area. After just one night of training, his face was so swollen with bruises that even his parents wouldn't have recognized. Johan couldn't help but remember how he'd been hammered mercilessly the night before. He'd only just begun to grasp the feeling of restraint. It's so incredibly difficult, but at least I'm not breaking swords anymore. I wonder when I'll actually get to learn swordsmanship. He looked ahead with a look of extreme surprise. Wait, who's that? A group equipped with full iron armor and weaponry was standing before the city. An elf. He stepped forward to inquire, who are you? Why are you standing at the city gate? The leader waved him away. Can't you see there's a curfew? Get out of my sight. Johan angrily pointed his finger and scolded. Who do you think you are, telling me to get out? The man let out a cunning laugh. Who are we? We are the Akitan Wolves, a mercenary unit directly under the Emperor. Johan's attitude shifted instantly. A mercenary unit? I've been looking for job information. So you're the mercenary bosses. May I ask what the income is like in this profession? The men in the Akitan unit mocked him when they saw his tattered clothes. What? You want to be a mercenary, kid? Our pay is worlds apart from the regular guards. One contract can earn up to 2 gold coins. Johan's eyes practically glowed at the mention of 2 gold coins. They moved in while he wasn't paying attention and surrounded him. A big target like you would just be a pincushion for swords. It's all about skill. Johan remained completely unsuspecting. Right, of course. His eyes beamed, thinking he'd found a great lead. I couldn't even earn 1 gold coin in my entire life. To think the income is so much better than being a guard. Maybe I should switch to mercenary work. As they were talking, a man in golden armor approached on horseback. He sat atop his steed, looking down on Johan with pure contempt. He immediately raised his guard. Johan gripped his sword tightly, preparing for an attack. But before he could do anything, dozens of swords were suddenly pointed straight at his throat. A cold sweat broke out as he failed to understand his own reaction. Wait, why did I just try to draw my sword? A mercenary barked angrily. How insolent. You dare try to draw a sword before Lord Karameth. I'll deal with you right now. The other man held out a hand, signaling for them to stop. That's enough. He turned his horse around and looked straight at Johan. Who are you? Facing the blades of a dozen men, Johan could only swallow hard. He spoke up nervously. Hello, sir. I am Johan, son of the Eight's family. The man removed his helmet upon hearing that, revealing long, platinum blonde hair. That was Karameth, the personal knight of the Holy Empire's emperor. Johan bowed respectfully, not understanding why his hand had gone for his sword again. Whether it was the wolves, his father, his master, or anyone else who had wanted to kill him, he had never felt like this before. It was a pressure so suffocating it was hard to breathe, as if he were a tiny prey standing before a powerful predator, like a rabbit facing a dragon. The man commanded, "Move, you're blocking my paths." Someone slapped Johan hard on the back, and the mercenaries began to file past him. "You, oh man, what now? I bet you're about to wet yourself, aren't you? Be careful next time, sir." Though I wonder if there will even be a next time. The knight instructor followed closely behind Karamaf. "Lord Karamaf, if I may ask, is it really all right to leave that insolent brat alone?" He gave a thin smile. "I don't wish to make a scene on such a beautiful day, at least not right now." Johan stood still, watching the group leave. "The Emperor's knights, what are they doing in this backwater dump?" Someone let out a frantic shout. "What, Lord Karamaf?" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the ground. It was Philip, rushing out in a total panic. Why would someone as noble as you come to a place like this? Reaching them, he greeted them breathlessly. "I am Philip Eights, the heir to the Eights territory." "Lord Karamaf, what brings you here, sir?" Just then Madame appeared at the door, dripping with flattery. "My goodness, Lord Karamaf is truly the most magnificent man in the world. There is no second to match him. And this is the son who will actually become the Lord. Had I known you were this handsome, I would have waited longer to get married. Come, please enter the castle and have a meal." Seeing Karamaf coldly pass her by, Madame hurried to catch up. "Wait, Lord Karamaf, can you hear me, sir?" Philip frowned in irritation as he watched. As Karamaf sat down, he reached for his helmet. The face beneath was incredibly handsome, but no less cruel. "Where is Jason?" Karamaf's words caused the entire room to fall into a shocked silence. Philip mustered his courage to give a subtle reminder. "Lord Karamaf, regardless of your high status, it is disrespectful to call my father Jason by his name like that." Madame, not stopping to think, rushed to defend him. "Not at all. He is the supreme knight of the empire. He can call him whatever he wants. I am the rightful host to entertain him." Philip ground his teeth in resentment, but only cursed silently. That cunning woman, she's purposely trying to create an opportunity to put her son on the Lord's throne. Karamaf was beginning to get angry. He slammed his sword into the floor and shouted, "Quiet." He issued an arrogant demand as if it were nothing. "Get out, all of you. Stop this rambling and bring me wine." He glared with clear bloodlust and flatly declared, "I will wait for Jason in the castle until he returns." The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where the rhythm of colliding weapons rings out. Johan and Kegel are still training without rest. The image of Karamaf on his horse suddenly flashed through his mind, and even that cruel gaze of his made him increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, Kegel let out a loud scolding shout. "You brat, pay attention." Johan snapped out of it, only to find a barrage of blades flying straight at him. Johan made a swing to deflect their trajectory, but unfortunately, he still took a hit. He grimaced in pain as he looked at the red syrup flowing from a wound on his neck. Kegel turned back and questioned him angrily. "If that blade I just threw had been poisoned, you'd be dead. Why can't you focus?" Without hesitation, Johan told him everything. Recently, a group of the Emperor's knights arrived in the village, and their aura is very strange. This is the Eights family's territory, even if they are the Emperor's knights. Closing the city gates and controlling entry and exit like that is absurd. Kegel cleared his throat and questioned him. "Even if it's suspicious, what could you possibly do about it?" Karamaf, the personal knight under the Emperor, is the strongest warrior on the continent and the core of the Holy Empire's forces. Even the armor he wears is a legendary treasure. Johan was stunned to hear this. "Stronger than you, master." The man paused for several minutes at the unexpected question. Kegel frowned and admitted, "If I were to unfortunately face Karamaf, I would run for my life without ever looking back." He quickly countered, "We won't know the result until we've fought right." At that, the man delivered a blow to Johan's head along with a shout to shut up. "You fool, do you have any idea who you are? You're just a useless brat who can't control his own strength, an illegitimate child who knows nothing of swordsmanship, and you want to play hero." Johan was struck speechless by those contemptuous words, his lips pressed tightly together in a silence he couldn't break. A second later, he gripped his sword firmly, looking ahead with confidence as he declared, "I can do this." Yet the man continued to look down on Johan with disdain before calling out, "Fine then. Come at." Immediately afterward, the two lunged at each other, engaging in a fierce, desperate duel. It wasn't long before Johan took a direct hit from Kegel. The man roared again, and Kegel unleashed another strike. See letter 1EAD. You quickly raised his sword to parry the blow. As expected, the man was so powerful that Johan found it nearly impossible to evade. Kegel's blood began to boil as he frantically shouted, "Again." And see letter 1EAD. Refused to give up, leaping forward while questioning himself. "Why isn't this work? It's just a scabbard. Why can't I seem to cut through it?" Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light sparked at the tip of his blade, and it hit Johan all at once. Of course, the flow of power. It wasn't about swinging the sword aimlessly. The force had to be channeled and concentrated at the very tip. And so, Johan continued his sword dance, gradually grasping the true meaning of power control. Even the man began to notice the change. This kid, the sound coming from his blade is getting sharp, and in a heartbeat, a series of razor-sharp slashes tore through the air. Johan attacked relentlessly, leaving the man with no room to counter. He gripped the hilt tightly, thinking to himself, this is it. Everything I've learned is finally coming together. With just the right amount of force, Johan swiftly raised the blade high, preparing for a brutal, decisive strike. At that same moment, his eyes flared with a terrifying, brilliant light. The sight was enough to make even Kegel break into a cold sweat. Whoa, this is getting dangerous. Johan didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his sword in a sweeping arc. That looked like a serpent lunging to swallow the weapon in the man's hand. In the midst of the bleak darkness, a blinding trail of light instantly appeared. Kegel gritted his teeth, looking down in shock, as both his scabbard and his sword were clean-cut in a single, decisive stroke. Seeing this, Johan lit up, a wide smile spreading across his face. He cheered with the excitement of a child. I did it. I actually did it. I've finally got the hang of it now. Wasn't that easy? The man still couldn't believe it, watching Johan whistle in celebration and thinking, that had to be a fluke. Suddenly, Kegel called out to Johan, and C-letter 1EADU immediately turned back to answer. Yes, sir. The man drew another sword, falling into a combat stance while announcing, I won't be holding back this time. Attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Johan once again unleashed his violent serpent strike, aiming directly for the top of Kegel's head. The man took the hit, his sword snapping clean in half as he collapsed backward with a heavy thud. Seeing this, C-letter 1EADU started jumping for joy. I won again. Kegel stared up with wide eyes, sweat pouring down his face as he wondered, what the hell is this? What kind of monster is this kid? I only taught him the basics of force control, and now he's already mastered the Mamba blade technique. He perfectly absorbed my skills after just one encounter. Not only that, but his swordsmanship is even more flawless than my own. Kegel fell silent for a moment, unable to accept this as reality. His instincts as a master assassin told him that even if Johan had been lucky before, he had now become an opponent that simply could not be defeated. The master of the Niso's Poison Guild, the Empire's most elite assassins, now found himself red-faced and flustered. He looked at Johan, who was grinning so wide his mouth wouldn't close, thinking, he's learned the technique. I guess I really can retire now, privately nodding what an unbelievable freak this kid was. By now the full moon had reached its peak, and Kegel's voice echoed through the forest. Johan, the lessons end here. I'm leaving at sunrise. C-letter 1EADU looked on in a daze, asking, wait, what? I just started getting the hang of the sword. Is that really it? The man replied instantly. You've already done everything necessary to master the blade. Whether I want to admit it or not, you're already stronger than I am, and it took less than a week. I only hope my sword style doesn't die out with me. Now, go live your life the way you want to. Johan froze as he heard Kegel sigh, you've worked hard. Johan asked in bewilderment, are you really going? The man confirmed it. Yeah, I've never been one to stay in one place for long. Johan stared at the fire in front of him and asked curiously, because you're an assassin. Kegel sat beside him and denied it. No, that's just my nature. C-letter 1EADU glanced over, probing further. By the way, master, do you know anything about the Crimson Tide? The man looked startled for a second. The Crimson Tide, you mean that black wolf? Johan answered quickly, yes, recalling the wolf under the blood-red moon as he told the story. A while back, after I ran into it, I had a dream where my head fell off. That's why when you were about to take a swing at my neck, I thought you were the Crimson Tide. Kegel let out a long sigh. If I had killed you, then I would have been your Crimson Tide. Bad luck isn't something that arrives in a fixed form. Before I go, I'm going to set a few conditions. First, I'll find you a proper weapon. For strength like yours, Dana steel is the only thing that will suffice. Johan's eyes went wide as he asked in surprise, what's that? The man began to explain Dana steel to him. It's a magical metal that only exists within ancient artifacts. Weapons made from Danis are extremely rare. You can count the number of them in the entire world on one hand. Hearing that, Johan looked blank. Must be expensive, huh? The man added, you couldn't afford it if you saved for a lifetime. Honestly, money can't even buy it. Johan wondered, then why suggest it, master? The man replied, I'm just talking for the sake of it. You can find whatever weapon you like. C-letter 1EADU frowned deeply. Are you hiding your true skills because you're an assassin? The man shot back. No, you moron. Does everything have to be about being an assassin? A Danis blade is something you recognize the instant you see it. If you see someone carrying one in the distance, run. Don't even look back. People who don't know their place don't tend to live very long. Johan took it to heart. I'll remember that. After a while, his master stood up, and see letter 1EADU asked again, are you truly leaving? Kegel cautioned him one last time. Johan, etch my words into your soul. Never fight an opponent you can't win against. If you feel danger, run. But if you're forced to fight, use every means necessary to kill them. Just remember that, and you won't die easily. Don't go getting yourself killed. Johan watched as the man's figure slowly faded into the distance. Johan recalled the advice, if it's dangerous, run. If you can't run, you must kill by any means necessary and survive at all costs. He clenched his fists with determination. I'll remember, master, he said, just as night completely enveloped Castle 8's. The madam's voice rose softly. Does the wine suit your palate, my lord? Karamaf spat out in disgust. Tastes like rotten urine. Just bring it in. The madam asked with a bright smile. Is that expensive wine not to your liking then? What can we do? The good wine is only kept in Jason's bedroom. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Don't worry about a thing. Just go and rest in that cozy room. But he remained silent. The madam, her cheeks flushed, continued her seductive invitation. Jason's bedroom is very comfortable. I'm sure you'll be pleased. Ah, I'm being charming again. You two were quite intimate and had a good time together, didn't you? Karamaf didn't care in the slightest and snapped, get lost. The madam turned pale and spoke up. Master Karamaf, we don't have much time, so please let me entertain you. Jason won't be back for a while. He remained silent, glancing over before finally speaking. I suppose I am getting bored. Fine, let's see what you've got. Karamaf gave a satisfied smile, testing the thrill of the slaughter. He saw the scene before him and couldn't help but be terrified, forced to cover his own mouth. In another part of the world, Johan slowly dragged his heavy feet forward. Johan's eyes went wide with shock. What is this? A scene of total devastation unfolded before him. The village was swallowed in a sea of flame. He stood frozen. How did our village end up like this? Looking at the thick columns of smoke in the distance, someone else was in total panic. What on earth happened? And why is 8's territory burning like that? His subordinate was equally flustered. I don't know, my lord. The fire looks massive. We should head back immediately. The horses galloped frantically, the sound of hooves echoing nonstop. Jason screeched to a halt when he saw the city gates locked tight and guards blocking the way. They bared their teeth in a grin. Ha ha ha, look who finally decided to show up after the fun ended. You look pathetic and act so slow. Hurry it up, Lord Pig. The soldiers laughed loudly. Master Karamaf isn't exactly the patient type. Contrary to them, the moment the gates swung open, the fat man's eyes bulged out as far as they could go. In front of him was a mountain of corpses belonging to his own soldier. Wow, what is this? Someone approached, the metallic heels of their boots clinking sharply. Karamaf, dressed in full gold armor with only his blood-red eyes visible, stared intently at him. You're late, Jason. Jason growled deep in his throat. You, what are you doing? He screamed in an emotional outburst, brandishing his axe. What kind of game do you think you're playing? Karamaf raised his sword, speaking nonchalantly. Jason, you are charged with the attempted murder of the Emperor and high treason. By the Emperor's decree, the 8's family is to be wiped out. The fat man roared back in anger. Don't be ridiculous. This is a purge. You're just pinning a fake charge on me to execute me. Then he charged forward with all his might. I won't let you just do whatever you want. His voice remained icy as he blew a horn. On Karamaf's command, hundreds of soldiers were ready to storm the castle, seize the 8's family seal, purge everyone in the territory, and erase this land from existence. The moment his words fell, the troops let out a cheer and charged in, off the map. All that remained was a blazing fire that continued to consume everything in its path. The soldier holding the sword gritted his teeth in irritation. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? He roughly grabbed the priest by his hair and pressed the blade against his throat. Is it really that hard to tell me where that pig's bastard son is hiding? Fine then, I'll send you to meet that god of yours, the one you worship so much. Seeing that Valburga would rather die than open his mouth, the soldier roared and raised his sword to strike. Die. Hot blood sprayed everywhere, but it was his own blood. Valburga watched in shock as the soldier's arm fell through the air. He looked at the person in front of him, stammering, Master Johan. He called out urgently, Father Valburga. Johan untied the priest while asking, What's going on? The man shook his head helplessly. I don't know. The Imperial Army is killing the villagers on sight. Valburga whispered with a blood-stained face. It's possible that Lord Jessen has already been murdered as well. At those words, Johan trembled instinctively. Father too. The flames flickered nearby like a giant monster, and that wasn't all. They were torching the entire village to wipe everything out. Johan gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to get back to the castle immediately. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere made him jump. That voice. The muscular young man rushed toward it while Valburga looked on in a daze. Master Johan. When he found the person who had spoken, he cried out in relief, "Del, is that you?" Johan sighed with relief. "Thank goodness you're safe. It's dangerous here, come with me." Before he could finish, he froze in total shock. Right behind Del was her father's body, tortured to death. "Master Johan, my father, my father." He stared up, stunned. A man so kind, who loved his daughter so much, had to die such a painful death. He looked around in a daze. The villagers who had just been laughing and talking with him yesterday. At this very moment, they were all dead. The soldiers who used to go with Johan, they had died trying to protect the village. A surge of emotion hit him, and he had to grit his teeth hard to keep from losing control. He placed a gentle hand on the sobbing girl's shoulder. Johan whispered softly to her, "Del, it's too dangerous to be alone. Stay with Father Valberga." The girl nodded. "Okay." Once finished, he grabbed his sword and walked away with absolute purpose. "Master Johan, wait, where are you going?" Valberga clutched Del in his arms, desperately trying to stop him. "You can't go, you need to run." But his back moved further and further away. Master Johan. When he arrived, the sight hit him. It was his father's head, hanging from the banner. Below it was a treacherous proclamation. "Duke Jessen Eitz has been executed for treason against the Emperor. Anyone who attempts to recover his body." The veins on his neck bulged as a boiling rage surged within him. "Will be punished with the same crime. Imperial Knight Karamat." A soldier recognized him. "Huh, what? Aren't you his bastard son?" He gave a smug smirk. "I thought you'd run away. Did you come back here just to die?" Without a word, he swung his arm and sliced the flagpole in two. The enemy banner fell to the ground. Johan stepped down firmly with his laid foot. Several soldiers immediately rushed to surround him. They barked at each other. Look at this brat. Don't just stand there, kill him now." His eyes, overflowing with bloodlust, swept over them. A sharp blade flashed by. As one by one, their throats were slit. They died so quickly, they didn't even have time to close their eyes. Silence returned to the area, leaving only Johan standing amidst the rubble. He stood in somber silence, wondering why he had done it, why he had returned to the castle. A part of him knew he should have acted differently. Father Valberga was right. He should have run away. Biting his lip, he thought to himself that by returning, he was likely going to die in vain. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a faint whisper suddenly surfaced. "Johan." He was stunned and leaned down to ask. "Philip." The man was covered in blood, breathing his last breaths. You're still alive." Johan remained silent, not answering the question. "Why did you come back?" Philip managed to remove his helmet and forced out through his struggles. "Go, run quickly. If you stay here, you'll die too." Those weak hands reached up. He wanted to give something to Johan, so that when he eventually became the Lord. Johan reached out to take it, sadly listening to his brother's final words. One day, he had to purse his lips tightly. His mind still held deep the teachings of his master. One must clearly understand the disparity in skill. If you encounter danger, run. His hands tightly gripped the scratched helmet. His opponent was a knight of the Emperor, and even his master had told him to run without looking back. His master's words echoed in his ears, but running away isn't always the answer. If one must fight, then at all costs one must kill. His voice dropped to a low tone. "Right," putting the helmet on. Johan stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. The time was now. He pushed open the heavy doors. Several soldiers stared at him in total confusion. Some stood with their mouths agape. What the hell? How did this bastard get in here? Where are all the guards? Johan clenched his fists and roared, "Karamat." He blew back every man who dared to stand in his way. "Come out, you coward." The muscular young man didn't take a single step back. A bloodthirsty breath escaped him incessantly. The tip of his sword dripped steadily with blood. Karamat approached slowly, so the runaway son of Eitz actually survived. He even asked nonchalantly, "You're that kid from in front of the castle, Johan Eitz, aren't you?" Johan had no intention of wasting time. "I'm in no mood for introductions." He snarled through gritted teeth. "Just think of me as a man who's absolutely livid, you bastard." The knight let out a cold sneer. "You should have kept running. If you had, you might have lived. Seems you don't care much for your life." His blood-red eyes flared. "Fine then." He drew his sword. "If you want to die, then come at me." Johan lunged forward without hesitation. "I didn't need you to tell me. That was always the plan." Johan and Karamat engaged in a fierce duel amidst the sea of fire. The sound of metal clashing, ringing out piercingly. Johan was determined as he lunged, dealing a heavy blow. But Karamat parried it, causing a massive impact. The force was so great that Johan's sword began to show cracks. Under the crushing pressure, the blade was sliced halfway through. Karamat had nearly snapped Johan's sword in two, and taking advantage of the momentum, he sent him flying back. But quickly, Johan managed to regain his footing. A second later, he counterattacked, deciding to risk it all once more. Karamaf saw that his opponent didn't know the meaning of surrender and let out an excited smile. Fun. Just as Johan was advancing, a slash cut across his sword. He froze, staring in surprise at the mark on his blade. Continuous slashes followed, hacking wildly at the sword. Johan could only stand there, unable to react. Karamaf didn't wait for his opponent to move. He was one step ahead, leaping forward with a barrage of strikes, and Johan barely managed to dodge, falling back. Karamaf struck down again. Johan scrambled to the side. The last move grazed a pillar in front of him. Instantly, the stone pillar shattered into pieces, massive blocks of stone crashing down as dust clouded the air. Seeing his opponent repeatedly dodge his attacks, Karamaf found it interesting. Recalling how quickly his previous opponents had fallen, a thought rose in his mind. He's far beyond that Brit's guy. Amidst the thick smoke, vision was completely obscure. Suddenly, a soldier came flying out from within. Quickly, Karamaf sliced the soldier in half, blood spraying everywhere. It was a feint, throwing a smoke bomb to create a distraction. This delighted him, truly fascinating. Karamaf cast his eyes toward his opponent, his gaze and smile utterly ecstatic as he thought, "Entertain me more." "You eight's bastard." Suddenly, Johan lunged with a quick slash. Karamaf threw up his arm to block. The strike was powerful, tearing through the armor and cutting deep into his flesh. Johan had attacked using his broken sword, leaving Karamaf filled with suspicion. Quick on his feet, he leaped back to keep his distance. Johan casually tossed the remaining stub of his sword behind him. As they faced off directly, the smoke began to clear, revealing the scene. Looking at the wound on his wrist, Karamaf couldn't believe it. The question burned in his mind. Did he just cut through my Dana's steel armor? Now far from his previous overwhelming demeanor, he was trembling with fear. Johan picked up another sword and slowly stepped forward. Karamaf's eyes were now filled with panic. His inner self screamed, "Impossible, a human shouldn't be able to damage Dana's steel. Who exactly is he?" Johan attacked again. The two sides clashed violently. Karamaf was stunned, unable to believe it. He had never heard of anyone with such power. After clashing for a while, he realized that, even as he saw the clumsy sword path and the massive, persistent strength from Johan, he concluded, he's just an ox relying on raw power. He's just swinging wildly without any actual technique. Seeing an opening, Karamaf thrust straight ahead. It grazed Johan's shoulder. Immediately, Johan ducked low and then backed away. Watching his opponent struggle to dodge, he secretly confirmed, "Just as I thought, he can't even block a simple thrust." Seeing Johan only able to swing without strategy, Karamaf was once again doubtful. He's swinging entirely by instinct without any proper technique. Did Jessen never teach him real swordsmanship? He thought to himself, he's a dangerous one. I need to end this quickly. Recalling the nonsense sword path from the beginning of the fight, if he used that stupid slash again, Karamaf had already imagined a different ending. His precious head would leave his shoulder. In his heart, he challenged, "Come at me, you brat." But Johan stunned him, making him gasp, "What?" His sword path was like a python, coiling with immense skill. That snake slithered through, biting the target. The armor was too hard, causing the blade to crack under the strain. And though the sword broke again, it was still enough to slice through, leaving a large wound as blood sprayed out. Having been hit, Karamaf panicked. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as he watched Johan swing a fist toward him. Relying on raw strength, Johan dealt a direct punch. Karamaf was sent flying to the side, the armor denting significantly. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he stared in horror. He leaned on his sword to steady himself. Karamaf fell to his knees, clutching the wound and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with confusion. He ground his teeth in pure rage. "This is Kegel's technique, assassination swordsmanship. Johan Eitz, you've been hiding your true skills all along." Seeing Johan holding the broken sword, pointing it at him with murderous intent, Karamaf fumed. "Damn it, I completely let my guard down." He put his hand over his mouth, but blood kept pouring out. Puddles of blood formed on the ground as he let out dry coughs. At this moment, Johan removed his helmet, looking at Karamaf with pure resentment. He slammed the helmet down hard onto the ground. He questioned him loudly, "Hey, why did you do all of this?" Karamaf looked up and replied hesitantly, "Everything, for His Majesty. The Holy Kingdom is more unstable than ever. His Majesty has drawn the imperial sword to set the empire right. The sword named Mavkara is." Speaking this far, he clutched his wound in pain, coughing violently. Then suddenly, Karamaf burst into a loud laugh and shouted, "I'm very impressed, Johan Eitz." Then dropping his voice, he continued, "For decades, I've fought across countless battlefields and against infinite knights, but I've never met anyone as strong as you." Looking at Johan with resolve, Karamaf made a determined invitation, Come with me to the Empire, Johan. His Majesty needs a powerful talent like you right now. He painted a picture of endless favors. The Empire's infinite gold and silver would bring you glory, and you will receive vast, fertile lands. His Majesty himself will appoint you as his royal knight. And then Karamaf shouted, "Become the Emperor's sword, Johan." Johan fell into thought, reflecting on every word he just heard. Infinite gold and silver, huh? Then he stood still, looking up at the sky. It was an indescribable, strange feeling. Johan closed his eyes and pondered. That is the life I once dreamed of. But for some reason, right now, I don't feel anything at all. Having reached this thought, he answered firmly, "I refuse." Despite the promising prospects, Karamaf couldn't believe the answer. He blurted out, "What?" Johan shouted in hatred, "Get out. You didn't just kill my family, but also innocent serfs, people who did absolutely nothing wrong." Karamaf was puzzled. "Sir, you're refusing my offer because of some serf." He ground his teeth in anger. A second later he screamed, "Who cares about their deaths? What? Don't tell me your mother was some lowly serf. They are insects, weak insects. The strong drink the blood of the weak. Those are the rules of this world." Facing these words, Johan went silent, thinking to himself, "I'm sorry, master." He clenched his hands so tightly that his palms began to bleed, filled with rage. "I just can't control my own power." After a brief hesitation, Johan threw a straight punch right into Karamaf's face. Johan flew into a rage, unleashing a barrage of punches. Each word of reproach was a heavy blow for the Emperor. Because lives are worthless. By now, his anger had reached its absolute peak. Johan used every ounce of his strength to deliver a final strike, screaming frantically, "What makes you think you're so damn noble? So noble that you have the right to judge who deserves to live and who doesn't." Karamaf's face was pummeled into a distorted mess. He couldn't fight back. Blood simply gushed across his entire face. Karamaf's whole body went limp, one hand trembling slightly. At the point of impact, Johan's fist was stained with the man's blood, dripping drop by drop. His rage hadn't subsided, and every vein on his hand stood out clearly. Right now, Karamaf was beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground coughing dryly. Johan didn't care anymore and turned to walk away. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when Karamaf spoke up, "You fool." He struggled, shakily pointing a hand toward Johan, and croaked, "You should have accepted my offer." With teeth broken and his face disfigured, Karamaf stubbornly spat out, "It's too late now, you who broke the Emperor's sword." He warned him that from this moment on, he would know only suffering. Hearing those words, Johan turned his head back and glared. At that point, Karamaf's arm trembled. A second later, he lost consciousness completely, his body going limp. Johan turned his back and walked away through the glowing smoke, ash fluttering in the air. He thought to himself, "This world accepts death so casually. To survive, all I ever thought about was money." Johan's hands were still clenched into fists, his anger yet to cool, as he thought hesitantly. But witnessing every village submerged in a sea of flames and the people being murdered made his blood boil even more. They had slaughtered everyone in our territory. Our families and neighbors were all killed and burned. Stepping over the fallen bodies of the soldiers, he determined that even if the whole world became his enemy, he would only do what had to be done. He would never regret his actions, no matter what anyone said. Johan's eyes became more determined than ever as he affirmed, "This is my way of life." Right in front of the city gate, a soldier stood guard in the dark night as a commotion broke out. Jane stepped inside. He questioned him in shock. "I'm asking you one more time. Is everything you just said the truth?" A soldier covered in bandages replied fearfully, "It's the truth, not a single lie, I swear. Please, sir, you have to believe me." The soldier recounted the horror. He suddenly stormed in, beat all the soldiers to a pulp, and then, with his bare hands, he took Lord Karamaf's head. Hearing that much was enough to make Jane swallow hard, as he listened in silence. That was the last time they saw Lord Karamaf. At the scene, Karamaf was nowhere to be found, which made Jane lose his temper. He barked angrily, "If what you say is true, then Lord Karamaf's body should be in there. How do you expect me to believe such baseless words without a shred of evidence?" Questioned so sharply, the soldier didn't know how to explain. He could only stammer, insisting, That's the part I don't understand either, but I definitely saw it." Another soldier approached to report, "Lord Jane, the pursuit team is ready." Jane clutched his head wearily and replied, "I know, I'll be out in a sec." Hurried footsteps echoed somewhere. Jane shouted orders to the soldiers, passing the command down to the entire army. The whole army listened, weapons drawn, an explosion of sound as they all cheered, "Pursue him, kill him." Jane ordered again, "The target is Johan Eitz." The sound of running footsteps on the other side grew more urgent. A traitor defiled by his own blood, and the prime suspect in the murder of Lord Karamaf. Meanwhile, Johan was carrying Karamaf, and running for his life amidst the soldiers' attacks. Over here, Jane screamed orders incessantly. Hunt him down. Kill him if you must, but bring him back at all costs, understood. Constantly pursued, Johan was forced to fight while carrying the man. Though he faced difficulties due to the burden, he handled each soldier quickly and efficiently. Over here, the whole team turned pale as they heard Jane's warnings. I heard he can tear through Orana steel with raw strength alone. Do not engage him one-on-one. Treat this as a dragon hunt. Block every road around the territory. We will press him all night long until he collapses from exhaustion. The soldiers were all bewildered by the information. One of them couldn't stop stammering. Lord Karamaf is dead. Jane slowly emphasized each command. We must bring that bastard's head to his majesty. Johan recalled Philip's instructions. Listen carefully, Johan. About 500 paces northwest of the hunting grounds, you'll find my stables. Go there, take a warhorse, and escape. You must survive at all costs. Taking temporary shelter under a tree, he set Karamaf down and panted heavily. Looking toward the silhouette of the building, he guessed, that must be the stable Philip mentioned. I'm exhausted. I thought it was over for me. Talk about luck. I thought hiding Karamaf's body would cause some confusion, but the pursuit team is moving faster than I imagined. Still, since his armor can serve as a shield, maybe I should keep carrying him until I lose. Johan patted his thighs, struggling to stabilize his strength and boost his morale. He encouraged himself. All right, let's go. Approaching the building, Johan opened the door and stepped inside, the door creaking in the quiet night. What met his eyes was a sturdy white horse. It looked incredibly fierce and snorted at Johan. Seeing the white horse, Johan was certain. So this is Jessen's warhorse. Stroking the warhorse, he whispered, "Thanks, big guy." While petting him, Johan was overjoyed. With this horse, he could at least catch a bit of rest in the saddle. Observing it for a moment, he hesitated and thought, let's see, your name will be. Finally, Johan called out, "Nice to meet you, Philip." Elsewhere, a soldier shouted when he saw a flash from a distance. I see something shining over there. I'm certain it's the glint of Orana steel. Search every corner of this area. Simultaneously, everyone went on high alert, ready for anything as the commander roared. That bastard is definitely nearby. Within the formation, another soldier spoke up. I hear hoofbeats. Suddenly, the silhouette of a horse thundered past. They looked closely at the figure in the saddle. Someone recognized him and screamed, It's Johan Eitz. He's escaping on horseback." Man and horse flashed past, bolting forward. The commander ordered, "Shoot him down. Don't let that bastard get away." Upon hearing the command, waves of arrows were loosed at once. But they were all deflected by Karamaf's armor, which Johan was carrying. And so Johan rode through the night, quickly losing the pursuit team and heading deep into the Black Forest. After traveling a long distance, he stopped and dug a hole. Looking down, he thought, this is probably deep enough. Even if he was a piece of trash, not burying a human being just doesn't feel right. Turning his head back, Johan hesitated. Anyway, his armor really does look expensive. He held the sword in his hand, giving it a test shake. Johan thought suspiciously, light yet incredibly solid. This sword is made of Orana steel. Drawing the sword from its scabbard, he saw strange characters engraved on the blade. Johan was stunned. Imperial ancient language. The inscription translated to, I am the retriever of seals. He muttered the phrase, retriever of seal. Johan grew angry at the hidden meaning, retrieving family crests. Even the name sounds like a bad omen. It feels like this sword is my sworn enemy. After a moment, Johan made his decision, holstering the sword at his hip. He tossed the armor into the pit. I'll take the sword for now, but I'm burying the armor. Having to bury such a valuable item made Johan regret it deeply. Damn it, what a waste. But carrying it right now won't help. I'll definitely come back for it later. Decision made, he shoveled the earth back in. He planted the shovel into the fresh dirt. The body and equipment were buried. He was exhausted, his body trembling with a bit of anxiety. Is this good enough? He cast a contemplative gaze. Johan thought to himself, Karamaf, the Emperor's knight. Once word of his death gets out, the whole empire will be hunting me. The countless knights under him will surely try to avenge him as well. And he remembered Karamaf's dying words. From this moment on, you will know only suffer. Closing his eyes, he reflected on his life thus far. My life has been nothing but suffering long before I beat him to death. What should I do now? The Eitz house is burned down. I don't even have a single coin, and I can't sell this precious armor. I'm so drained, my hands won't stop shaking. I'll rest for a bit and then figure it out. Sensing someone behind him, Johan jumped. He drew his sword, spun around, and went into a defensive stance. A massive black wolf with glowing red eyes stood there. Johan froze when he recognized it. A black wolf. Trembling from exhaustion and facing a formidable foe, he cursed irritably. Damn it, you show up now of all times, right when I'm completely spent. Johan frowned, his mind racing with confusion. In this state, there's no way to win. My hands are shot. I can barely even hold this sword. He stepped back cautiously, looking for an opening. I need to get to the horse and get the hell out of here. From the distance, Johan's heart nearly stopped when he heard a shout. We found his horse. The troop converged on the horse's location, searching everywhere. The commander kept shouting, "We've captured the bastard's horse. He must be close." Johan turned back in a panic. The Aquitaine wolves, have they caught up already? The commander pointed in one direction, screaming, "Over there, I heard something." In that moment, Johan had been spotted. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Surrounded on both sides, Johan had no way out. A monster in front and the pursuit team behind. There was no escape. Just as he was fumbling for a way out, thinking this was the end, the black wolf suddenly lunged right past. It tore into the soldiers instead. The soldiers, attacked for no reason, screamed for help. "It's a monster, help me." Witnessing this, Johan was stunned. What, did it not see me? Snapping out of it, "No, that doesn't matter now. It's clearing a path, this is my chance." Johan's body could barely hold up. One knee gave out suddenly. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body to move. "I have to act. If I don't move now, I'm dead." A second later, Johan summoned his last bit of strength and let out a long scream. Then he lunged forward, trying to run. He managed to scramble onto the horse's back, and seizing the moment, he galloped away. Memories of childhood rushed back, Father Valberga teaching him as a boy. On the road, man and horse thundered along without rest. As he fled, Johan remembered a scene of him and Philip together as children. Then a scene of him training, from boyhood to adulthood. Each frame flashed through Johan's mind like a movie. Leaving his birthplace behind, he whispered a final goodbye. Goodbye, Eights Village. On the soldiers' side, the entire squad had been slaughtered by the Black Wolf. No one survived. Having dealt with them, it watched Johan's fatting silhouette. The Black Wolf just watched, making no move to follow. Episode 1, The End of Childhood. End. Seeing the Imperial soldiers guarding strictly and hunting him down, Johan was annoyed. Damn it. Hiding in a nearby bush, he was bewildered. A checkpoint here too. The exit is completely blocked. Johan slumped to the ground, lamenting helplessly. "I'm screwed. Since I escaped, I haven't eaten, slept, or done anything right. I didn't expect to be hunted by the Aquitaine wolves for 3 straight days. The number of times I've nearly died, I can't even count them. Whenever I fight those bastards, they swarm in packs." With dark circles under his eyes and visible exhaustion, Johan knew he had hit his limit. He didn't even have the strength to lift his sword anymore. Sensing he was in a death trap, he was utterly panicked. Is there really no way out? Am I just going to be caught by those bastards and executed? Johan heard a noise from behind and turned to see what it was. He saw a group escorting a carriage coming his way. Johan guessed, an armed cargo carriage with guards, a merchant caravan. He suddenly had a brainwave. All right, I'll disguise myself as a street peddler. Johan made a risky decision. If I look like part of their group, I might avoid suspicion. I'll use them to slip past the checkpoint. The person sitting on the carriage was the Katana Eldon's merchant caravan. A mercenary called out, "Master Eldons." Eldons replied, "What is it, Goran?" Kan looked ahead and continued, "Up ahead." A figure appeared. Goran and Kan spoke up. "It's a heavily armed cavalryman." Another member of the caravan gasped, "What?" Mercenary Goran and Kan went on alert, saying, "Sir, I believe we should prepare for a fight." Mercenary Goran Gamson looked indifferent. "Why make such a fuss over one rider? If necessary, the 9 of us can lunge in and finish him instantly." Mercenary Goran was worried, pointing at Johan and warning Gamson, "Look closely, Gamson. Unlike us, he's in full armor and riding a warhorse. And on top of that, he's wearing a steel helmet and a breastplate." Goran and Kan pushed Gamson's head down low, pointing in one direction. "And do you see that sword hanging at his hip? Look at the hilt. That purple glint means it's definitely forged from Orana steel. If he swings that at us, our armor will be sliced like butter. We could be wiped out if we face him head-on." While Goran slapped his head in frustration, Gamson remained unfazed and without a worry. He tried to explain to his teammates, "Wiped out? Really? Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? There are 9 of us here." 9. One of the caravan members pushed Gamson over, barking angrily, "Someone get this idiot out of my sight. I can't think straight because of him." The others were equally irritated, slapping Gamson's head. "Come here, you moron. If you don't know anything, shut up." Eldons was now panicking, turning to shout, "Goran, Kan, get everyone ready. We attack the moment that guy does anything suspicious. I'll go forward to check the situation first." He ordered tensely, "When I give the signal, all of you attack at once." The whole troop obeyed, "Yes, sir." Eldon stepped down and slowly walked forward. Meanwhile, Goran and Kan turned back to whisper to the others, "Listen up, guys. Once the fight starts, knock that guy off his horse first. Then calmly thrust your blades into the gaps in his armor." He stepped forward, greeting while probing. Hello, I am Eldons of the Katana Merchant Caravan. I wish to avoid any unnecessary misunderstanding. May I ask your name, sir? Seeing the person approaching wasn't human, Johan jumped slightly. Wait, a catman. Seeing everyone's faces darken with high alert. Eldons was now both bewildered and suspicious. Seeing the tension, Johan was equally flustered. He thought to himself, this is bad. Is he suspicious of me because of how I look right now? First, I need to make him lower his guard. A second later, Johan spoke up to greet him, removing his helmet to be more polite. May the blessings of the gods be with you. My name is Johan. I look like this because I was attacked by bandits on the road just now. You don't need to be so wary. Pointing behind Eldons, he hesitantly made a request. So, could you tell those gentlemen staring at me from behind not to attack me? Eldons felt as if a burden had been lifted and burst out laughing. It seems I've been quite rude. Please forgive me. As a merchant, I must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Johan replied, of course, I understand that. That's why. He timidly petitioned, could you let me travel with your caravan? As you can see, I lost all my travel funds after the attack. At the same time, he offered a compromise. If you can provide me with a bit of food and a place to sleep, I will help protect your wagons. Eldon stroked his beard and pondered. The boy certainly looked strong enough, and he didn't seem suspicious. After a moment, he decided, very well, let's do that. Then Eldons pointed behind him and spoke up. We are on our way to Marseille. It will be quite a long journey. You should go and get acquainted with the mercenaries over there. Johan thanked him profusely. I am immensely grateful to you. Although he was overjoyed, he was inwardly bewildered. Marseille, where is that place? Eldons returned to the carriage. Goran couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Master Eldons, what happened? Eldons answered vaguely but didn't forget to give a reminder. It's just a wanderer, nothing at all. We'll be traveling together for a while. However, as a precaution, keep an eye on. His gaze turned sharp and cold as Eldons added, if anything happens, do not hesitate to kill him. The whole group replied, yes, sir. Having resolved the immediate problem, Johan breathed a sigh of relief. Great, now I just need to get past the checkpoint. The whole group continued their journey. A soldier spotted them and called out to the others, hey, someone is approaching. They shouted loudly at the merchant caravan, we are the Aquitaine Wolves. If you want to pass, cooperate obediently and let us perform a preliminary inspection. Despite having made it this far, Johan was extremely worried. Finally, at the checkpoint. Hopefully, I can sneak through without drawing attention. Eldon spoke up. Aquitaine Wolves, I have done business with you several times. I am Eldons of the Katana Merchant Guild. I want to speak directly with the person in charge. Hearing this, a soldier panicked and stammered. The Katana Merchant Guild. He was terrified upon hearing the name. A merchant guild headquartered in Marseille, the trade center. That Katana Merchant Guild. Marseille was a city that even the emperor dared not touch lightly. Recalling these facts, the soldier smiled flatteringly. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Eldons. We are only following orders to search for a deserting traitor, if you would be so kind as to cooperate a little. Hearing this, Johan was furious. A deserting traitor. These bastards really did set up this checkpoint just to find me. The soldier reached him for inspection and barked. Hey, you there. Take off your helmet and show us your face. Johan was flustered and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Then he faked a few coughs and made an excuse. The thing is, I have a bit of a skin disease on my face, so. The whole group of soldiers burst out laughing and mocked him. What, did your mother push too hard when she gave birth to you? Let's see that mangled face of yours. Hurry up and take it off or else. One of them threatened slyly. You're hiding something. He and the soldier stared each other down, one side anxious and the other solemn. Johan moved to draw his sword with the intent. Damn it, if it comes to this, I might have no choice but to fight. A shout made them both startle. Enough. Eldons was truly provoked. Are you seriously questioning the Katana Trading Company? The soldier tried to justify himself. It's not like that. We are just carrying out imperial orders. Eldons barked back angrily. I told you to go get your commander. Pointing straight at the soldier's face, Eldons scolded solemnly. If you interfere with our business any further, I will have no choice but to file a complaint directly with your captain. I'll go to the Marseille branch personally. The soldier could only helplessly order, clear the way for them. The remaining soldiers pretended to whistle and looked away, acting as if they knew nothing. The soldier facing Johan tossed out a remark. You're lucky, you poor bastard. Johan breathed a sigh of relief. I made it through without having to fight. Finally, I'm out of here. But the soldiers still watched Johan intently. Their faces were grim and full of bloodlust. The caravan stopped. They lit a fire and sat down to rest. A mercenary spoke up to assign tasks. Everyone, check your equipment one last time. The night watch will be assigned to the oldest man and the newest recruit. Eldon sat in his tent, humming while reading something. One of the mercenaries spoke up. You said your name was Johan, right? You don't have anything special to do, so just go to sleep first. Johan thanked him hurriedly. Thank you, sir. He took off some of his equipment, then rolled it up to form a pillow and tossed it onto the area covered with a carpet. Lying on the carpet, Johan let out a shaky sigh. I didn't expect catching a few winks to be this difficult. Finally, I can rest. As soon as he lay down, he fell fast asleep. From above, a beam of light flashed. The face of a soldier peered out, grinning triumphantly. He turned back to give an order. Good, everyone get ready. We will surround them from the hill and attack all at once. In the middle of the training grounds among hundreds of soldiers, a shout from a superior echoed. This sergeant, PR on N. Defense in depth is a military strategy intended to delay rather than prevent the advance of an attacker, buying time and causing additional casualties by yielding space. Rather than defeating an attacker with a single strong line of defense, defense in depth relies on the tendency of an attack to lose momentum over time, or as it covers a larger area. During the battalion-level tactical training, Defense in Depth successfully implemented the defense in depth tactic, holding off a large company-sized enemy force with only a small number of troops. He demonstrated excellent tactical thinking and became an example for other servicemen. Consequently, he was awarded a commendation along with a 5-day, 4-night reward leave. Commander of Unit XXX, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Yebak. At the invitation, the young soldier shouted solemnly, Sir. Johan smiled radiantly. Excellent, truly unbelievable. Perhaps the military actually suits me. It's a good thing I studied strategy and tactics beforehand. The joy didn't last long, however. Life isn't always rosy. The backward and old-fashioned superior-subordinate culture, the killer shifts, and working conditions that were either scorching hot or bone-chillingly cold. His inner self screamed in despair, and the worst part was, there was truly nothing more painful. The salary was as tiny as a mouse's tail. He tried to struggle. Damn it, not like this, I'm deserting. But they wouldn't let go. Where do you think you're going? It's easy to get in, but you're not getting out. The insults rang out piercingly. Damn it. Johan snapped his eyes open, drenched in sweat. He was still clutching his sword. A dream. He let out a sigh of relief. Sitting up and scratching his head in confusion, Johan thought, I couldn't even sleep well because of that military dream. My whole body is so sore. Suddenly, he looked up. In the sky, the moon emitted a blue light. The space was very quiet. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at him. With a thwack, Johan caught it with his bare hand. It was exactly 1 millimeter away from his eye. It took several seconds for Johan to catch his breath from the shock and fear. His nerves of alertness vibrated violently. An attack? Are those bastards following me? His body sprang up like a coil. He had thought he'd escaped safely. He had to warn the mercenaries first. Without hesitation, Johan shouted the alarm, enemy ambush. Going back in time a bit, 5 minutes before the enemy alarm, the mercenaries were still whispering. What I wanted to ask was, Gamson grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are we the only ones working ourselves to death? In fairness, that cavalryman should be assigned night watch too. The mercenary next to him yawned. Gamson. Can ordered, shut your mouth. He turned his head and questioned back. You're telling me to give the guard duty to a guy we don't even know. You don't think that while we're sleeping, that bastard could slit our throats, snatch all the goods, and bolt? Can sighed in frustration. If you can't distinguish what's important and keep acting thoughtlessly like that, you won't last long in this business. He spoke up. Gamson glanced over, his gaze a bit hardened. I became a mercenary because I didn't want to be stuck my whole life in that godforsaken village, because I wanted to live like a real man. But his face darkened with disdain. If I'd known the Goran mercenaries were a bunch of idiots who couldn't get anything done and froze up just because of one armored cavalryman, I wouldn't have joined this trash outfit in the first place. This successfully incited his anger. What did you just say? You want to die? Both placed their hands on their sword hilts, determined to have a life-or-death struggle. Just then, Johan shouted and interrupted. Enemy ambush. They immediately forgot their intent to bicker. Enemy ambush. A volley of arrows whizzed toward the two of them. Can quickly shoved Gamson's head down to the ground, using his other hand to raise his shield. Get down. A long while later, he looked down at his wooden shield peppered with arrows. The arrow rain has stopped. Can turned quickly. Come on, Gamson, go call the others. But he had long since run off for his life. He cursed out loud, son of a bitch. Just then, someone ran up shouting, Can. Goran rejoiced, thank God you're safe. Arrows were flying everywhere. It's an ambush. Next, he looked around and asked, wait, where's Gamson? Can was too rushed to answer. Leave that for later. Is Lord Eldon safe? Goran nodded. He's hiding under the carriage. Anyway, get ready for combat. At this point, Johan had also finished his preparations. He pointed at them. You two over there, Goran and Can, right? Form a defensive circle around the wagon. Because of the urgent situation, Johan unconsciously raised his voice. We don't know which direction they're attacking, so we must huddle together and fight together. But they coldly cut him off. You think you're the one hearing us. Kan raised his voice. We'll take care of ourselves, so just worry about keeping your own skin intact. Johan's face went completely blank. The mercenary team filed out, donning armor and taking up weapons and shields. Everyone, prepare for battle. Despite being bluntly rejected, Johan still tried to persuade them. Kan, I've fought in a battle like this before. Give me a shield. Eldons, hiding under the carriage, screamed again. Absolutely not. We don't even have enough shields for ourselves. Find your own way to survive. Unable to do anything else, he cursed silently. Damn it, they don't trust me at all. His azure pupils suddenly dilated. The ambushers were closing in. But what made him more tense was, who were they? Not the Aquitaine Grey Wolves, just a bandit gang. Kan led the command. Now, the whole unit attacked. The mercenary side let out a war cry and charged. He was startled beyond belief. What? If everyone charges, who's going to protect the carrot? In the battle, the sound of swords was mixed with chaotic shouting. You bastards, who are you? How dare you ambush us? Someone from the ambushing side said, use numbers to push them back. We have the advantage. Goran quickly gave instructions. Hold your ground. If you let them in, we're dead. With a thwack, he was punched square in the face by someone. Shut up. He saw this and was incredibly worried. Captain Goran. The other man pinned Goran to the ground, leveling a sword. Die. The muscular young man's silhouette blurred past. Damn it. A decisive strike was unleashed. The ambusher didn't even realize he'd been hit. Not just one, but several of them. What? A moment later, blood sprayed. Even Johan, the one who struck, couldn't believe it. What is this? He was sliced in two in an instant. The pitch-black blade momentarily turned bright red. This made the ambushers shrink back in fear. Are the ancient runes on the sword absorbing blood? They were horrified as they realized. It's a magic sword. The enemy is equipped with a magic sword. A merchant escort having a magic sword. What are you talking about? There's no way we can defeat him. Johan used all his strength to shout. Listen up, all of you. His voice was calm yet commanding. I am Johan Yates of the Yates family. Who among you dares attack? As soon as the words were spoken, both friend and foe were stunned. He's a noble. He shifted his eyes slightly. Yates. Inwardly, he was a bit hesitant. I only changed Yates a little bit. It should be fine, right? And it actually worked. The Yates family. I don't know that house, but that means he's a noble, right? They trembled one by one. If he uses a magic sword, he's certainly not from an ordinary family. We're finished for daring to touch a noble house. He pointed his sword at them. Answer my question. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, they froze up. Do you want to surrender now or? Johan spoke in a low voice, looking straight at them. Do you want to die under this blade? The people from the mercenary unit added their voices. Think carefully, you bastards. A sigh rang out. One of them let go, dropping his sword to the ground. Then a second, a third, more and more followed. All of them simultaneously raised their hands. We surrender. Johan sheathed his sword. Then he called out, Goran. The man hurriedly ran over. Yes, Lord Johan. Tie them up. He instructed coldly. You may cut down anyone who dares to resist. Whispers began a conversation. Lord Eldons, what do we do now? Goran was leaning over, whispering in his ear. I mean about that noble. I thought he was just a wanderer with good gear. He won't hold a grudge for how we treated him, will he? We should have at least given him a separate tent. Eldons was also a bit intimidated. We let him join when he asked. That must count as showing goodwill. He instructed, I will settle everything smoothly, so just stay quiet and watch. Then Eldons managed to squeeze out a smile, wagging his tail to please him. Well, Lord Johan of the Yates family, you must have had a difficult night. Johan turned his head. Ah, Eldons. He held out his hand and made an offer. You helped protect my wagons. I don't know how to repay you. Inwardly, he was full of regret. If I'd known he was a noble, I would have lent him a shield. Contrary to Eldon's worry, Johan smiled. Repay me? What are you talking about? More importantly, I'm glad you're safe. Eldon's eyes lit up. He's not accepting payment. Johan looked at him, not understanding what was going on. Not paying it much mind, he just gently added, by the way, let me borrow a shield next time, okay? Eldons couldn't be happier. Of course, Lord Johan. Next time, I will definitely give a shield to you first before anyone else. He nodded. Good. Observing the situation for a bit, Johan spoke up again. Furthermore, I intend to interrogate them. Could I ask the mercenaries to lend a hand? Eldons had no reason to refuse. Certainly. He cleared his throat again. However, now that your status has been revealed, we would feel more at ease if you spoke a bit more formally. Johan gave an ah and said, very well, I shall do so. A mercenary dragged up one of the tied-up ambushers. Move it, thief. The man knelt before Johan. He looked down from above and interrogated in a low voice. Are you their leader? Who are you and why did you attack us? The man dejectedly revealed their identity. We are the house guards of the Brits family, a house that has been wiped out. It turned out their background was quite tragic. A few months ago, Baron Brits was suddenly attacked under the accusation of plotting a rebellion against the emperor. Those bastards slaughtered everyone, men, women, children, even the elderly, without a single shred of actual evidence. When he mentioned the slaughterer, Johan felt as if he had been plunged into a pot of boiling water. The ones who attacked our territory were the Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenaries. We fought back fiercely, but once the noble executioner joined them, we were defeated and had no choice but to retreat. Goran turned to ask the person next to him about the noble executioner. The man nodded solemnly. It must have been him. Johan's blue eyes darkened at those words. The emperor's hound, Karamaf. The leader of the ambush bowed his head in a plea for mercy. I am truly sorry. I have committed a capital offense. We never imagined a noble would be traveling with a merchant caravan. His voice went hoarse with despair. The imperial army is hunting us down, calling us rebels, while the people of the north have turned their backs on us, calling us cowardly deserters. His entire body trembled. Though I cannot justify our banditry, we had to do something just to survive. Johan pressed further, and you didn't attack us for any other reason. He nodded vigorously, like a pestle grinding in a mortar. No, sir. The only reason we targeted the caravan's wagons was because they were valuable. However, this revelation made Eldons bare his teeth in fury. You absolute bastard. Do you have any idea that the delivery business of these caravans is built entirely on trust? He fumed with rage. Do you know how much damage we've suffered because of people like you? He was so livid that those around him had to hold him back. Hey, stop him. Calm down, Master Eldons. Johan was busy processing the weight of what he had just heard, rebellion against the emperor. Come to think of it, when he fought Karamaf, the man said everything was for the emperor. He bit his lip hard. Now I understand. The truth finally came to light. There was never any rebellion at all. The emperor just needed an excuse to purge the nobility, a pretext to take the leash off Karamaf. He was so angry he wanted to laugh. For the emperor, what a load of garbage. That piece of work deserves the most horrific death imaginable. The way Johan looked at the people who had just ambushed him began to change. They were in the same boat as him, victims of power. The muscular young man felt a bit conflicted. Even so, the fact remains they turned into bandits. I'm not quite sure what to do with. Can stepped forward. Master Johan, what should we do with these guys? Just give the word, and we can beat them within an inch of their lives until they reveal more. He quickly intervened. No, we already have all the information we need. Can bowed in obedience, understood. Gamson jumped out from nowhere. Then let's just kill them all. Clang, his weapon was parried. It was Can who had stepped in. Gamson looked confused. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Can glared at him. They surrendered to Master Johan. We have no right to punish them, especially not you, after you abandoned your teammates and ran away, Gamson. Acting like a total jerk, he pouted. Oh, that, right, of course. The bound men began to wail loudly. Please, Master Knight, have mercy. We'll never do anything bad again. Please just have mercy on us this once. They were all trembling with terror. Can rested his hand on his sword hilt. Just say the word, Master Johan, and I will execute them immediately. He was just about to draw his blade. Johan gave the order, disarm them and let them go. Those kneeling on the ground teared up. Oh, Master Knight. Gamson questioned him irritably. Wait, you're actually letting them go. Are you serious? His voice turned stern. Listen carefully. Every word radiated noble authority. I understand your situation. Perhaps you've never known anything other than holding a weapon. But even so, raiding caravans is unacceptable. Not only that, he showed clear empathy. I'm the same, just learning skills to survive. Eldon stood to the side, listening in shock. A noble, learning skill. Johan used the mercenaries as an example. Look at them. Do you think these people refrain from banditry because they don't know how to steal? Can looked sheepish. Well, I'm a Goran. I'm here because he pays well. Johan gave a serious assurance. I'm sparing your lives, so go learn a trade and find a real way to make a living. They were so moved they prostrated themselves on the ground to show their gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Master Knight. We will never forget this kindness. Having settled the matter, Johan breathed a sigh of relief. We should move out. I don't want to get dragged into anything else like this. Can nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Master Johan. From a distance, a shadow sat upon the mountain peak, something like a pitch-black wild wolf. However, its blood-red eyes were watching everything. Before reaching Marcel, Johan's group decided to stop at a small place called Rutsbeck Village to rest for a while. The sunset draped itself over the area. A voice called out, Chief, Master Eldons of the Katana merchant caravan has arrived. I know, replied the Rutsbeck village chief. The chief stepped out. He rushed forward with open arms. Village chief, it's been months, hasn't it? He replied happily as well. Eldons, it's good to see you. Did anything happen on your way here? Eldon shook his head dismissively. Don't even ask. We ran into a band of robbers on the road. Ever since the Emperor started losing his mind, it feels like bandits are running more rampant than ever. Rutzbeck pointed a finger in helpless exasperation. You crazy old fool. If someone from the Imperial faction heard you say that, you'd be in deep trouble. Eldons laughed heartily. Regardless, we delivered the goods safe. He recounted with an admiring gaze. It's all thanks to the noble traveling with us. Eldons's perspective. His eyes shone as if he were looking at an idol. He is unbelievably brave. The chief pondered. A noble, you say? Come to think of it, some noble-looking guy passed through here a few weeks ago. Rutzbeck recalled, but it turned out he was just some nameless nobody pretending to be a noble. Get the hell out. I beat him half to death and kicked him out of the village. The story made Eldons cover his face in laughter. You still act before you think when you get angry, don't you? I can see that. He clicked his tongue and gave an assurance. You don't need to worry this time. He is both brave and incredibly upright, even after protecting us from those bandits. Eldon spoke with pride. He didn't even ask for any reward. The chief's eyes widened. What? A noble doing a favor without shaking people down for money? That can't possibly be true. Stroking his beard, Rutzbeck contemplated. Still, this old shark isn't the type to talk nonsense. With banditry as bad as it is now, just having that knight stay here would be a benefit to our village. That was true. In this era, a true knight was strong enough to slaughter an entire mercenary band, making them a powerful asset for public security. He quickly turned to probe. Perfect timing. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a few days? No, forget that. Stay for a few weeks and rest up. You just said yourself the bandits are out of control lately. Eldon shook his head politely. I can't, Chief. I can't keep imposing on you. The chief immediately draped an arm around his neck. Imposing? What's there to be bothered about between us? Even if our relationship is basically one of shameless haggling in broad daylight. In truth, both had their own motives. This wrinkled old baldy is trying to steal my travel companion. The chief smiled, though his heart wasn't in it as he looked at the hairy carpet trying to block his way. Rutzbeck cleared his throat. So, where is this precious noble of yours? Meanwhile, the precious noble in question, Johann, was sitting under a tree, groaning. He thought to himself, I'm starving to death. It looked like he was about to die on the street like a beggar. At that moment, Goran walked up. Master Johann. Johann looked up with soulless eyes. What is it? He suddenly held something out. Please, accept this. When he opened it, Goran explained respectfully, this is the money you've earned. Johann's whole body felt recharged. Money. Goran scratched his head. We sold off all the bandits' assets and weapons. It's not a fortune, but it's a decent amount. He asked in disbelief, you didn't take any for yourselves. Goran asserted seriously. You were the one who captured them alive, so of course not, sir. For a moment, Johann didn't know what to say. Then he held the bag out. Here, take this and divide it among your subordinates. Goran was stunned. What? Goran stammered, pointing at the bag. No, this is way too much. They surrendered to you, Master Johann. By right, all the spoils should be yours. It's fine, he comforted him. Don't worry about it. Tossing a few small coins in his hand, Johann spoke while silently shedding tears. I've taken my share. The amount was so small, Goran gasped. You're only taking that much. He forced a smile. I said it's fine, didn't I? In his heart he was weeping. It's not fine at all. It hurts like hell to give up money I bled and sweated for. Internally, he gritted his teeth against the pain. But compared to running into the Aquitaine Grey Wolf territory alone, paying to travel with a mercenary band was 100 times better than going solo. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Goran's shoulder as the man was about to speak. Besides, I wasn't fighting alone. He put on the most dignified smile he could muster. We fought together. That means we're teammates now. In his head, he wondered, is this enough to buy a little goodwill? Having finished, Johann turned his back and waved. If that's all, I'm off. Just as expected, Goran was truly moved to the point of tears. Master Johann, a heart that cares for those under him. This is the true dignity of a knight. Inside the tavern, the mercenaries were talking loud. Goran tapped his glass for attention. Listen up, everyone. Master Johann has shown incredible generosity to all of you. He laughed loudly. He has shared the proceeds from the spoils. Line up and come forward one by one to receive your share. This was unprecedented, so they were all skeptical. Did I hear that right? He's sharing money that should be his with us. A silence fell over the room. It took a moment for them to believe what they were hearing. Cheers erupted one after another. Johann, Johann, Johann. And the subject of the cheers in the back room of the tavern was snoring away. A faint sound of footsteps echoed outside. The wooden door creaked open slowly. A draft blew in, extinguishing the candle by the table. Johann remained still with his eyes closed. The intruder's eyes flashed red with ferocity, just like the glint of the blade in his hand. Around that time specifically, the night before the attack on Johann, Goran had excitedly announced, Master Johan has been generous and shared the spoils with everyone. Line up and step forward one by one to get your share. Everyone was thrilled, cheering loudly. They shouted in unison, Johan, Johan. Seeing their reaction, Johan rejoiced inwardly. Good, everyone is satisfied with that pittance. I kept all the valuable silver coins while still winning their favor. What a steal. I've successfully built up some serious goodwill. At that moment, someone approached and asked, Are you Master Johan? He asked in surprise, You know me. The old man smiled. Of course, sir. You're the noble traveling with Master Eldon's right. Beside him, someone invited him deferentially. I will take you to our best room. The Katana caravan has already covered all the costs. Please, this way. Johan was quite pleased. Eldon's finally repaid the favor in his own way. Excellent. I was tired anyway. Thinking this, he agreed. All right, led the way. Meanwhile, an argument was breaking out back at the main group. Why am I the only one who didn't get a share? Goran stated flatly, You hid while everyone else was fighting. Gamson, you don't get a single coin. The guy tried to argue, but that's... Gamson muttered angrily, Damn it, they actually left me out. Suddenly his eyes went wide in shock. He saw Johan walking with the old man from earlier. A prominent sword was hanging at Johan's hip. Gamson smirked with a calculating look. There it is. A short time later, at an inn, Johan was relaxing, soaking in a bathtub. He muttered with satisfaction, Finally, I feel like I can actually get some rest. Along with a comfortable bed and warm bathwater, who knew such simple things could make me so happy? Johan now realized he had no idea that a wanderer's life without a home was so miserable. He looked back at the past. Back then, he didn't realize that sleeping in an old bed was such a massive luxury. Even though he was born into a noble family, he still thought that life was different. But an incident occurred, and then that crazy emperor leveled our territory to the ground. I wasn't the only victim. Johan decided not to dwell on it anymore. Anyway, I survived, so I'm probably luckier than most. At the same time, he scolded himself. Damn it, I should have accepted Karamaf's offer. His current worry was that at this rate, the Imperial army would surely catch him and execute. That's why I need to think of another way. Right. Johan reflected on the past, realizing those men hadn't been able to do anything to Eldons. For that reason, he deduced that a proud mercenary group wouldn't be afraid of a lowly merchant. They must certainly be wary of the merchant guild Eldons belonged to. Johan grew even more confident. Yes, he remembered learning about merchant guilds at the village market when he was young. It was recorded in books that merchant guilds within the same network share information and finances across borders. And if it is a powerful guild, they can mobilize politicians, nobles, or even a nation's military. Based on these facts, he understood that if he wanted to survive while being wanted by the empire, he needed to approach a merchant guild at any cost. However, Johan was currently exhausted. Oh well, he'd settle those complex matters later. For now, he needed to fill his stomach and get some sleep. The silent night gradually descended. He was fast asleep after a series of exhausting days. The door to Johan's room was slowly opening. He seemed to remain in a deep sleep, showing no signs of waking. A gaze full of murderous intent flashed in the dark night. He stared intently at the sword. Johan clutched tightly in his sleep. He tiptoed closer, reaching his hand toward him. And the main objective was that sword. Johan grabbed his hand and questioned him. Don't you people ever get tired of this game? He was filled with pain mixed with terror upon being discovered. Johan interrogated him coldly. Answer me. Are you one of Karamaf's hounds? He panicked, hurriedly swinging a knife to threaten him. Let me go. However, he was flung right out of the room. He lay painfully sprawled out on the ground. Before he could regain his composure, Johan grabbed him by the ankle. He pleaded desperately for help. Please, please save me. A late regret followed as the attacker realized too late that the man he had just provoked was no ordinary person. Returning to the moment 5 minutes before the incident, inside the inn, while the old man was also drifting deep into a beautiful dream, Gamson and his accomplices stealthily made their way upstairs. He was the youngest of the mercenary group. Goran Gamson whispered, Hey, are you sure it's okay to leave that task to that guy? Pra, a youth from Rutspek village, confirmed, of course. Pra even bragged, Vulin is the strongest in Rutspek. You know how fast and strong he is, and he's carrying a dagger and a mask. No way he'll get caught. While speculating, Pell is probably stealing the horses exactly as planned. Indeed, Pell, the horse enthusiast of Rutspek, was mesmerized. So this is a war horse. It looks incredibly fierce. Unable to restrain himself, Pell tried to ride it. Be good, little one. He was also very curious. But Gamson, is that noble's sword really that expensive? Gamson asked back, Pra, wasn't it? Have you ever seen a sword that can slice a person in half like butter? He talked incessantly. I saw that sword split an armed soldier's body. A sword with that kind of power can't be cheap. Simultaneously, he spoke with contempt, assuming that the knight was nothing without that sword. However, a series of noisy sounds caught both of their attention. Vulin was tumbling across the ground. As he was dragged into the room, Vulin screamed frantically, "Please save me." Witnessing the scene, Gamson's soul nearly left his body. Seeing him frozen, Pra called out repeatedly, "Gamson, what the hell is happening? Gamson." Gamson fled in a panic. "I don't know, run if you want to live," while Pra called out in confusion, "Gamson." As he fled, he had only one thought, "We're doomed." His intuition told him something was wrong. The old man was also woken up. "Who are you people?" The old man insistently called after them. "Who are you too?" "Wait, is that you, Pra?" Pra hurriedly denied it. "I'm not Pra." While the old man fumed, "What kind of monkey business are you idiots up to now?" The two quickly ran to the meeting spot. They frantically called out, "Pell," and Pell replied happily, "Finally, you guys." He was panting, "Brother," but Gamson interrupted, "Shut up and get ready, move fast." While Pell looked dazed, "What happened?" Simultaneously, he asked, "Pra, where is Vulin?" Pra answered hesitantly, "He." But Gamson cut in again, "That guy is dead, or he's about to be fucking dead." He hurried them along. "What are you doing? I told you to get ready to run. Get on the horses now." And while the others said, "Okay," Pell still refused to leave. "What about Vulin?" Gamson shouted in a frenzy, "That damn noble could chase us all the way here. Fast, fast move." But Pell remained stubborn. "No way, I can't leave without Vulin." At the southern hills, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. Old trees were draped with corpses, while crows circled them. Two men were busy nearby at the southern edge of the Holy Kingdom. A soldier hammered a stake into the ground with decisive movements, clearly showing he wasn't new to the task. Two soldiers looked at the finished wooden sign, nodding as they checked their work. "Done. Did you drive the stake in securely?" "Yeah, it's solid." The wooden board clearly displayed a warning notice. "Warning. These individuals stole property from the nobility. By my decree, they are punished and hanged." The two soldiers carefully read the lines on the board. "Emperor of the Holy Kingdom, Cardirian Bizzlefer." After reading, they turned to look at the bodies swaying in the wind. The silence was suffocating until one spoke to break it. What did they steal to end up hanged like that? Did they take a noble family's crest or something? The other lowered his voice to reveal the truth. Hearing it, the soldier beside him whipped around in disbelief. "I heard they stole 1 chicken and 3 eggs from Baron Dvorzab's estate." "What?" The soldier's eyes went wide with fear mixed with pity as he glanced at the bodies hanging from the trees. They all shared that same fate. Looking at the bodies swaying in the cold wind, the scene was one of tragic sorrow, all over something like that. In the evening, the full moon cast its gentle silver light upon a tavern. Eldons was sitting and enjoying his food with a satisfied expression. He raised his glass and drank, looking very chill. But before he could finish, his subordinate rushed in, face pale and panting as he delivered the news, making Eldons's mood drop instantly. He let out a long sigh and asked wearily, "Master Eldons, there's trouble. What is it?" The subordinate reported quickly with a serious face. Upon hearing it, Eldon spat out his drink in pure shock. "It's Gamson from the mercenary group. He was caught trying to steal from Master Johann Eitz." Eldons immediately leaped up, his face distorted with shock as his brain failed to process it, shouting, "What?" After calming down, Eldon sat back down, held his glass and leaned his forehead on his hand. He let out a heavy sigh. "Damn it, this is a huge mess. I hope I can use sweet words to persuade Master Johann to travel with us to Marseille." He rested his chin on his hand in thought, looking into the distance, trying to find a way to survive this tense noble drama. Eldon suddenly stood up, pointing a finger to give orders to his subordinate, and said calmly, "Arrest Gamson immediately. The rest of us will act as if we had nothing to do with this." The subordinate was deeply impressed by his composure. "Yes, sir," he thought to himself. "He's so calm, so this is how a merchant from the Katana Guild handles things." Eldon sat back down, gripping his glass. He closed his eyes tight to maintain his composure despite the beads of sweat on his forehead. "I need to stay calm. I've been through so much to reach this position. I will overcome this crisis too." After a long while, he opened his eyes, his gaze darkening with danger. "I, Eldons, will not die over such a trivial matter. Regardless, I should think of a way to deal with that noble, just in case." Eldons clenched his fists and stared into the distance, his whole body tense. Under the full moon, a wooden house flying a blue flag appeared within the territory of Count Jarp. Inside the house, 5 people sat around a dining table. Then the village head spoke. "Well then, the village meeting is adjourned." Just then someone burst in from outside, face pale and panting. "The news killed the mood. Village head, it's a disaster. What happened?" The village head froze after hearing the news. His face turned white and his heart sank. Those troublemakers were caught trying to steal from the noble. He slammed his hand on the table and held his head in total helplessness. those useless brats. Another person timidly spoke up, only making the village head angrier. He snarled back, so irritated he looked ready to explode. What should we do? Village head, you're still asking what to do now. With his face distorted by rage, the village head stood up, gesturing wildly and shouting, gather offerings to present to that noble immediately. And while we're at it, bring out one of the slaves we're keeping in the village. Then the village head hesitated for a long moment, and then made a decision that left everyone frozen, unable to react. Prepare to execute those troublemakers right in front of the noble. Everyone in the room immediately erupted. Some wailed, some were outraged, some trembled with fear. What are you saying, village head? I can't let my child die. Don't say that just because they aren't your own children. Seeing this, the village head grew even angrier. His face turned beet red as he lifted a chair high and threatened, "Shut up and listen, you fool." The chair was slammed down and shattered. The loud crash silenced the room. No one dared utter a word. He gritted his teeth and explained, his eyes filled with both anger and fear, his voice urgent. Do you mean to say you still don't understand the situation? Have you forgotten the decree issued by the emperor? His voice dropped low, sweat pouring off him as fear showed on his face. We must act before that noble does. It's the only way we'll survive. The village head recited the cruel decree, each word weighing on everyone's hearts. Anyone who covets the property of a noble may have their tongue cut out, along with all their direct relatives, or face execution by hanging. Upon hearing this, everyone went pale, their breathing heavy as a visible chill filled the air. There are places where entire families were wiped out just because of that absurd decree. Then he ground his teeth and continued, his voice shaking with resentment from long-suppressed grievances, simply because they demanded 1 chicken and 3 eggs in place of unpaid wages. All nobles are the same. The village head looked around the room, his eyes sharp and cold, as he asked frostily, "Now then, what do you think the noble your children just provoked will do?" The village head visualized Johan's face and the punishments that followed violations. Cold sweat broke out and his heart raced. You have insulted a noble, so he will find a way to punish you. He might even chop off everyone's hands in this village while mumbling about knightly honor. But one person in the crowd argued tremblingly, "But this is Count Jarpen's territory. No matter how powerful that noble's family is, if we appeal to the count." Hearing this, the village head pointed straight at them, his voice annoyed and his gaze full of contempt. Nobles only care about their little honor games. Do you think they care if we live or die? Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Wake up, you idiots." Those who had lost their children burst into tears. The sound of sobbing filled the wooden house, which was now steeped in a heavy atmosphere of despair. Then the village head looked down, his voice rasping and his face showing undeniable pain. "Do you think this makes me feel good?" He let out a sigh and said helplessly, "We have no other choice. The whole village will live if those kids die. I'm sorry for having to sacrifice your children, but this decision is for the sake of the village. Accept it." The entire village moved to where the children were being tied up. 4 children were tied tightly on the ground, their faces bruised and tears streaming down. Johan sat on a chair, looking solemn with an overwhelming aura. But in his head, he was thinking something else. Damn it, this has gone too far. Johan closed his eyes in thought, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. He had thought they were assassins sent by the emperor. Turns out it was just some local delinquent, kids trying to steal a sword that looked expensive. Thinking of the sword that was nearly stolen, he felt sympathetic. They probably did it because they noticed this sword. I should hide it from now on. Seeing the children crying, Johan felt a bit guilty. Part of it is my fault for lugging this sword around like this. I'll just scare them a bit and then let them go. He sat leaning on the sword and let out a helpless sigh. My apology. The village head stepped forward tremblingly, forcing a strained smile, and asked softly, "Respected Master Johan, are you all right, sir?" Hearing the question, Johan's face went grim, and he replied fiercely, "No, I am not all right at all." He stared intently at the kids, his eyes sharp. "So this is how you welcome sleeping guests in Rutsbeck village, by putting knives to their throats and rummaging through their luggage. Is that it?" At that, the village head collapsed to his knees and slammed his head down hard. "I am truly sorry." His forehead was red from the impact. He looked up, his voice shaking and fear clear on his face. "It is all my fault for failing to control these fools." Johan saw that the other party had admitted fault and didn't want to make things harder, so he waved his hand and said, "That's enough scaring. Fine, be more careful next time. You may leave, dismissed." But as soon as he finished, the village head pulled out a knife and said, "That is why." He was startled, jumping slightly, when he saw the old man draw the blade. The man grabbed one of the offending children by the hair and raised the knife high, prepared to strike. "I will personally make amends by taking their heads, for the sake of your honor." Seeing this, Johan scrambled, immediately reaching out to stop him. This crazy old man is making everything worse. Stop, I have no intention of. But the village head misunderstood, his hand shaking as he pressed the knife against the child's throat, making the child sob in terror. No, Master Johan, those who have tarnished your honor deserve to die. Atenka, please don't do it, spare us. Then he spoke softly and then struck decisively. I'm sorry, Vulin. Seeing the scene, the mother hugged her head and wailed, crying and covering her eyes, not daring to look. No, I'm sorry, my son. At that, Johan growled and shouted in anger. Didn't you hear me? I told you to stop. The village head stopped, his hands trembling violently. Seeing the boy's angry expression, the village head froze, his whole body shaking, cold sweat pouring down and his face pale. The villagers around also went silent, no one daring to breathe loudly in the face of Johan's rage. A tense atmosphere took over. Then he snapped in anger. Have you all lost your minds? You're going to kill someone over such a trivial reason. Johan looked at the villagers with a serious face, his voice dropping. If you want them to pay for their sins, then make them pay with money. The villagers were silent, their mouths agape, not understanding. Clearly their brains hadn't loaded this logic yet. Seeing no reaction, Johan frowned slightly, a fleeting worry in his mind. Was that too obvious? He gave a few light coughs, regaining his composure. Then, I shall say it again. After that, he said solemnly, how can honor be worth more than a human life? Untie them immediately, and all of you get out of here. The knife fell to the ground, the sound of metal ringing out dryly in the silence. The village head collapsed to his knees, his hands trembling as he looked up at Johan as if at a savior. Master Johan, I never expected you to make such a noble decision. Then the children's parents rushed forward, hugging their children tightly, sobbing from both fear and relief. But among them, one child was left alone with no relative running to him. His gaze was full of discomfort. "Pra, my son, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Mother, I'm glad you're safe." The village head was still moved, thinking to himself, I can't believe such a noble exists. Eldons told the truth. I'm sorry, Eldons, for planning to skin you one day. Then the children and their families bowed to thank Johan. Thank you, Master Johan. We will never forget your kindness. Then one child apologized to Johan for his mistake, his voice shaking. Seeing this, the blond man was startled. I didn't realize what a respected noble you were, and nearly became a victim of my own ignorance. I am truly sorry, Master Johan. Then his father struck the son's head, while the blond man spat in contempt. Consider yourselves lucky, you brats. If it were any other night, you'd be dead in a very gruesome way. Suddenly Ken walked over to the blond boy with a knife. Seeing this, the blond boy frowned impatiently and said, Good grief, finally, hurry up and untie me. His head was full of irritation, blaming his bad luck for choosing the wrong path. Damn it, I shouldn't have joined this unlucky mercenary band in the first place. Before he could finish his thought, the boy was startled when Ken grabbed him by the hair and put a knife to his throat. He screamed, I might be caught this time, but next time I'll definitely. Then Ken leaned down and whispered a piece of advice. Relax your body, it'll make it easier for you. The boy screamed in panic, what are you talking about? But before he could finish, swoosh, blood sprayed everywhere. Johan turned around and froze at the sight before his eyes. He stood there, unable to process it. Johan's eyes went wide, his mind blank, unable to believe what had just happened. What? Red blood sprayed out in all directions. The man slowly crumpled and fell. His head hit the ground, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. The man had been sent to the afterlife. Red blood flowed from him onto the ground. The man's bloody knife also dripped steadily onto the earth. Johan was horrified by this scene and demanded in shock, What the hell? What the hell do you think you're doing? Can turned his head slightly toward him and said nonchalantly, By the decree of the Holy Empire's emperor, I have executed the one who coveted a noble's property. These heartless words of his left everyone in terror. Johan repeated coldly in anger, It seems you do not value my words. I certainly said that I did not want to see their blood spill. Seeing the dark look on his face, Goran felt a wave of nervous dread. Eldon just stood there with his jaw dropped, still too stunned to regain his senses. Ken spoke to him with a firm, logical voice. Master Johan, even mercenaries have honor and a code of conduct they must follow. Gamson's cowardly actions have trampled upon both the honor and the lives of our entire band. I am simply protecting our dignity and our rules, he said, walking straight up to stand before Johan. He flipped the knife around and offered the hilt to him. Johan stared at the knife held out in front of him, his emotions suddenly becoming a tangled mess. Ken made his offer directly. If you still believe that I have defied your authority, then punish me. I will accept whatever sentence you hand down. Johan stiffened slightly, caught between a rock and a hard place. Calming himself, he weighed the situation in his mind. He's right. Mercenaries have their own pride, and Ken is trying to protect that honor even at the cost of his life. After a long moment, he He reached out as if to take the hilt from the man's hand. Seeing this, Eldon grew so restless and anxious he didn't even dare to breathe. The others watched tensely, waiting for his next move, as Goran whispered a soft, "Can." Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, Johan reached out and swatted the knife aside. He frankly admitted his mistake. "To be honest, I didn't consider your position. I apologize." Hearing him say that, though no one spoke, their expressions were priceless, especially Goran's. As for Eldon, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head, his mouth agape in pure shock. Even Can froze up as if he'd been turned to stone. At that moment, they all seemed to share the same thought. A noble is actually apologizing. Johan spoke up to remind Can, "Put your knife away." The man finally snapped out of it, stammering as he sheathed the blade, "Forgive me, very well." Then he quickly bowed, thanking him sincerely. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Johan." Goran couldn't take it anymore and rushed to Can's side, asking in a low, frantic voice, "What the hell were you doing, Can? Do you have any idea how reckless it is to confront a noble?" Can rubbed his neck and whispered back to Goran, "If I ever do that again, feel free to kick my ass." After witnessing the whole scene, Eldon was trembling all over. Overwhelmed with both emotion and admiration, he thought to himself, "This noble is like nothing I've ever seen. He is upright and brave, yet he doesn't abuse his power. How can someone like him even exist? Could he have come from some monastery?" The more he thought, the more his gaze turned into one of pure worship toward Johan. Thinking this over, Eldon made a firm decision. "If I introduce Master Johan to the Katana Merchant Guild, my reputation will skyrocket. I have to make him an ally at all costs." As the sun dipped behind the mountain, the carriage led the way, followed by the marching troop. Looking at the gold-plated watch in his hand, Johan felt a twinge of regret. "I picked this because it looked the most expensive, but it's just a broken watch. I really should have taken everything." Suddenly, he turned back to look at the person following him, thinking, "I can't believe this. Now I have to look after someone else too." Godin noticed his gaze and spoke up respectfully, "Master Johan." Johan instinctively recalled the events from before. At the village gate, a gravelly voice had shouted out to him, "Master Johan." Atenka had hurried forward, bringing several valuable items to him, with Godin following behind. Atenka had bowed and scraped, saying, "These are gifts prepared by the villagers to show our gratitude." Johan had asked curiously, "What are these things?" Saying that, he had casually picked up the shiniest gold-plated watch and asked the man, "A watch? You actually had something this valuable here." Seeing him take the watch, Atenka had flattered him, saying, "You recognize it. Truly, you have the eye of a noble." Then he had pointed to the filthy Godin standing nearby and said with certainty, "Please take this slave as well. He may not look like much, but he knows the geography of this land perfectly. I'm certain he'll be of use to you." Looking down at him, Johan had felt a stir of worried sympathy. "This is the first time I've seen a slave in such a terrible state. If I just leave him like this, the kid won't survive." Finally, he had simply given Atenka an order. "I accept your gratitude. While we prepare to depart, get him washed up and find him something to eat." Atenka had replied happily, "Understood," before repeating it to Godin, "Cheer up, Godin. The Honorable Master Johan has accepted you." Godin's eyes had sparkled as he finally dared to look up. Back in the present, Johan felt a bit awkward, thinking, "Even though I took the kid in, I don't feel right about owning a slave. There's something very strange about the way he looks at me." Night had fallen, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The group set up camp to rest along the road. They were chatting and laughing amongst themselves. "I never expected to be eating meat and soup while on a journey like this. It's all thanks to Master Johan's share of the loot. I'm respecting Master Johan more and more. Don't you dare touch a drop of wine." "Of course not, can't." Johan was sitting in silence, staring at the sword in his hand, when a voice called out to him, "Master." He looked up. It was Godin carrying food and drink to him. He said with a smile, "I brought your meal, sir." Johan replied shortly, "Thanks." Then he pointed at the boy and instructed, "It's Godin, right? Change the way you address me. You can just call me by my name." Hearing this, the boy became flustered, his cheeks turning red as he stammered, "DD direct name? Yes, if that's what you wish. Thank you, Johan." Seeing this reaction, Johan was speechless, thinking, "What's with this kid? Is he a girl or something? He's way too shy." As Godin sat down beside him, Johan took the initiative to ask, "Anyway, how did you become a slave if you're so knowledgeable about geography?" Godin avoided the question, replying vaguely, "It's not a very happy story, sir. Not really worth telling." Thinking he had touched a painful memory, Johan comforted him. "Well, I've got plenty of unhappy stories of my own." At those words, Godin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Bad things happen to you too, even though you're a noble?" Johan was struck silent, not knowing how to explain. He shifted the subject back to the boy. "I want to hear your story first." Godin was a bit reluctant but agreed. "All right." He began to recount his past. "Originally, I was a peddler who specialized in transporting and reselling weapons in the eastern region. I mainly delivered weapons crafted by blacksmiths to nearby areas. Then, by order of a certain noble, I was dragged into a gold smuggling operation. He stopped there, saying no more. Johan asked further, gold smuggling usually carries the death penalty. You're lucky to even be alive. But why would a weapon merchant get into smuggling? You look far too young for that kind of work. Godin answered honestly, I needed a lot of money to send back to my family. My younger siblings were sick and starving. That's why I kept transporting the gold that Noble told me to hide. It was an incredibly risky job, but given my situation, I had to do it. Then Godin continued, until one day he reported me. Hearing this, Johan was a mess of conflicted emotions, asking pityingly, after he used you, he threw you away to tie up loose ends. Godin didn't quite understand and just hesitated. So that's how it was. Johan asked again, did you try to request a trial? Godin scratched his head, saying cautiously, no. Because of the emperor's decree, I didn't even have the right to speak. Johan cursed under his breath and asked the boy, that damn emperor, did you at least manage to get the money to your siblings? At the mention of this, Godin couldn't hold back his tears. His whole body trembled as he answered in a choked voice, no. In exchange for not being executed, that money was taken, used to bribe the guards. Feeling like he was being a burden by showing weakness, the boy quickly wiped his eyes and made an excuse. I'm sorry, I just got some dust in my eyes. Johan comforted him plainly. You have nothing to apologize for. Don't worry about that in front of me. After hearing Godin's story, Johan fell into a deep silence. Lost in thought, he mused. Damn it, this world is brutal enough to make a man grind his teeth. As he thought, he looked at the poor Godin beside him, who was wolfing down a piece of bread. Without power, you get exploited like a criminal as if it's just a normal Tuesday. On top of that, nobody can stand up to the brutality of the nobility. Not the private soldiers of the Brits family, who survive by banditry, and not the people of Rutsbeck village who are driven so far into a corner, they'd sacrifice their own children just to save themselves. The lives of these people are tragic to the extreme, nothing but tears. From generation to generation, they are just trapped in this endless, vicious cycle. Thinking this over, Johan looked once more at the teary-eyed Godin and thought restlessly. And not even Godin, who became a slave after being exploited by a noble. Is this what passes for justice? Damn it, the kid is just too pitiful. Thinking this, he wearily closed his eyes. Suddenly, he snapped awake, remembering his important mission. No, this isn't the time to be worrying about others. I'm being hunted by the Emperor's army myself. I could die at any moment. Johan suddenly called out, Godin. The boy jumped and shouted back, yes, master. I mean yes, Johan. He encouraged the boy with a fierce voice. We're teammates now. Don't you dare die on me. Let's survive this together and live well, okay? Hearing those words, Godin felt human warmth for the first time in his life, leaving him stunned and moved. Just then, a soldier came running up in a panic, interrupting their conversation. Master Johan, there's a monster nearby. Hearing this, Johan groaned wearily. A monster? I can't catch a break for a single second. But he still got to his feet. Johan asked urgently as he ran, where is it? The soldier leading the way pointed immediately. That way. Godin sat there watching his back and whispered tearfully, Johan, surviving together, with him. When Johan arrived, Goran saw him and said, Master Johan, you're here. Johan cut to the chase, asking, is the monster over there? Goran looked toward the forest, which was glowing red with a dark aura, and answered honestly, it's too dark to see clearly, but there's definitely a monster in there. Johan saw that gloomy atmosphere and suddenly froze. Seeing him stand up straight, both Goran and Can panicked and urged him, Master Johan, please stay down. Johan turned to look at the two of them and said calmly, it's fine. Put your weapons away. Hearing him say that, Can and Goran were both bewildered and turned pale, shouting what? In unison. Johan said, I'll go over and take a look. The mercenaries agreed hesitantly, wondering if he would really be okay. Can immediately whispered to Goran, no matter how brave a knight is, fighting monsters requires specialized skills. Even if we lure it into a carefully prepared trap, it's still extremely dangerous. Goran replied while raising his shield, unfortunately, our mission is to protect Master Eldon's. We can't take any more risks. On Johan's side, he thought as he walked, I can feel it. A bright red aura flared up, and he told himself, a familiar pressure, as if it could freeze a man's heart. A red light flashed from the darkness, and Johan thought, those glowing red eyes standing out in the dark. Johan stopped when he had closed enough distance. He realized the massive monster approaching him was the Calamity Black Wolf. It was that bastard, without a doubt. Johan remembered, the last time he saw it, it had attacked the Aquitaine pack, not him. He raised his head with a determined gaze, even though it could lunge and kill him at any moment. Johan smiled and told himself, but I know it won't attack me. He looked straight into those red eyes and said, come on out, stop hiding. The wolf stepped out of the bushes, growling as it observed him. Johan reached a hand toward the wolf and said, "You've been following me. Thanks for last time. I only survived because of you." Goran asked in amazement, "Does Master Johan actually know how to handle monsters?" Kan stood beside him and added, "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like this." The beast stepped forward to sniff Johan's scent. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws and bit down on his head. The mercenaries immediately screamed, "Master Johan." But Johan was still alive, and he shouted out, making them freeze. "Get off me, you little brat." He pushed the wolf's head away and said, "Don't overdo it, you big lug." He called it the Calamity Black Wolf, but another voice chimed in, "That is the Harbinger of Dawn." Eldon asked excitedly, "Am I right?" Johan looked confused. "Harbinger of Dawn." He stepped forward and explained, "In the Eastern Empire, there is an ancient song that has been passed down like this." Eldon recounted, "In the age of the Great War, on a clear moonlit night, a warrior gave the wolf a name." He began to chant the lyrics, "The Harbinger of Dawn." The named wolf bowed before that warrior, the Harbinger of Dawn. Eldon continued, "Its blue eyes shine in the night. When people see the wolf leading the charge on the battlefield, they all shout, 'The Harbinger of Dawn.'" He told the tale. At the end of the war that tore the continent apart, the warrior brought peace and sacrificed himself as a hero. Eldon went on, "The black wolf mourned for 3 days and 3 nights by his side. Then it set out for wherever order and a hero were needed. That is." He finished the song, "The Harbinger of Dawn." Johan pointed at the massive wolf that was frantically licking his face and asked, "Are you sure you aren't confusing it with another creature? This thing is called the Calamity Black Wolf." Eldon explained, "The legend of the Harbinger of Dawn originated in the Eastern Empire. As it was passed down to the south, some details were lost in translation." He said, "The Harbinger of Dawn punishes evil and submits only to a brave hero." Eldon smiled and added, "That is a verse from the ancient texts of the Eastern Empire." Johan pushed the wolf's head away, wondering, "So it's really that kind of creature?" Eldon stepped forward and asked, "Can I pet it once?" And he replied, "Go ahead." He walked toward the Harbinger of Dawn, cooing, good boy, such a good boy." But it opened its mouth and let out a roar that terrified. Eldon muttered in a panic, "Maybe I shouldn't have done that." The Harbinger of Dawn, being petted by Johan, turned into a giant puppy. "Hey, easy now." Eldon stood nearby and wondered, is this wolf only gentle with Master Johan? He suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute." Eldon remembered. "I'm certain a passage in the Eastern legend says that if you name a mythical beast that follows you, it will become your guardian spirit." He pondered, could a southerner from this remote region really be the hero of legend? It's impossible. But then again, what if it's really him? Then Eldon asked, "Master Johan, have you named the Harbinger of Dawn yet?" Johan replied, "No, not yet. To be honest, I haven't had the chance." He immediately suggested, "Then why don't you name it right now?" Eldon continued, "If the legend is true, then something unbelievable will happen." Johan asked in surprise, "Really?" He looked at the Harbinger of Dawn and muttered, "So I'll name it. What should I call it?" Eldon suggested, "How about Katana?" He paused and then remembered, "Wait, the last time I met it was when I buried that bastard Karamav, right? In that case." Johan shouted, "Karamav, I'll name you Karamav." Eldon realized with horror, that name is. The Harbinger of Dawn's eyes suddenly flashed red. A light radiated outward, leaving everyone in awe. From its tail, a sudden blue light appeared. Karamav let out a long howl, as its entire body was covered in a layer of blue light. The light flared up so violently that Eldon had to shield his eyes, while Johan stood frozen. The pressure from Karamav's transformation knocked Eldon back, and Johan stared with wide eyes, amazed. He stood there in a silent daze, watching. The wolf had transformed completely into the Harbinger of Dawn, Karamav. Karamav stepped forward, then it bowed its head before Johan. He raised his hand toward it. He stroked its head and said, "I'm counting on you, Karamav." Johan turned and said, "You were right, Eldons. This really is incredible." He asked in shock when he saw Eldon bowing and trembling, "What are you doing?" The man explained frantically, "Everything is exactly like the legend. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a scene from mythology with my own eyes." He continued, leaving Johan skeptical, "I have respected you from the very first moment I saw you." Eldon spoke incessantly. "You protected us from bandits, showed mercy to your enemies, and even forgave them with the honor of a knight. I offer my deepest respect to the one chosen by the Eastern spirit." He shouted out, making Johan pause, "A hero of a chaotic age." The mercenaries whispered in amazement, "Master Johan is." Godin also marveled silently, "Johan is." They all shared the same thought, a hero of a chaotic age. Johan looked at Eldon and let out a sigh. He said, "I'm sorry, Eldon." Johan scratched his head and explained, "I'm not the kind of hero you think I am. I'm just a wanderer from a tiny house, worrying about how to put food on the table." He added privately, On top of that, I'm a wanted man for killing Karamat. Johan said, I hate to disappoint you, Eldons. The man immediately cried out, Not at all, Master Johan. Eldon asked deferentially, Anyway, would you permit me to introduce you to the Marcel Merchant Guild? It's the least I can do to repay the kindness you've shown us. Johan was curious. You did say you were on your way to Marcel when we first met, didn't you? I've never heard of it in my life. What kind of place is it? He recounted, Marcel is famous as a free trade city. In this region, all cities must go through Marcel first. Most importantly, it is one of the few cities that the emperor's hand cannot reach. Johan was immediately struck with amazement upon hearing that. He went silent for a moment, then, while fending off a coddling Karamav, he replied that he couldn't possibly ignore such kindness, prompting Eldon to shout, Thank you, Master Johan. Johan gave a faint smile and thought, So the emperor can't reach there, huh? Additionally, trade there was very vibrant. If everything went smoothly, perhaps he could start over as a merchant. Eldon gave an upbeat introduction while leading the way. During the era of the Great War, on a clear moonlit night, a warrior gave a name to the wolf, while Johan pondered, hopping no weird rumors about him being a hero or anything like that would spread through the merchant guild. He frowned and wondered, a hero in troubled times, wouldn't it be great if I were actually that kind of hero? He let out a silent sigh. Whether in his past life or now, he was still just a wanderer struggling to keep his own skin intact. Johan recalled a curse. From this moment on, he would know only suffering. He clenched his fists and told himself that life before death hadn't been easy either, but this time would be different. He made a silent vow that this time, he would move forward, one step at a time, by his own will. Johan thought of a large, bustling city. Let's go to the city of wealthy merchants, Marcel. Johan cried out in shock, So this is Marcel, while Godin stood beside him in awe, saying he never expected to be able to return to this place. He looked at the residents walking busily through the market and thought, since we're in a commercial city, we should do a little shop. By now, Karamav had transformed into the size of an adorable little dog. Johan saw it running off and cried out, Hey, what are you doing over there? It walked up to a woman who stroked its head and praised it. Oh my, you're such a cute little thing, would you like a bite to eat? Johan pursed his lips and thought, Right, in the eyes of others, it's just an adorable puppy, isn't it? Well, for the time being at least. A day before entering Marcel, Johan stood silently staring at Karamav. He gently called out, Karamav. He gestured with his hands while asking it. A puppy this size is probably fine, but if a monster like you enters the city, it'll cause a riot. Can you wait outside the city wall? Karamav barked once in response, as if to say it could do that. A surge of light enveloped Karamav's body. To Johan's amazement, its body grew smaller and smaller. It then became an adorable little dog and let out an informative bark. Johan cried out in shock, You can shrink yourself. Is this also one of a spirit beast's powers? Godin rushed over and hugged it, shouting, You're so cute. Johan looked at it and muttered, At that size, there shouldn't be any problem. Back to the present, the market-goers noticed Karamav. Oh my, how cute. This puppy looks quite exotic. Is it a pet brought back from a distant land? While Godin stopped Karamav from eating more and said, Sorry, this little guy hasn't been very well trained, to which the woman replied, No, it's fine, while Johan watched and pondered. Drawing attention won't do us any favors. We need to leave here quickly. After all, we're still being pursued. Suddenly someone called out to him, Master Johan. Godin suggested with a smile, If you buy a large bag that can hold luggage, oil, and vinegar, I can handle all the equipment, to which Johan replied, Now that you mention it, you were an equipment merchant, weren't you? He took out some silver coins and questioned, But I only have 4 silver coins left. Can we really buy everything we need with just this much? He raised a hand and took a silver coin from his hand. Godin. He looked at Johan and confidently declared, I promise to bring back everything mentioned with just 1 silver coin. He smiled and said, Don't overdo it now, while not believing him and thinking, what could a kid possibly do with only 1 silver coin? 50 minutes later, a large backpack full of supplies was slammed down in front of him. Godin wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke up, This should be enough, while Johan stood by silently amazed, unable to believe the kid had bought it all with 1 silver coin. He looked at the small tactical belt he had donned. First, they had bought a tactical pouch. Johan looked back at Godin and his large supply backpack. This would make storing things much easier. He thought to himself, Godin used his incredibly silver-tongued salesmanship to sell that completely shattered helmet for a very high price. The kid even got a free mace thrown in. Johan silently calculated, Now I don't have to keep absurdly revealing my identity as the enemy of the signet reclaimer. Plus, after buying vinegar and oil to maintain the gear and other necessities, we still have money left over. He recalled how somehow they ended up with even more money. Initial capital minus 4 silver coins, spent minus 1 silver, profit minus 9 silver, balance minus 12 silver and 10 copper. than before they started. Johan rested his hand on his chin and pondered. If the kid can sell a broken helmet for that much, how much would that gear of Karamaf's I buried be worth? He smiled and told himself, if I ever have the chance to return, I should dig them up and sell them. Johan tilted his head and asked Godin in curiosity, you look very happy doing familiar work. Godin, I guess you really were a merchant. Did you like your old job? He replied while stroking the backpack, I've missed this life very much. Godin spoke while recalling his days of hardship. I became a slave, never knowing when I would die. He recounted living each day in despair and fear. Johan listened in silence as he continued, but now that I've met you, Master Johan, I feel like I've been returned to the life of a merchant, not a slave. Godin said with a smile, thank you, Johan. Even if I hadn't been enslaved, I'm certain I would still accompany you on this journey. Johan laughed and said, I'm very glad to hear you say that. From now on, I'm counting on you, Godin. Godin replied cheerfully, yes, Master Johan. Afterward he said, all right, now let's explore Marcel. And the boy shouted back, orders received. Johan and Godin stepped into a tavern. A waitress immediately approached to welcome them. Johan, who had previously known only hardship, finally felt a sense of happiness far beyond the life of a wanderer after setting foot in the commercial city of Marseille. A moment later, Johan sat at the table and gnawed on a grilled rib. He silently marveled while eating. The dried meat I ate while wandering was as tough as chewing on a leather shoe. The meat in Marseille doesn't even compare. It just melts in your mouth. He remembered how back then, he couldn't wash and his whole body itched like crazy. He stepped into the bathroom, but in Marseille, he could take a warm bath whenever he wanted. Johan remembered when he had to sleep on the streets. When traveling, there was never a proper place to sleep. Every time he lay down, the damp, cold stones would dig into his body and cause pain. He lay on the bed with sparkling eyes, but in Marseille, he could sleep under warm, soft blankets. Johan joyfully declared, life in Marseille is just too wonderful. I've decided I'm going to settle down and live here. The evening in Marseille gradually passed, and so Master Johan dreamed of settling down happily in Marseille. However, fate did not favor his wish. The next day in Marseille's city square, crowds of people were bustling about. Johan bit into a skewer of grilled meat. He walked along and muttered to himself, life is so peaceful. It's been a long time since I could walk the streets so comfortably. Someone suddenly cried out, this is terrible. A merchant asked worriedly, another bandit gang. The woman replied sadly, yes, this time they took Dave's daughter. What's more, all the goods they were carrying were looted. The woman said, I'm afraid to hear tomorrow's news. To which the old merchant replied, with bandits running rampant like this, how can the people live without anxiety? Godin whispered worriedly, it seems there are bandits around Marseille too, Master Johan. It was no wonder the atmosphere in town wasn't very good. A shout rang out, damn it. A man wearing a sword and dressed in rags shouted at a merchant, I told you I'd pay later. Do you know who I am? His entire body was covered in dirt and dust. He roared, I'm just asking for one meat skewer. I haven't put anything in my stomach for 4 days. Johan looked at him and remained silent. The man was a straggler from the Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenary group who had lost the main force while pursuing Johan. While wandering to survive, he had drifted all the way to Marseille. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. I told you I'd pay, huh? Johan's face went pale and his jaw dropped. The man in rags also went pale and his jaw dropped. The man in rags placed his hand on his sword and screamed, it's you, you bastard. Johan ground his teeth and thought, the Aquitaine Grey Wolf mercenaries, they tracked me all the way to Marseille. This is truly bad. He realized with a pale face that nothing good would come of fighting here. The man in rags lunged forward with his sword. A flash of a blade. The man in rags' head suddenly fell to the ground in front of Johan. The surrounding residents cried out in terrified amazement, what the hell? A man on horseback holding a sword approached and said, I thought he was a bandit. Is he just a petty thief? With the current security situation being so poor, all sorts of people are crawling out. He shouted to draw everyone's attention, citizens of Marseille. The people immediately looked toward him. He then halted his horse in front of a group of sword-bearing men. They were equipped with full armor, standing in small squads with banners. He was the captain of the Oak mercenary group, Brattle. He shouted reassuringly, do not worry. He looked around and declared, I guarantee that the 500 warriors of the Oak mercenaries will sweep away the bandits and return peace to Marseille. Godin saw the residents' enthusiastic response and said with a smile, incredible, I can't believe I'm seeing them in the flesh. While Johan wondered, are they very famous? He looked up at the banners and replied, yes, the Oak mercenaries. I heard they're one of the top mercenary units in the empire. It seems there really are bandits lurking around Marseille, and they must have been hired to eliminate. Johan frowned in silence. He silently realized that if that man hadn't intervened, he might have been exposed. He looked at the meat skewer in his hand and thought, and if that happened, there's no way I could stay in Marseille anymore, especially with the whole empire searching for me. He remembered the curse again. From this moment on, he would know only suffering. Johan ground his teeth and told himself, snap out of it, Johan, you're still a fugitive. He thought of Eldon. The only way to survive was to build a good relationship with the Katana Merchant Guild. Even the emperor couldn't touch a guild lightly. Johan thought of Eldon's trembling form. He pondered, fortunately, Eldon thinks very highly of me, so I have a chance to get in with the Marseille Guild. Johan pursed his lips and wondered anxiously, but what if my identity is revealed before then? He speculated, would they still stand up for me if they knew the empire was pursuing me? Certainly not. Johan imagined the worst-case scenario. If I'm exposed before building a good relationship with Katana, I will certainly die, no doubt about it. He clenched his fists and told himself, my goal is clear. I need to reach the Katana Merchant Guild and gain protection from the Empire. He frowned and thought, so until I have the guild's trust, my identity must absolutely not be revealed. A voice suddenly rang out, pardon me, are you Master Johan? Eldon's guild emblem caught his eye. The catfolk girl bowed in greeting. I am the personal maid of the Katana Merchant Guild. My name is Ibel. Johan pursed his lips and listened in silence. I have heard of your feats from Master Bilhans. I must say I am immensely impressed. We wish to establish a close relationship with you and your family. She looked up and asked, if you aren't busy, would you be kind enough to accompany me to the Katana Merchant Guild? Cut to the Marseille branch of the Katana Trading Company. Godin is training Karamav. Okay, Karamav, shake hands, don't bite me now. Meanwhile, Johan is sitting in the parlor. He looks a bit tense. Finally, I've reached the trading company. This place could change my life. Let's just hope the conversation goes smoothly. Not long after, Aijan enters from outside. You are Lord Johan, correct? I've heard about you from Eldon's. She takes the initiative to introduce herself. Allow me to properly introduce myself. Saying that, Aijan curtsies slightly and salutes. Director of the Marseille branch of the Katana Trading Company, Aijan. My name is Aijan. I am the director of Katana's Marseille branch. Johan hurriedly introduces himself in return. Yes, I'm Johan of the Eights family. Pleased to meet you. She replies politely. The pleasure's mine, Lord Johan. Aijan then invites him. Shall we have tea and talk? Johan agrees. Sounds good, let's do that. When she brings out the teacup, Aijan quickly explains. This tea is a traded good imported from the Mediterranean region. Aijan smiles brightly and adds, I hope it suits your taste. Johan forces a smile, thinking inwardly, this is coffee, but he answers politely anyway. Thank you for the drink. After tasting it, he hesitates, then asks, the aroma is wonderful. Was this tea roasted from fruit kernels before brewing? Impressed by Johan's knowledge, she replies, exactly, you have a keen eye. It's rare to find someone who notices. Now Aijan doesn't beat around the bush. Well then, let's get to the main matter. Her next words nearly make him spit out his drink. We can guess the reason for your visit. Panic shows on Johan's face. Damn, have they discovered I'm wanted by the emperor? Aijan hums, that's because. A moment later she continues with a sympathetic expression. You harbor ambitions in your heart. Those words leave him stunned. Huh. Aijan recalls and says, I've heard from Eldons that you protected the innocent and showed mercy to enemies who surrendered. Seeing someone like you come to Marseille, where plunder runs rampant, I sensed an ambition to save this city with your own hand. Johan clutches his head in helplessness, thinking, I have no idea what she's talking about, but I'll play along for now, and says, I understand, you've seen through my true intention. She soothes gently, ambition isn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it's the quality of the worthy. Then Aijan suddenly leans in close and whispers, and our trading company loves to sponsor the ambitions of the worthy. At that moment, Johan immediately realizes, here it is, the chance to make a deal. She shrewdly adds, if you wish, we can even introduce you to the governor of Marseille. He freezes looking at her. The governor. The governor is basically on par with the mayor. Can I really bring both the trading company and the mayor onto my side? Joy wells up inside Johan. If things go smoothly, even if that old emperor shows up himself, he couldn't touch me. No matter what, I must accept this offer. Still, he stays pragmatic. Thank you for the offer, but could you tell me exactly what sponsorship from the Katana Trading Company includes? Aijan lists plainly, sponsorship from Katana means access to all services our company provides. Restaurants, inns, even entertainment services. You may enjoy anything under the Katana name, though of course we may withdraw support if you spend too lavishly. Saying this, she suddenly raised a hand to signal, however, there's one condition. Aijan declared firmly, you must promise to fight under the trading company's banner whenever we need your help. Hearing that, Johan understood their intent and frowned slightly. So you want me to deal with the bandits threatening the city? But she denied it. no. Ijon explained, the Oak Mercenary Company has already gone to handle that. We want you to do something else, Lord Joe. This made him even more puzzled. Something else. A second later, the smile on her face turned sly. Ijon recounted wearily, recently the number of shopping districts at odds with us has been rising. They claim Katana is monopolizing the market, and the louder they complain, the harder we find it to manage. Her expression turned cold. We want you to eliminate the members of those disgruntled districts, preferably their children as well. That is our sole condition. Igon hesitated and probed. So what do you say, Lord Johan? At that, he folded his arms and thought for a long while. Whatever he was thinking made Johan's face look somewhat terrifying. Time passed like that, and it had grown dusk outside. Now Johan emerged from the inner room. Seeing him, Godin ran over excitedly and asked, Lord Johan, you're back. How did it go? But Johan remained silent, his face darkening. This made Godin extremely worried. Lord Johan. But immediately, he broke into a smile. Then he shouted an order. Godin, go harvest honey. The boy was so shocked he froze. What harvest honey? Flashback to about an hour earlier. At that time, Johan had answered in a low voice, I refuse. He carefully explained, in a large city like Marseille, complaints are inevitable when you monopolize distribution. As he said this, Johan's face showed displeasure. So instead of resolving the issue through compromise, you want me to kill them, and their children too. He firmly refused. I cannot kill innocent people for that reason. I decline this task. Consider this agreement never to have existed. Ijon's face now looked utterly terrifying. She fell silent for a long moment, staring at Johan. He, not intimidated, glared back. After a while, she finally smiled. Then Ijon suddenly said, You've passed, Lord Johan. His face went blank at that. What? She then explained, We were testing whether you are suitable to receive our sponsorship. Forgive our rudeness, noble knight. Johan asked curiously, so the monopoly and the district's complaints were fake. Ijon smiled gently and explained, the Katana Trading Company never monopolized distribution, nor caused resentment among the districts. On the contrary, we distribute quality goods at accurate market prices. We're actually well liked by merchants. You'd be surprised how many companies skim off others. Ijon crossed her arms and announced, Anyway, we want to keep the terms we proposed. That doesn't mean we expect you to go to war immediately. She recollected aloud, the Oak mercenaries have gone to suppress the bandits. Feel free to rest and enjoy Katana's sponsorship in the meantime. Having finished, Ijon extended her hand. What do you say, Lord Johan? Will you shake hands and cooperate with me? Johan couldn't help but burst into a radiant smile. A moment later, he immediately agreed. Wonderful, I accept. After many trials, this partnership was finally sealed. Thanks be to Saint Luak. May this meeting benefit us both. Back in the present, Godin asked puzzled, Harvest honey, what does that mean? Johan hesitated, then explained, basically it means going to eat something expensive, on the Katana Company's tab. Then the two of them walked and talked, so your meeting went well with them. Yes, they finally sponsored me. He grinned brightly, Congratulations, Lord Johan. He replied cheerfully, Thanks, Kid Godin. Johan tilted his head and gazed at the sky thoughtfully. I've been sponsored by a trading company as soon as I stepped into Marseille. Things are going smooth. Thinking that, he clenched his fist in resolve. These bandits around Marseille are causing chaos, but once the Oak mercenaries wipe them out, peace will return. A gentle breeze blew. Johan looked buoyant now. The happy life he dreamed of was no longer far. Time to relax and enjoy it. On their way, they suddenly heard a terrified scream. When the two of them went inside, they saw flies swarming over the body of a man. His syrup was pooling and running across the ground. The townsfolk had gathered around in clusters. Johan, standing among the crowd, was shocked by the sight. He stood frozen in fear. What is this? Why are corpses littered out here? At that moment, someone suddenly called his name, Lord Johan. Goran bowed respectfully, You're here. And seeing Johan, he immediately briefed him. Goran, do you know what's happening? Goran then recounted. Yes, it seems the bandits around Marseille have grown more savage. After slaughtering merchants' families in the city, they dumped the bodies here to terrorize Marseille. The corpses lay strewn across the ground. A resentful voice erupted a moment later. Damn it. One of them began to lied. This means nothing's been solved. We should hold the city of Marseille responsible for this. A finely dressed man hurriedly argued. No, there are rumors the emperor himself incited the bandits, but was immediately shouted down as nonsense. Moments later, the crowd burst into argument. No way the emperor would do that, unless he's senile. Watch your words. I won't believe His Majesty is behind all this. The quarrel escalated. His Majesty, don't make me laugh. He's targeting Marseille. How dare you insult the Holy Realm? The gods will forsake that ungodly emperor. Shut up. How can a senile old emperor be sane? Who are you to defy the Holy Realm? Watching this, Johan felt uneasy. Damn it. My peaceful Marcel is ruined. I was only just starting to settle down and those bandits are wrecking everything. He gritted his teeth. What the hell are those mercenaries doing? On Aegon's side, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Shortly after, Ibelka entered. Excuse me, Branch Director Aegon, I bring terrible news. She seemed to anticipate and cut in. You mean the bodies of the merchants the bandits sent? I know about that. She hesitated. What are the Oak mercenaries doing about that? We can't contact the Oak Mercenary Company anymore. This news made Aegon's face go ashen. What did you say? What do you mean? Ibelka explained. The courier's body was found near the forest outside Marseille yesterday, in a truly horrific state. After hearing the whole story, she fell into thought. Aegon analyzed tensely. The Oak Mercenary Company has military strength comparable to a whole city. They're one of the Empire's top mercenary guilds. There's no way they'd lose to a puny band of thieves. Thinking that, she slammed the table. Ibelka. She startled and answered, yes, ma'am. Aegon ordered sternly, fetch Sutulga, the Ifil River seer. We must find out via his prophecy whether they were truly defeated. At the same time, at the Ifil River, Sutulga lightly dipped his hand into the water. I understand. He said in a low voice, Katana, you are mistaken. Seeking out the Oak mercenaries won't change a thing. Sutulga's eyes showed curiosity. The man who killed the Emperor's hunting hound and fled, now he's hiding in Marcel's car. He hesitated, then added, but things will not go the way that bastard thinks. Cut to the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch. The door opened quietly. A moment later, Sutulga stepped inside. At the sight of him, Ibelka flinched. Nyaha. She hurried out to greet him. Welcome, Lord Sutulga. Thank you so much for accepting Katana's invitation. Sutulga cast a scornful glance. You thank me. You sent a lousy coachman to fetch me. I thought my bones were about to snap. Ibelka shivered, apologizing, sorry sir. She then hurriedly led the way. First I'll fetch Aegon. He interrupted, don't bother. Yes. Sutulga explained, if it's truly urgent she'll come herself. Ibelka was still a bit worried, however. Seeing this he glared and warned, don't make me repeat myself. She fearfully replied, yes. A while later Sutulga sat down in a chair by the window. He gently stroked his beard. By the call of the Ifil River I can meet that person here. Now Johan was standing in front of that building. He was the one. He hesitated. Finally, the day to meet Marcel's ruling magistrate had come. Johab said as he entered, I must befriend the magistrate to settle in Marcel and end my wandering from the Emperor's pursuit. I even made it to the second round of interviews at a big corporation, you know. Footsteps echoed in the silent space. He grew a bit curious. What does the magistrate like? I should have asked Aegon beforehand. A moment later, he immediately went on guard. What's this, Karamaf? Sutulga slowly stepped forward. Karamaf. That's not a name fit for a divine beast. He looked at the old man tensely, that ancient fellow. Sutulga's gaze at Johan was terrifying. How did the old man know Karamaf was a divine beast? After a moment he stood up and asked, who are you? He was a little surprised. It seems you don't know who I am. Then Sutulga introduced himself. Seer of the Ifil River, Sutulga. I am Sutulga, seer of the Ifil River. But Johan still didn't know who he was. Noticing that, Sutulga explained, to put it simply, I am a mage. Imagining the prospect of using magic, he looked at the man with admiration. Magic, sorcery of course. In a strange world there must be magic. Johab was thrilled, coming to meet the mayor and running into a mage too. Indeed, a big metropolis is different. A moment later, he suddenly lined in excitedly and introduced himself. Delighted to meet you, Lord Sutulga. Meeting a mage at last. I've been waiting for this. Taken aback by the enthusiasm, Sutulga felt a little embarrassed. Oh, well then. He then asked directly, compared to someone pursued by the Emperor, you seem rather at ease. Johan stammered in fear. How did you know about that? Sutulga calmly explained. Magic, of course. That's the mystery of the Ifil River. I can see past and future through its water. He probed cautiously. Are you intending to report me to the Emperor? Sutulga looked at Johan with a puzzled gaze. Why would I do that? This shocked him greatly. With that, Sutulga turned to leave. Who do you think I am? I hold the secrets of the Ifil River and seek mysteries in nature's laws. I have no interest in mundane political squabble. Only the call of the Ifil River can command me, he added. Johan frowned inwardly. The Ifil River, huh? Sutulga reassured Johan. Besides, if I intended to report you, I'd do it quietly. No need to shout it in front of you. Hearing that he relaxed, come to think of it, that makes sense. With that thought, Johan grabbed his hand. Then, Lord Sutulga, I'd like to hear more about magic. Would you mind? Seeing his admiring eyes, Sutulga was slightly suspicious. What's with this fellow? Is he just an ordinary knight? He recalled the scornful attitude of knights he'd met before. A mage. Just a bunch of senile, cowardly old men who don't understand battlefield honor. That's the expected reaction. Comparing that to Johan's demeanor made Sutulga more puzzled. Why does this knight's face light up so at the mention of magic? He asked eagerly, how does one use magic? Could an ordinary person like me do it? Johan thought to himself, this is my chance to learn magic and become a spellblade. That would surely increase my odds of survival. Sultulga agreed, very well. If fate has brought this, I don't mind teaching. But he set a condition. Still, mere talk is dull. If you can beat me at least once in a wagered game, I'll tell you. Johan asked curiously, a wager, chess? If not that, can we bet on something else, like arm wrestling? At the thought of arm wrestling the man, a caption seemed to flow through his mind. Please don't use force against the old and weak. Sultulga snorted, arm wrestling. You plan to bully an old man. It's not chess, come here and watch. He turned away coldly. The games of kings are amusing, but they pale beside the games of gods. Hearing that, Johan grew curious. Games of the gods. A moment later, Sultulga produced a game board and 2 jars holding the playing pieces. Seeing that he hesitated, this is. At a glance, Johan recognized it. It's go. Sultulga said softly, first, sit down. He reassured him, does it look too complicated? Don't worry, I'll handicap myself a bit. Johan, meanwhile, quietly rejoiced. Luck had come his way again. He confidently recalled his glory days. If it's go, I once won the divisional championship, I'm very confident. Not long after, Johan grabbed a handful of black stones, not knowing how good the old man really was. Then he seriously reached out, but I'll win, just watch. Sultulga didn't hesitate either. Well then, let's start gently. Johan smiled with determination. Must win, please teach me. Johan made the first move. I'll also seize all the knowledge about magic. Time passed like that. 50 minutes later. He now looked exhausted. The old man sighed. Johan hesitated. Lord Sultulga. Sultulga smiled persuasively. Let me replay a few moves. But Johan immediately objected. No way, sir, you've already asked to replay 5 times. He slammed down in displeasure. Absurd. How could I lose in the game of the gods? Now Sultulga began to suspect. Is it really your first time? Even the Empire's Sultan couldn't beat me. Johan smiled gently to console him. That's only because Lord Sultulga taught too thoroughly. He hesitated more. Sultulga then set a condition. 1 more game. If I still lose this time, I'll give you a gift useful to your life, a present. Hearing that he couldn't contain his joy, could it be magical gear? If so, immediately Johan asked, how many handicap stones will you give? He blushed awkwardly, give me 3 stones. Now Johan began the new match. Then, let's begin. While playing, Sultulga asked curiously, as a noble by birth, why are you so interested in magic? He didn't hide it, because I'm being pursued by the emperor. The more I know, the better, right? Sultulga thought for a moment, then explained. If you intend to use it in combat, give up. The magical knowledge I can teach isn't that kind. Hearing this, Johan asked in astonishment, really, it's not for combat. He scolded impatiently. Honestly, you actually plan to use magic to fight. But in the end, Sultulga agreed. Since I promised, I'll answer. I've heard some use it in combat. Johan replied excitedly, so it does exist. A moment later, he barked loudly. Don't take this casually. Sultulga carefully explained to Johan. Those called mages mainly find mysteries in nature. Some find it in the wind, some in fire. Others claim to find mystery in burning sulfur smoke. Mages wield different schools of magic. He sighed, mentioning that idiot who chirped about finding mystery in the Black Forest. Johan now vaguely realized there was a touch of feeling in that last remark. Sultulga continued, the discovered mystery is called a spirit, and mages borrow power from those spirits. Spirits usually lend power without demanding payment, but their complications sometimes exact a terribly high price. He warned sternly, so even when encountering the mysterious, be careful not to go against the spirit's will. Johan stammered, yes, I understand. Actually, Johan was sighing in disappointment, so this world has that kind of setup. I probably don't need to risk my life to study nature's laws, let alone become a spellblade. There likely aren't even magic items. No wonder luck showed up. Not long after, a shout rang out. Lord Sultulga has arrived. Footsteps hurried. Ijon scolded, why didn't you report to me immediately? Ibelka tried to explain. That was because he insisted not to be notified. Really, these mages. I told you it's urgent, and he's already there. A moment later, she opened the door and stepped inside, Lord Sultulga. The moment Ijon saw the atmosphere inside, she realized. He's probably using the gods' game to toy with his opponent again. She was a little surprised. At that moment, Sultulga suddenly jumped up and shouted, let me replay 1 move. Johan looked at him helplessly, Lord Sultulga. Even Ijon was taken aback, Lord Sultulga being cornered in the gods' game. She looked at him curiously, Lord Johan, what kind of person are you really? Johan laughed loudly from his side, just accept it, please. No sooner had he finished than Ijon spoke up. Oh, Lord Sultulga, so you're here. She stepped forward politely. If you're in Marseille, you must report to Igon first. Have you been enjoying your time with Lord Johan? Sultulga smiled sheepishly. I was just testing a few moves with this knight, so that's it. As he spoke, he knocked over the game. Branch director has arrived. Regrettably, the game must end here. Johan froze in place. Then Sutlga produced 2 vials. Here, take these. He asked curiously, Lord Sutlga, what are these? He glanced at Johan and explained, didn't I promise you? These are the last secrets of the Ifil River, water of fury and water of blessing. Scene shift, the oak mercenary watch post. In the dead of night, Brattle's eyes showed clear panic. His voice trembled too. What the hell is this? From inside the woods, a pair of red eyes appeared. Seconds later, the silhouette of a woman with a savage smile moved toward. She laughed maniacally and closed in. Brattle's face went ashen with fear. She's not a bandit. He gaped. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. Sometime later, at the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company, Johan accepted the gift from Sutlga with an eager look. These 2 are the water of fury and the water of blessing. He then explained their origin. Since ancient times, the Ifil River hid an age-old secret, the mystery of life and death. I've spent my life searching, but the river never revealed it to me. The next words from Sutlga stunned him. Until you appeared, Johan. He carefully explained the vial's effects. As long as your head isn't completely severed, the red vial can heal you no matter how grievous the wounds. The blue vial can melt a person with a single drop. Johan exclaimed in disbelief, I never expected to receive real magical items like this. Thank you, Lord. So magic items really exist. These potions put my mind at ease. Now Sutlga suddenly remembered and turned to ask, Branch Chief, you called me because of the prophecy, right? Ijon hurriedly recounted, yes, wise one. Bandits have appeared around Marcel and there have been many civilian casualties. She added with worry, the trading company sent the Oak mercenary unit to deal with them, but we haven't been able to contact them for days. Could they have been defeated? Before she finished the sentence, he cut in, they were wiped out 3 days ago. Igon was shocked to hear that. After a while, Sutlga recited, the voice of the Ifil River gave a prophecy. Southeast of Marcel, the will of the Oaks will be trampled by a steel boulder. Their fate will be severed behind the veil. Failure to stop the flames will drown the city. That is what the voice of the Ifil River said. The Oak mercenary unit has likely been wiped out. She hesitated and glanced at Johan, thinking the Oak mercenaries lost to bandits again. Sounds like we'll need a city council meeting. Lord Johan, it's time to act in the council's name. After a pause, he replied in a low voice, I understand. Cut to a large chamber. Rapid footsteps, and Einbeck's sly grin. He shoved the door open and barged in. Oh dear, seems I'm late. Then Einbeck sat down. Count Einbeck Vivant Auvergne. Now, let us begin the council, for Marcel and for the Emperor. At that moment, his beard twitched imperceptibly. Johan saw this and whispered a jab. That ridiculous mustache, medieval times really had some weird folk. Not long after, a voice drew his attention. Greetings, members of the city council. Velako smiled and introduced himself. Governor of Marcel, Velako Traniani. As most of you know, I am Velako, governor of this city. Johan eyed him with calculation. Velako, I need to win him over. If I want to settle in a city even the emperor won't touch, I must impress him at any cost. Even his name sounds impressive. Velako cleared his throat and began. Since the influential families of Marcel have gathered here today, allow me to thank you for making time despite your busy schedule. He gestured and said, before we begin, I want to introduce a noble to you all. Following Velako's gesture, everyone's eyes turned to Johan. This is a member of the Yates family, currently sponsored by the Katana Trading Company. Lord Johan, facing so many gazes he couldn't help feeling tense. Very pleased to meet you all. I will do my best. The crowd gave a reluctant round of applause. Noting this, he lowered his head. Then Einbeck immediately changed the subject. More importantly, Governor, I heard the mercenary unit hired by the trading company failed to suppress the bandits. What happened? He began to cajole. If you had appealed to the Emperor of the Holy Realm from the start, this would have been resolved smoothly. Those opposed to the Emperor rose to rebut immediately. Those bandits appeared because of the Emperor. He should take responsibility and lower the taxes he levies on Marcel. Well said. The pro-Emperor faction fired back in turn. Shut up. How dare you insult His Majesty in the current situation? Your words are utterly treasonous. Neither side would yield. Do you think we don't see the Emperor's mad scheme? He unleashed those bandits to throw the city into chaos so he can justify moving Imperial troops here amid the turmoil. Any proof? Show it. Bastard, the only reason you're taking it out on us is because your hired mercenaries are useless. Johan, stuck in the middle, felt irritated. These old politicians, I have no idea what they're babbling, my ears hurt. Thinking that, he couldn't help feeling afraid. Many here openly support the Emperor. I'd be in danger if my identity were exposed. Velako remained calm and smiled gently at that. But then his expression shifted. His voice dropped with a warning. Everyone, please be orderly." At once the whole chamber fell silent. Seeing the scene, he couldn't hide his surprise. After a moment, Aeon cleared her throat. Then she smiled softly and spoke. "The governor understands your concerns and has prepared a contingency plan. That plan is." Her eyes showed determination as she continued. "Form a second expeditionary force to root out the bandits." Those present were shocked to hear this. "What?" He quickly flatteringly said, "Well deserved, Governor Velako. You are truly wise. The Emperor holds Marcel's peace dear above all else." At this Ainbeck still pressed. "Just say the word and troops will be sent at once." Johan's face went pale. "What? The Emperor's army? This time I might actually be arrested and executed." He looked to Velako pleadingly. "Please refuse, Velako." After a pause, Velako finally spoke. "You have contributed much to the council, Lord Ainbeck, that's true. In fact, I am grateful for your support." Velako smiled gently and declined. "However, I must respectfully refuse." He added, "His Majesty is likely tied up with the recent Northern Rebellion. I wish to share the burden, even if only a little." Velako then declared Marcel will organize a new mercenary force that will include Lord Johan over there. Ainbeck, no longer pressing, said, "If that's your decision, then so be it. I truly hope the Emperor will recognize your loyalty, Governor." Johan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, so that's that. But he remained suspicious. The mustached fellow certainly backed the Emperor, and he seemed close to the governor. Will I be okay? The more Johan thought, the more uneasy he felt. He'd been told even the Emperor can't touch Marcel, but that doesn't seem to be true, Eldons. After a long moment, Aegon's announcement voice rang out. "Then, today's meeting is adjourned. The council has prepared a small tea reception, and I encourage you all to attend." When everyone else left, Ainbeck remained seated. Johan was about to stand and leave when Velako stopped him. "Lord Johan, might I have a bit of your time?" He reluctantly agreed, of course. Johan's face was now tense. If Velako truly supports the Emperor, I should find an excuse and slip away immediately. The more he thought, the more miserable he felt. My luck really is rot. Am I about to be homeless and wandering again? He beamed and gestured the way. "Come to my office." Johan followed helplessly. "Yes, sir." Ainbeck glanced at them subtly. After a while, they finally arrived. "Please sit, Lord Johan." "Thank you, sir." Now Velako asked again, "Which family did you say you belonged to?" He smiled awkwardly and hesitated. "Yes, I am Johan Yates of the Yates family." At that moment, Johan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A second later, he suddenly shouted, "I see. Yates family, so you're from there." Velako looked enthusiastic. The Yates are a rather special house, famous for their date-infused liquor, quite renowned among connoisseurs. Johan went along, "You know my family." But then he froze. "Wait, does that family actually exist? I only changed one letter." As he spoke, he produced a bottle. "Perfect timing. Coincidentally, I happen to have a little of your family's liquor here. This is the date-infused drink from your homeland." Velako then reached for a glass. He handed it to Johan. "I suppose you must miss home." He accepted it worriedly. "Thank you, sir." When the glass was filled, Johan drained it in one gulp. He tried to act. This flavor truly brings back memories, though inside he was thinking he didn't even know such date liquor existed. Velako smiled gently. "Hearing you say that makes me happy." Then his demeanor shifted. "By the way, is the Yates family well?" In a probing tone, "I heard the Emperor's cold blades swept across the north. That was a tragedy." Johan froze, remembering. Velako said sympathetically, "Unfortunately, many houses were purged. Survivors scattered and are said to be surviving by banditry." The more he heard, the more worried he grew. Among the purged houses was one said to be wanted for treason. At this his tone turned icy. "I hear that house is called the Yates family." Johan pretended ignorance. "Is that so? I had no idea. This is the first time I've heard that name." But Velako's gaze on him felt as if it had seen right through him. Yet in a flash his manner changed. "I see. Seems I've been gossiping too far, forgive me." Johan forced a smile and stammered, "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Soon Velako switched topics again. "By the way, did you know, Johan?" This line plainly exposed him. "The drink you just had isn't Yates' family date liquor at all. It's just cheap whiskey distilled nearby." Johan's face went pale when he heard that. Velako coldly glanced at him, his voice carrying authority. "Perhaps we should stop these pointless word games. Johan Yates, Johan Yates." The young man froze completely, sweating profusely from being exposed. But the man behind the control desk merely turned his back slightly, calmly stating that he would not hand the boy over to the Emperor. Then he cast a dark gaze toward him and added, "Anyway, I might change my mind later." The protagonist thought to himself, what is the meaning of such a blatant threat? Just then the leader spoke up. "Every decision I make is solely for the benefit of the city of Marcel." He explained that it didn't matter which faction held power, as long as peace was maintained. He would utilize the balance between the various forces to protect every citizen in the city. Then the leader gave the boy an order: go and wipe out all the bandits. Prove to me that you are useful. But the final warning was clear. If he failed, he would be sent directly to face the emperor's judgment. In despair, the protagonist leaned his back against the wall, feeling the sheer weight of danger tightening its grip on him. He thought to himself, I only wanted to live a peaceful life. Now, an invisible chain was tightening around his neck. Memories of past suffering and old battles came rushing back to his mind. But before long, the young man regained his composure. He decided he would win the leader's recognition with his own strength. Suddenly, a young boy came running up, shouting in a panic, the attack force has reached the city. The young man looked out toward the horizon, wondering if that was the army the other man had gathered. Before them, the second attack force was advancing along the road, heading straight toward the bandits. Within that ranks were the notoriously aggressive Red Iron mercenaries, along with warriors from the monasteries of Saint Ina and Saint Galan. Johann asked in surprise, are they that famous? The boy nodded, confirming they were local legends. He went on to explain, the Knights of Saint Galanto are masters of both alchemy and combat. Saint Ina is an order of holy female knights. As for the Red Iron mercenaries, they are dwarves specialized in sieges. They value honor and loyalty above all else. Then the boy pointed toward Count Bart's knights. They are elves from Arangs, famous for their bravery. The young man blurted out, elves are usually so arrogant. The boy couldn't help but chuckle before quickly apologizing for his reaction. On the city walls, the protagonist prepared to meet those who would fight by his side. At that moment, the Alliance banner was raised, marking the start of the gathering of forces. With an excited roar, Captain Kummel of the Red Iron shouted Lady Aine's name. The branch manager appeared and introduced the protagonist as the knight who will fight alongside you. The dwarf laughed and told the young man, just relax. But he replied, I need to maintain my dignity before the troops. The captain gave a thumbs up and praised him. Well said, no one here doubts your authority. The protagonist smiled, grateful for the dwarven captain's understanding. Afterward, the dwarf turned to ask the holy knights about the marching plan. The commander replied with a smile, we will march together with Captain Kummel's forces. At this point, everyone was introduced to Valian from Saint Ina and Agenta from Saint Galant. The dwarven captain thumped his chest, happily stating he was grateful for everyone's cooperation. The protagonist thought to himself, this dwarf is quite wise. I like the way he organizes things. Suddenly, someone asked the branch manager why so many troops had been gathered for this mission. The sound of horse hooves rang out. An elf knight named Bartok Gustav grumbled, we alone would have been enough. His teammates, Laurent and Leon, agreed, but noted that their master must have a good reason. With a look of absolute disdain, the elf knight rode closer to the protagonist and asked, are you a knight for a trading company? The young man nodded, introducing himself solemnly. I am Johann of the Yates family. The elf smirked, repeating the name with disgust. Johann of the Yates family, never heard of it. He pointed a finger at the young man and warned, if you get into trouble, don't expect me to save you. The protagonist replied coldly, I will keep that warning in mind during the battle. The elf then barked at the dwarven captain, declaring he would not take orders from him. Afterward, Knight Gustav ordered the manager to prepare a grand feast in his name. Having spoken, the group of elf knights spurred their horses and sped off, leaving everyone else on the road. The protagonist understood why the dwarven captain had demanded command to deal with these elves. Even so, he believed that despite those troublesome elves, they would handle the bandits easily. Just then, an assistant came running up and whispered something into the manager's ear. After hearing it, she informed the protagonist, someone wishes to meet you tonight. The young man pointed at himself in surprise. Does Consul Villico want to see me again? The cat girl looked a bit flustered, not knowing how to answer. As night fell, the army gathered in a field for a feast before setting out. The elves were getting drunk, constantly raising their cups to toast their victory. They boasted that their blades were invincible, while an old man grumbled about the noise. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked alone, thinking that refusing a drink might be seen as an insult. He worried that rejection might make his allies doubt his trust. Finally, the young man knocked on the door of a room. A mysterious voice called out, inviting him in. The door opened with a creak, revealing a dark but extremely luxurious room. Inside, he asked who wanted to see him. The hooded figure told him to sit down. The protagonist thought to himself, do the nobles in this world drink all day long? At the very least, this wine wasn't the cheap swill Villico had used to test him before. The mysterious figure poured the wine and asked, does the noble intend to go to the battlefield just for money? The protagonist gave a forced smile and shot back, Who are you to speak so insolently? At that, the mysterious man slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face. It was Baron Inbak, a man who claimed to be a loyal citizen of the Empire. The protagonist jumped, completely unexpected to meet him here. The Baron, sporting a mustache, explained that Marcel claimed to be neutral, but was actually acting against the Emperor. He asked if the boy understood the reason for this meeting. The young man shook his head. The Baron simply stared at him with a grave expression, twirling his stylish mustache. The boy said he wasn't good at politics, and that getting involved with the Emperor's people was never a good idea. The Baron laughed loudly, saying he would give him a piece of advice. Merchants need two things, profit and absolute power. While pouring the wine, he smiled. If the company supports me, then you are their power. The protagonist asked why he thought that, reminding him that he was Johann of the Yates family. But the Baron revealed he had investigated the boy's past and found no records of such a family. The young man was horrified. Even this man had discovered his deepest secret. The Baron mentioned there was once a family named Eats, very similar to his name, but they had been wiped out for the crime of rebellion. Not a single person survived that tragedy. However, he said the name didn't matter, as Marcel had accepted him because of his strength. The protagonist went straight to the point. What do you want from me? The Baron suggested he skip the bandit hunt and join the Emperor's army instead. It was an opportunity to enter the Empire's inner circle, to gain immense power, become an orthodox holy knight, receive countless honors, and eventually be granted vast fertile lands to rule as he pleased. The Baron laughed excitedly as the boy summarized the offer. He said, "It's the law of nature. The strong always reap what the weak sow. It's only natural for the weak to die at the hands of bandits." Then the Baron let out a savage laugh, saying it was the fault of those who failed at life. But the protagonist simply smiled and calmly rejected the offer. The Baron was stunned, completely speechless at the boy's answer. The young man began to tell a story. A few months ago, a dark knight appeared in my territory. Serving the Emperor, he slaughtered my entire family and innocent civilians. He made a similar offer to become the Emperor's sword. I refused, and there is one major difference between these two cases. He looked coldly at the Baron. The Emperor's knight was ultimately defeated by my own hand. The Baron panicked, his eyes wide with terror. The protagonist revealed he was the one who killed the Emperor's famous personal knight, Karamat, and wiped out his underlings like flies. The Baron cried out in a panic, realizing the boy was a survivor of the annihilated Eats family. The protagonist placed a hand on his wine glass, preparing to teach this mustachioed man a lesson. He drained the glass while the Baron scolded him for his arrogant attitude. But with terrifying strength, the young man squeezed his hand, crushing the metal cup without effort. Then he slammed his hand down, smashing the entire table to splinters. The Baron watched in horror as he destroyed everything with his bare hands. The protagonist warned, "I will destroy the bandits for my own reasons, not for the Empire." He advised the man not to tell anyone what he had just witnessed. To make the warning clear, he used his incredible strength to crush the doorknob as well. The protagonist left the room, leaving the man with the mustache all alone. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His chest began to burn, and his breath became so difficult it felt like he was suffocating. A horrific wave of pain washed over him, and blood began to trickle from his nose. With his eyes wide in shock, he finally understood. The wine the Baron had offered was no ordinary drink, but a deadly poison. Collapsing to the floor, the protagonist used his last ounce of strength to curse the Baron. He couldn't believe he had been defeated this way. Meanwhile, the Baron stood over him with a triumphant gaze and an utterly evil smile, celebrating his victory over the young warrior without a shred of mercy. He stood there gloating as the life faded from the young man's eyes. At the gathering area near Marcel, night fell. Everyone huddled around the campfires, enjoying a lavish feast. Suddenly, a group of women surrounded the boy Godin, incessantly praising and teasing him for his cute looks. They started pinching his cheeks and nose repeatedly, saying things that made Godin turn beet red, embarrassed beyond belief. Finally, the boy bolted away in a panic, his face flushed with shyness. The women burst into laughter at his reaction, saying they only wanted to help him look a bit more presentable. But the little assistant kept running through the dark corridors of the building, shouting his master's name for help as he went. The boy burst into tears of fear, crying out that this place was too terrifying and that he had to find his master immediately. Suddenly, the boy stopped in his tracks when he saw a hand lying motionless on the floor. He wondered what on earth had happened there. As he looked closer, Godin was struck with absolute horror as he recognized the warrior in a wretched state. He watched as the man collapsed and fell into despair, screaming his master's name with all his might. He noticed a thick black liquid spewing from the man's mouth, and feared that death was close at hand. Not long after, perhaps due to timely first aid, Johan panicked to the point of nausea, grabbing a bucket to vomit out the toxic substances. It turned out that Godin had fetched an antidote and given it to the protagonist. After taking the antidote, the hero began to feel better. He looked at his loyal companion and sincerely thanked the boy for saving his life. At this moment, he also expressed his gratitude to the old mage, for without that magical water, he surely would have died. The mage scolded the young man, saying he was a fool to seek out the Baron despite knowing he was a traitor. He advised him to be more careful, as he might not be so lucky next time, and could even lose his life. Then the old man asked if the hero had captured the noble, as he would be the evidence for the entire conspiracy. But the protagonist shook his head, saying that by the time he arrived, the mustachioed man had already fled. A flashback appeared. The young man was furiously screaming the Baron's name, demanding he show himself for a reckoning. He charged toward the room with his teammates, declaring he would show no mercy to anyone who stood in his way. A teammate informed him that the Baron had escaped. The protagonist thought to himself that nobles always find a way to evade justice. At that moment, he noticed something on the floor and felt a sense of curiosity. It was a sealed letter. The man must have dropped it in his panicked flight. Back in the present, the young man handed the letter to the mage and said he had found something extremely important in the Baron's room. He explained that these were documents the nobleman hadn't had time to take with him, and the entire incident was clearly recorded inside. The mage asked if the contents of the letter proved that the emperor had hired the bandits to attack the city. The protagonist shook his head, replying that the truth was much more serious and horrific than they had imagined. At the same time, the city gate opened, and a cloaked figure dashed out at an extremely high speed in the darkness of the night. The mustachioed man rode his horse through the pitch-black forest, his eyes determined and his mind harboring an evil plan. With a sinister smile, he thought to himself that by now, the young warrior must have died from the venom. He felt triumphant, saying that everything was unfolding exactly as the emperor had planned from the beginning. The Baron arrived at a military camp, where the guards shouted to clear the way because Lord Abeck has arrived. Another man smiled in greeting. The Baron only gave a slight nod to acknowledge his presence. We see a foot stepping onto a wooden platform, indicating that he has dismounted from his horse. The Baron stood before a massive mercenary army gathered in the camp. With a loud, angry roar, he declared to everyone that they were not ordinary bandits, as everyone thought. In fact, they were the Emperor's mercenaries, the strongest and most fearsome warrior. At this moment, the Emperor's banner was raised high. The Baron shouted that they swore loyalty to the great Emperor. He declared that he had been secretly sabotaging the city of Marseille for a long time and knew all of their plans. With a wicked gaze, he said that the enemy would fall into chaos without even knowing who was actually attacking them. An image of chaos and destruction appeared, soldiers screaming in despair in the middle of a major battle. The mustachioed man smiled with arrogance and absolute confidence in his perfect plan. He further revealed that the emperor himself had sent a mage from the court to assist. The mercenaries were astonished, wondering if it was Cagel of the Crimson Flame. At this moment, a dark and mysterious figure stepped out from the shadows, surrounded by an eerie purple aura. The figure spoke, saying it was ridiculous to be mistaken for an ordinary maid. She was the emperor's favorite. With an evil smile, the woman revealed herself, showing fiery red hair and snake-like features. She introduced herself as Janina, the court maid. Everyone was surprised by her identity. One mercenary was confused because he had never heard of a snake mage by that name. Janina sneered, saying of course he hadn't, because she was not an ordinary elemental mage like the other. With a sinister look, she revealed that she actually specialized in living weapons. To everyone's amazement, she opened a glass vial. A bright green liquid began to flow out, emitting a strange energy. The female mage smiled wickedly, holding the potion that was glowing brightly in the night. The scene shifted to the soldiers lying on the ground, preparing for what was about to happen. The poison began to take effect, and a dark monster appeared before the soldier. The mercenaries were in an absolute panic, not understanding what was happening. The snake mage showed off her living weapon, which was actually a giant, grotesque troll. With a sinister smile, she said that her dear sister would fight alongside them in the upcoming battle. At this moment, the Baron roared that tomorrow would be the day they crushed Marcel's forces. He raised a fist in anger and declared, "We will offer the city of Marseille to the Emperor." The mercenaries cheered in unison, celebrating the glory of the sacred empire. Everyone raised their swords, continuously shouting the names of the Emperor and the great empire. Back in the room, the protagonist was silent with a serious and pensive expression. He called his assistant Godin, The boy immediately responded to his master. The hero handed the letter to the boy and instructed him to bring it to the leading official without telling anyone. Godin took the letter, understanding the importance and the secret nature of the mission. Afterward, the young man called Gorin and Kan to have an important private talk. In the mage's mind, he wondered one thing. "Oh, Ippo River, why do you want to save that young man tonight? Through him, what do you desire?" On the day of departure, before the gates of Marseille, the dwarf captain was waiting for the order to begin the mission. The second suppression force was ready to set out to confront the bandit. A saintly knight offered a prayer, asking God for blessings on the upcoming battle. Mounted on his horse, the protagonist led the army forward, officially beginning the mission to destroy the enemy. Unexpectedly, a companion called his name. The young man turned around and saw the young assistant Godin standing there. The boy wished him luck. The protagonist smiled and instructed, "Take good care of the mage while I am away." The old mage laughed loudly. "This isn't the first time this old man has participated in a campaign. You're the one who should be careful." The protagonist said goodbye to his two friends and spurred his horse to join the large formation, leaving Godin and the mage behind. He joined the ranks and passed by a dwarf soldier who was observing him. Captain Kummel welcomed him. The young man nodded in confirmation. "I am ready to face everything." The dwarf captain signaled with his hand, preparing to order the attack. With a resounding shout, he caught the attention of all the soldiers gathered on the ground. He ordered all troops advance, begin the march toward the enemy camp. However, the elf knights ignored the order, shouting loudly and charging forward, believing themselves to be the strongest. They gradually separated from the main force, acting independently without any strategy. The protagonist frowned in annoyance, understanding more clearly why the dwarf captain demanded command to deal with those elves. Captain Kummel immediately repeated the order. All troops advance. Everyone must follow the plan agreed upon earlier. Elsewhere, Lan S. Letter 1EF1 Velko stood by the window, quietly observing the city. His cat assistant stood beside. The cat girl reported, "The second suppression force has officially set out." Velko still maintained a serious expression, looking far off toward the horizon. He held the letter the protagonist had sent and asked, "Has this letter been verified?" The assistant confirmed, "Yes, sir. It was found in the Baron's room." Velko looked suspicious. He found it very suspicious that the letter appeared exactly on the night before departure, and right in the nobleman's room. Velko still didn't believe the letter was real, especially given the many conflicts between noble families. However, the cat assistant asserted, "The seal certainly belongs to the Abeck family." Only then did Velko understand the situation. Looking at the seal and the contents of the letter, he concluded that the mustachioed baron was the one behind everything. The assistant reported that they had tried to pressure the nobleman, but he had already fled. She asked, "Isn't this suspicious enough?" But Velko shook his head. "I still do not trust that young knight. I am worried about the trading company placing their trust in him." The cat girl defended him. "Our guild only trusts those who truly deserve support." Velko smiled. "I understand your position, but you should remember one important thing." He warned, "If that warrior's wrong actions break the balance of the city, everything will turn sour. At that time, your company will not be able to escape responsibility either." The cat girl broke into a cold sweat. She began to suspect that the consul might belong to the pro-emperor faction, based on his attitude. Meanwhile, at the camp of the pro-emperor faction, someone asked Baron Abeck if the news was correct. With a sinister smile, the Baron confirmed, "The news was just brought by a messenger." He gloated, "Marcel's second suppression force has fallen into the trap. This city now belongs to the emperor." The faction leader laughed out loud. "Now, we just wait for the news of victory to be sent back." A mercenary spoke dreamily of what he would do after winning the battle. The female mage sneered in contempt. "How disgusting, only thinking about such things." At this moment, someone sitting at the table asked, "Master, why do you look so pale and worried?" The Baron tried to hide his tension. "There is nothing to worry about." But the sweat pouring down his face betrayed that something was eating at him inside. He looked at Janina seriously and asked, "Have you heard any news about the knight Karamat?" The Baron asked nervously, "Have you heard that the knight was seriously injured during the expedition?" Both Janina and the other person were stunned, not understanding why he was worried about that. Then both burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Karamat being seriously injured. What a lame joke. Janina explained, "He is the Empire's strongest swordsman, a peerless warrior. He is equipped with legendary items from head to toe. He is the pillar of our military power." The snake mage concluded, "Nothing could happen to someone like him." The Baron nodded reluctantly in agreement. Inwardly, he was furious at realizing he had been tricked. He still smugly thought he had eliminated the young man. Far off, the protagonist was riding his horse calmly. he suddenly stopped when he noticed something unusual ahead. He remarked, Elf Knight Gustav's team seems to have cleared this area quite neat. The scene showed rows of corpses lying scattered on the ground, proving the elves had indeed passed through and won. An elf knight appeared, sneering at the dwarves, as slow as expected of your kind. Captain Cummel grew angry, pointing at him. I am a dwarf, not an elf like you. With a smile, the protagonist reminded them that he was a noble, and the elf should show more respect. The dwarf captain became even more outraged, threatening to crush the elf's pointed ears. The elf also flew into a rage at the insolence. The protagonist only observed quietly and thought, as expected, elves and dwarves never get along. He intervened, asking Captain Cummel to calm down. The dwarf reluctantly apologized for his attitude. The young man turned to an elf soldier and asked, after the battle, where did everyone go? The elf soldier smiled proudly. Brave Lord Gustav and his knights have cleared this area. Now we are leading the main force to pursue the remaining bandits. The scene shifted to the elf knights, chasing the bandits who were fleeing in panic through the forest. An elf soldier declared, all spoils and prisoners belong to Lord Gustav and his knights. Since you are late, you have no right to demand anything. Captain Cummel was enraged by the insolence. He replied, we've already received our pay. You pointy ears can take whatever you want. The elf was even more furious at the insult. But the protagonist had a serious expression, because he sensed something was very wrong here. He thought the bandits defeated 3 groups of mercenaries, yet they were just defeated by the elves without any losses. With sharp eyes, he analyzed every detail on the battlefield, knowing for sure something was off. He looked toward the nearby forest and realized it was the perfect spot for an ambush. The young man asked the elf soldier, have you investigated that forest yet? The soldier sneered, you want to go hunting. At this moment, the protagonist understood everything. The enemy had intentionally retreated to lure their entire force into a trap. He screamed in his head, this is a giant trap, we are walking straight to our death. But Captain Cummel ordered the troops to keep advancing, not wanting to hear the elves grumble. The protagonist spurred his horse to the dwarf captain's side and urgently requested to stop for a moment. The captain asked, what's the matter? In a hurried voice, the young man ordered, all troops immediately form a defensive formation, aim straight at the forest. Both dwarves and elves were stunned. The captain said in confusion, attack an empty forest. The protagonist explained, if there is an ambush, this terrain will put us in extreme danger. We cannot risk it. In a mental map, he showed they were being surrounded by the enemy and needed to check the area before proceeding. The dwarf captain said, we can just crush the bandits. But the young man protested, they are not ordinary bandits. He shouted, we must confirm the situation right now, before the main force advances further. The man glanced at the elf, who was looking at him mockingly. The captain looked dejected. If we're wrong, the elves will mock us as cowards. But the young warrior roared, I don't care about honor. Even if I have to throw away my honor, I will do it to save everyone here. The elf soldier sneered, while the dwarf captain grumbled irritably. Though reluctant, the captain finally bowed. Fine, I will follow the young knight's suggestion. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief for having persuaded them. He thought to himself, last time I was ignored just for being a nobody, but this time. Captain Cummel shouted, all units switched to defensive formation, archers ready. The dwarf soldiers quickly ran to their positions, forming a solid shield wall. A shield was slammed hard into the ground, showing the solidity and seriousness of the defensive formation. Once the shield wall was ready, the captain gave orders to the archers. The archers drew their bows, aiming at both flanks toward the forest. The dwarves operating the cannons were also ready, pointing the muzzles at suspicious locations, waiting for orders. The captain gave the command. A terrifying barrage of artillery fire was shot straight into the pitch-black forest. Arrows and cannonballs whizzed at incredible speeds, destroying everything in their path. But unexpectedly, a giant creature in heavy armor appeared amidst the barrage, taking the full brunt of the direct attacks. The elf knights observing were absolutely horrified, not understanding what was happening. Captain Cummel was also stunned, realizing there was indeed an ambush waiting for them in the forest. Amidst the thick smoke, an enemy with glowing red eyes and a wicked smile stepped out, revealing his true face. Going back some time, the protagonist turned to ask his teammate, have you ever heard of the Bullhead Mercenaries? A mercenary nodded. Yes, that's a very famous group in our circle. He also mentioned an elf team called Akadin Wolves, saying Bullhead was much more expensive. Hearing this, the black-haired young man asked further, tell me everything you know about this mysterious group. The mercenary explained, they are extremely secretive and don't take any missions unless the pay is high enough. From what I know, when they attack, they move like a pack of actual ferocious bulls. Their tactic is to charge straight ahead, trample the enemy's line of defense, then pour in from the inside and massacre without mercy. The protagonist thought to himself that this tactic was very similar to the German tactics in World War II. The mercenary asked worriedly, "So tomorrow we'll have to face this group?" The young man nodded and gave a grim warning. "Our enemy is no ordinary band of robbers. They are elite mercenaries working directly for the Emperor." The soldier wearing the eye patch suggested in a panic, "If we really have to face them, our best bet is to retreat immediately. We must avoid a head-on collision at all costs." The black-haired young man asked why, and he replied, "We don't stand a chance. Word is, this terrifying mercenary group even has a minotaur under their command." At that moment, the protagonist suddenly recalled a similar story he had heard as a child. The image of a legendary monster flashed in his mind, the Minotaur, the destroyer of heroes. Legend had it that the beast possessed a massive frame and godlike strength. Anyone who dared to challenge it was crushed without mercy. The younger mercenary cried out in a panic, "Don't worry. We'll put our lives on the line to help you get away." The man next to him added with a blush, "As for the payment, we can settle up once you're safe and sound." Hearing those words, a faint smile played on the protagonist's lip. He seemed quite satisfied with the situation. He replied unexpectedly, "Actually, I'm going to need both of you to help me with this mission." The two mercenaries immediately lit up, cheering that they wanted to see the legendary beast with their own eye. The protagonist called each of them by name and thanked them, but added that he had a different task in mind for them. Both of them stood there dazed, unable to imagine what else he could possibly want from them. Back to the present, in the distance, a hidden group watched the army and noticed their formation suddenly shift. In that exact moment, a rain of arrows whistled through the air toward those hiding in the forest. The arrows hit their marks, sending the soldiers into a chorus of agonized screams as they were caught completely off guard. Amidst the chaos, someone bellowed, "Ambush! Bullhead mercenaries, move out now." With a heavy thud, a bull-hoofed boot slammed into the dirt, bracing for combat. Next came a mercenary's iron helmet fitted with bull horns, clearly marking him as a member of that notorious group. In the thick of the woods, an arrow thudded straight into an enemy wearing a bullhead protector. Another soldier adjusted his ox skull helm, readying himself for the fray. The group leader roared an order, "All heavy infantry, advance without hesitation." On the other side of the battlefield, the dwarves immediately scrambled to prep and fire their cannons to halt the enemy's advance. Despite the ear-splitting explosions, the bullhead mercenaries continued their fearless charge, led by their commander. The army moved in tight, disciplined formation, proving they were far from mere bandits. They marched in perfect sync, closing the gap to their target second by second. A beast-faced soldier let out a deafening roar, axe in hand, ready to dive into the slaughter. These terrifying warriors with their bull helmets and glowing eyes prepared to crush their opposition. The massive enemy host advanced, their numbers completely dwarfing the protagonist's small strike force. Captain Kummel surveyed the field and finally recognized the legendary mercenary band he had only heard of in stories. Astride his horse, the protagonist felt a pang of worry. Despite the preparation, the situation was still incredibly grim. He spurred his horse over to the dwarven captain and warned, "Get ready. The enemy is about to hit us with everything they've got." The young man shouted with grim resolve, "I'll find a way to break their charging formation." Surprised by his boldness, Captain Kummel called out a warning, "It's suicide to go in alone." But the protagonist ignored him, spurring his horse into a lone charge toward the enemy army, leaving his allies behind. Seeing this, Captain Kummel bellowed to rally his troops. "Today, the bullhead mercenaries come to test the true strength of we dwarves." Meanwhile, the black-haired youth continued his high-speed dash into the jaws of danger. The captain continued to shout, "Soon, they will realize their weapons and armor are utterly useless against us." The enemy spotted the lone rider, one of them scoffing, "Is he insane, attacking all by himself?" Their leader smirked, "If he's in such a hurry to die, let's accommodate." In one swift motion, the protagonist swung his mace at the enemy while charging forward fearlessly. The impact sent an enemy flying, sparking immediate chaos. A soldier screamed, "Block him." An enemy in a bull helmet flinched, barking orders to hold the attacking line. Their leader recognized the tactic and roared, "Don't let one man throw you into a panic." The protagonist realized his plan had been seen through. He frowned in disappointment at failing to hit his mark. Seeing the opening, Captain Kummel swore on the sacred beard of his ancestors. He ordered, "Front line focus. Advance and trample their ranks." With a thunderous war cry, the bullhead commander shouted, "Crush them all, show no mercy." The protagonist turned his head and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Here comes the collision." With a single devastating blow, the lead attacker tore through the dwarves' defensive shield wall. From behind, the bullhead heavy infantry swarmed in, unleashing a tide of violence. The battle devolved into absolute carnage. A bullhead mercenary swung a massive mace, brutalizing a dwarf without hesitation. Seeing his kin fall, Captain Kummel roared in fury and charged the opponent fearlessly. He swung his axe with lightning speed, hacking straight into the enemy's right leg. Following up instantly, he delivered a bone-shattering hammer blow directly to the man's jaw. The impact sent the massive frame of the mercenary reeling back. The remaining bullhead soldiers watched in shock as their comrade was taken down. With his weapon glowing, Captain Kummel bellowed, "Keep moving, don't stop for a single second." His magical weapon radiated a fierce energy, primed for the next strike. He roared, "Let our burning steel find their flesh. Strike without hesitation." Watching the display, the protagonist smiled to himself. "The dwarven front is holding. I don't need to worry about." With a confident grin, he said, "Now, it's time for me to handle my end of the deal." He spurred his horse, lunging straight toward an enemy commander for a decisive showdown. His horse thundered across the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust as it aimed for the heart of the enemy. The enemy warrior stood ready, warning his men, "That knight is coming in hot." The enemy leader, a man named Numo, watched the youth's approach intently, wondering who this rider could be. A soldier reported, "That's the same knight who tried to break our line earlier." Numo sneered, "The brat is a fool." At that moment, a soldier named Decanus petitioned his commander, "Sir, allow me to deal with this young upstart myself." Numo gave a curt nod. Decanus relished the chance to fight. The face of Centurion Numo was revealed, a hardened leader of the dreaded bullhead mercenaries. With permission granted, Decanus readied himself to face the protagonist, vowing to take him down. But before he could make a move, the hero hurled an object straight at his face. The projectile slammed into Decanus's iron helm with devastating force, shattering his defense completely. The protective helm splintered, leaving Decanus wide open for the follow-up. The protagonist thundered past on his horse, leaving Decanus crumpled on the ground in a heartbeat. He reined in his horse nearby. Now he finally caught sight of it, a real minotaur on the battlefield. He recalled the rumors and confirmed that the stories of this beast were no exaggeration. Raising his voice, he challenged the enemy, "Are you the one leading this pack of dogs?" The bull-faced man growled in response, "Get off your horse and let us begin this fight properly." The protagonist blinked, confused by the strange request. The enemy smirked and explained, "In a messy brawl, your horse might get hurt. I've taken a liking to that animal, so I want you on your feet first." He eyed the youth's armor and weapon hungrily, while his men did the same. The protagonist agreed, vaulting off his horse. "This animal carries the name of my older brother." With a confident smirk, he threatened, "If I win, I'm turning that tail of yours into a stew. Come at me, you walking holiday gift box," the hero yelled, pointing his weapon directly at the man's face. The bull-faced warrior stood dazed, having no idea what that insult even meant. The black-haired youth just gave a mischievous grin, fully prepared for the fight of his life. With a burst of speed, he lunged at his opponent to kick off the duel. The enemy leader roared in fury, charging the boy with everything he had. He swung his massive axe with bone-crushing force, intending to flatten the protagonist. But the youth dodged with fluid grace, ducking low to escape the horrific blow. The enemy growled in frustration at the missed strike. The protagonist leaped back to reset his distance, preparing his next move. He carefully analyzed his opponent, ready to counterattack with every skill in his arsenal. He realized the reach of their weapons was dangerously lopsided. The enemy spun his axe, and the youth knew that even a glancing blow would be the end of it. The sheer power of the swings was so intense he felt like he could be torn in half by the wind alone. He watched the spinning axe blade intently. Taking a defensive stance, he felt a momentary pang of regret for not bringing his wolf along for backup in this grueling fight. The enemy bellowed, "Stop dodging, fight me like a real man." He raised his axe high, promising the knight a death befitting a true warrior. But in the middle of the swing, the protagonist spotted an opening, a chance to strike back. The enemy leader realized the intent, his eyes widening in shock. With a roar, the hero surged forward with incredible speed, his body wreathed in a blue aura. He prepared to unleash a powerful, decisive blow. With a direct strike, he aimed his full force right at the enemy leader's groin. A sickening sound, like an egg being crushed, suddenly rang out. The remaining bullhead mercenaries stood paralyzed, unable to believe their eyes. The leader flew into a blind rage from the strike, sparks of angry electricity dancing around him. In a mix of agony and shock, he let go of his massive axe, letting it hit the ground with a heavy thud. The man staggered, completely stunned and reeling from the pain of the blow. The protagonist closed in on his dazed opponent, preparing to finish the match. Weapon in hand, he readied himself to deliver the final strike that would end it all. Across the field, the dwarves took advantage of the chaos to push hard against the mercenary. The clash between dwarf and mercenary grew fiercer by the second, both sides fighting with desperate courage. Suddenly, a group of holy female knights appeared, led by a commander barking orders. The knights downed a mysterious potion, bracing themselves for the fray. The bullhead troops stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. The eyes of the holy knights glowed a bright blue as they entered a powerful berserker state. Surged with new strength, the knights charged and began to easily overwhelm the mercenary ranks. A blue-eyed knight lunged at an enemy with her sword, showing off overwhelming power. A furious mercenary tried to use his weapon to crush a knight, but he was intercepted. A female knight appeared, swinging her sword to cut down the mercenary and save her comrade. Her face set in a mask of determination, she continued to battle the enemy valiantly. With a precise strike, she took down another mercenary, showcasing her elite skill. The female knight turned to her ally and said, "Agenta, get up, keep fighting with me." The empowered knight chanted a somber oath, "The light will be with us." Seeing the tide turn, the mercenary leader yelled at his subordinates, "No one retreats. Lord Numero will finish that knight off and come back to support us." Back at the main duel, Lord Numero was badly wounded and seemed to have been bested by the young man. The protagonist held his mace, which was dripping with a thick black liquid after the direct hit. The enemy leader slumped to his knees, utterly defeated. With a grave expression, the youth asked, "Any last words?" He added, "Destroyer of heroes." The remaining mercenaries went silent, completely shell-shocked to see their leader fall. The leader begged for mercy, pleading not to be killed, but the hero replied, "I still want my stew." He tried to justify his life. "Killing me won't bring any honor to the knight who defeated me." In his terror, he confessed, "Actually, I'm not a pure minotaur. It's all just a rumor." The protagonist paused, surprised by the revelation, and asked, "What are you talking about?" The man explained, "I'm only half minotaur, so killing me here isn't exactly a grand achievement." The protagonist remained silent for a moment, seemingly uninterested in the enemy's excuses. He replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about regarding achievements and glory." Afterward, the black-haired young man turned to a soldier, holding a signal horn. He commanded, "Send word immediately to the enemy's front lines. Announce that they have been completely defeated in this battle." The bull-faced leader felt despair, thinking that they had now truly lost everything. The protagonist turned to him and said, "You will be the reserve meat for the upcoming holidays." With a serious expression, he warned, "You will be a witness, and only the truth shall be spoken from your mouth." Terrified, the bull-faced man could only let out a fearful moo, not knowing how to react. The remaining mercenaries still tried to fight, shouting that their lord would soon return to support. Suddenly, a soldier heard the signal horn and stood dazed. What is this sound? He was horrified to realize that their centurion's signal horn had been silenced by a single knight. At this moment, Captain Kummel led his troops forward, mocking the leftover mercenaries. With a resounding shout, he ordered the hornblower, "Blow the victory horn so that all may hear it." The scene shifts to the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company. The cat girl assistant reported to the consul, "The punishment force has secured its first victory." The elf consul smiled, "I have heard. The performance of our elf knights is truly admirable." But the assistant looked flustered and said, "Unfortunately, we have lost contact with the knights." The consul startled and stood abruptly from his chair, screaming in horror, "What? How could we lose contact with the knights in a mere battle with bandits?" The cat girl explained, "If it were ordinary bandits, it would be fine, but this enemy is entirely different." She handed him an important document that had just arrived. "Please look closely at this document." She revealed, "The Bullhead Mercenary Company has confessed to everything." The documents showed that everything was orchestrated by Baron Einbeck. The consul was utterly shocked. The cat girl mentioned that the Bullhead Mercenary Company's centurion was like a minotaur. The consul was startled. They actually captured that monster alive. With a confident smile, the cat girl confirmed, "That is correct." The elf consul was even more amazed. "Is there someone truly capable of such an unthinkable feat?" The assistant smiled, "There is." The scene cuts back to the battlefield, showing the protagonist standing before the completely defeated army. Unexpectedly, he heard someone call his name. With a solemn expression, the young man turned to see the old mage and the young assistant Godin arriving. Godin ran forward, joyfully hugging his master. The mage said worriedly, "You shouldn't be standing like that, you're injured." The protagonist smiled lightly, "It's just a small wound, nothing serious." Young Godin excitedly began to recount, I heard about the battle. Master, you were truly magnificent. The boy even imitated his combat moves, making the protagonist blush with embarrassment as he hurriedly said, "Don't exaggerate like that." In his heart he thought, however, "Please keep praising me loudly so the consul can hear it." At this moment, Captain Kummel stepped forward and said loudly, "We do not think the boy is exaggerating at all." He shouted, "This young knight deserves every word of praise. The courage shown by charging in alone set a fire in the hearts of my soldiers." The captain bowed respectfully. "Your courage will be a shining example for all of us dwarves." The protagonist felt awkward under the sea of compliments, but he happily accepted them for a private reason. Just then, another voice rang out. Your tactics also caught everyone completely by surprise. At this point, the saintly knights approached, greeting him with blessings from the patron saint. They thanked him sincerely. "If not for you, all of us would have been wiped out in the enemy's ambush." A female knight praised him. "You truly possess a noble character for sparing the enemy commander's life." The protagonist smiled modestly. "It was nothing. Actually, I had no need to kill him." The female knight explained, "A minotaur possesses terrifying physical strength and is extremely dangerous. An ordinary knight would certainly have executed that half-minotaur to claim the honor and achievement. But you did not do so, which shows you are very merciful." The protagonist grew even more embarrassed, thinking everyone was exaggerating way too much. He said, "I only spared him because he is still useful. Everyone is praising me too much." Unexpectedly, the old mage chimed in. "Do you know how many people that half-minotaur has killed?" He looked at him seriously. Excessive modesty only makes those giving the praise feel awkward. Everyone simultaneously bowed their heads to express their gratitude. The protagonist silently accepted the thanks from everyone. Captain Kummel was exhilarated by the victory. "Now, we will crush Baron Einbeck's forces." But suddenly a shout rang out from outside, drawing everyone's attention. "Look over there. I told you there was no one left." Seeing this, everyone moved quickly outside. Unexpectedly, a heavily wounded elf knight ran up panting and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. The protagonist recognized him as a messenger from Gustav's unit, and his face did not look like that of a winner at all. The elf knelt, using his last bit of strength to beg desperately, "Please send reinforcements to support our elite unit." He recounted in a panic, "We were attacked by a giant and extremely dangerous troll." A flashback appeared. In a dark and gloomy forest near a murky lake. Beneath the water's surface, something was moving, signaling a mysterious and terrifying presence. Heavy footsteps stomped through the water. The fleeing enemy soldiers from before now ran frantically across the lake, their faces filled with terror and despair. They were running from something horrific, chasing them from behind. It was the elf knights, relentlessly pursuing them on warhorses. One enemy soldier stood frozen in fear as an elf knight charged toward him. With a swift and precise slash, the elf took him down effortlessly. The soldier's body splashed into the water, a testament to the elf knight's merciless pursuit. Another elf looked at the enemy corpses floating on the water with a look of clear arrogance. He complained, "This battle was won too easily. It wasn't even interesting or satisfying." Another knight said, "We're only here because of the debt to the trading company. I didn't expect a battle of honor anyway." He continued to grumble about the debt to the company and about Count Bart who had sent them here. Regardless, they decided to continue the pursuit to collect all the spoil. The elf leader stepped forward to command, shouting to the whole army, "Continue the pursuit. Wipe out the remaining enemies hiding in the forest. Take everything of value from them. Anyone caught pocketing spoils will be severely punished." The entire army of elf knights moved across the water to carry out the order. After a moment, the knights stopped to catch their breath and check their gear. One said in surprise, "I didn't expect a place like this near Marseille." Another knight grumbled, "This place is perfect for bandits to hide like rats." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound under the water and immediately became alert. Another warned, "Something is approaching." Everyone became tense. They saw a fellow knight approaching, his whole body severely wounded. No one understood how he could have been so miserably defeated. The wounded knight tried to say something, but he was in a state of total shock. Suddenly, an invisible force dragged him underwater. He screamed for help before disappearing beneath the lake's surface. In a panic, one knight drew his sword, preparing to face the invisible threat. With a look of horror, he wondered, what kind of thing just appeared in front of us? A grotesque, giant troll emerged from the water, staring at the knights with yellowed eyes. The monster let out a terrifying roar, revealing sharp teeth and massive strength. The surviving messenger recounted, "We fell into a trap and were attacked by the troll." The protagonist finally understood, so it was all a lure. The letter didn't mention a troll at all. The elf continued, "3 of Count Bart's knights are still trapped there. Please save them." He knelt down and pleaded, "Please save our comrades." Captain Kummel asked everyone, What do you think we should do in this situation? A saintly knight replied, our vows do not allow us to turn our backs on those in need of help. The protagonist asked her, what kind of creature is a troll? I need to assess the situation. She replied, I once defeated a troll, but to tell you the truth, it is not an easy enemy to deal with. This is a creature that an ordinary human cannot withstand. A troll's skin is harder than stone, its muscles as tough as steel cable. The raw power from its giant frame far exceeds human endurance. The most terrifying thing is its horrific regeneration ability. Even if we pierce its flesh, the wound will quickly heal as if it never happened. An elf knight standing behind them was horrified to hear this. Another shouted, Laurent, get a hold of yourself. Don't just stand there frozen in the middle of a campaign. The female saintly knight remained silent for a moment, thinking over the information received. The elf messenger knelt again, begging to save his comrades. The protagonist asked her, in your opinion, should we go to the rescue? She nodded. We should, but only if the dwarf captain allows us to separate from the main unit. However, she warned, even if we run at maximum speed, it might already be too late. The elf's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Captain Kummel turned to the elf messenger and called him over for a serious talk. With a solemn expression, he said, I don't think we should send a rescue team. Our mission isn't finished, and we aren't even sure if those people are still alive. The elf felt despair at the answer. At this point, the protagonist called the captain over and said in a firm voice, I will go to the rescue myself. The captain hurriedly tried to dissuade him. This is not a matter that can be decided so lightly. The protagonist replied, with this many warriors, my absence will not affect the unit at all. Captain Kummel tried to persuade him. It's useless. You're only putting yourself in danger. He asked back, and what if they are still alive? The question silenced the captain. The protagonist continued, I cannot stand by and watch my comrades be wiped out without doing anything. Even if only one person survives, saving them is worth doing. The saintly knights were moved by the noble and brave attitude of the young warrior. He turned to the captain to ask for permission. Please, let me go. Captain Kummel looked at him silently for a long moment, then let out a heavy sigh. Finally, he smiled. You really never cease to surprise me. Very well, I'll put a squad together for you. The old mage and the boy, Godin, stood watching the scene. The old man commented, my apprentice's noble character is truly admirable. He continued, to an old man like me, his intentions in this situation are crystal clear. The protagonist thought to himself, even if they are trolls, those elf knights are no weakling. They still have a chance to be saved. Besides, if the rescue is successful, the reward will surely be massive. Meanwhile, in a dark place, someone had just received word that the elf knights had fallen into the trap. The hooded man burst into a savage laugh, gloating over the success of his plan. With a sinister smile, he said, if those elf knights are wiped out, the relationship between Marcel and Arangs will be shattered forever. Another person spoke up. It's too early to celebrate. The main force has yet to be lured into the trap. A red-haired woman chimed in. We spent a lot of imperial gold to bribe, so how could they have fallen into the trap so easily? She wondered how they could have been defeated so quickly. The man with the stylish mustache smirked. The Bullhead Company is merely a disposable pawn. He held up an oak leaf-shaped emblem and said, my true plan lies elsewhere. Then he turned and asked, more importantly, how is Janina's troll doing? Is it still holding up? I heard trolls are extremely weak to fire, so I'm not worried. Even if the elves discover its weakness, what of it? The red-haired woman explained, there's nothing to worry about. I intentionally placed the troll in the damp wetlands. Ordinary fire is completely useless against a monster like that. The other man nodded in agreement. She continued with an evil grin. They will die in the darkness, unable to even light a single torch. The scene shifts to the dark and damp swamp, where the monster is hiding from the elf knight. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light appeared, illuminating the entire area with a powerful and fierce flame. The protagonist asked in surprise, that fire is burning that well in a damp place like this. A female knight explained, this is a holy spell known as the Holy Fire of Yenna, a legendary flame. This magic has been passed down through generations in our monastery, specifically designed to deal with monsters. The young man followed up, so it was thanks to this fire that you defeated that giant troll. The female knight nodded, exactly. This holy fire can even suppress a monster's regenerative abilities. The protagonist was silently amazed. This fire is completely different from the ordinary flames everyone knows. Another female knight explained, once ignited, not even water can extinguish this purifying flame. He was startled, thinking to himself, this is almost exactly like white phosphorus from my world. Johan was incredibly impressed by the magic, swordsmanship, and endurance of the holy female knights on this mission. The female knight smiled. It is all thanks to the grace of the gods and our daily training at the monastery. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. With you all here, I feel much more at ease. I was quite worried before. He warned, our goal isn't to defeat the troll, but to distract it to save the elf knights. I think they must be hiding, as no one can fight a monster like that forever. But in reality, an elf knight was screaming, don't anyone hide, hold the line. He ordered his subordinates, attack the monster, we must reclaim our lost honor. The troll roared in fury, preparing to lunge at the knights with its full strength. Suddenly, the protagonist's furry companion began barking incessantly toward the front. He realized Karamov had detected something. Valian was surprised by the dog's name. The scene reveals 3 horses draped in colorful blankets, running alone through the dark forest. The night girl was stunned. Why are the elves' horses here without their riders? Both he and Valian looked shocked as they realized what had happened. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, drawing both of their attention. He said to Sister Valian, our assumption that the elves were hiding was wrong. She replied, actually, that's good news. It means they're still alive. Valian warned, with the current fire, we absolutely cannot kill the troll. The protagonist remained calm. Perfect. I'll go ahead to buy everyone some time. Valian cried out in terror, that's not what I meant. But he ignored the warning and ordered his canine friend, Karamov, go after those runaway horses. Then he spurred his horse and charged straight ahead alone. Valian screamed his name in worry. The leader of the Holy Knights turned to her sisters. Focus. We need to create an even stronger flame. She drew her sword, preparing for the upcoming ritual. She held the blade and began to pray to the patron saint of the order. Instantly, a massive pillar of blue fire erupted as they prayed for the souls, crying out for help. They pleaded for the holy fire to guide all those lost in the darkness back to the light. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, an elf knight was facing off against the giant troll. The monster roared in anger. Without a hint of fear, the elf warrior lunged with sword in hand, attacking with everything he had. But the troll only needed to wind up a single powerful punch to crush the charging knight. It swung a terrifying blow, ready to end him. Despite the monster's incredible strength, the knight landed a precise strike on its giant hand. After the hit, he wore a look of grim determination, ready to keep fighting valiantly. But his expression quickly turned to horror as he realized his attack had almost no effect. The wound on the troll's hand regenerated in the blink of an eye. It let out a roar of rage from being attacked. The knight panicked as he witnessed the regeneration, realizing the situation was dire. He still gritted out, it's not over yet, but in his heart, he knew things had turned critical. His comrades lay scattered across the ground, the soldier's morale completely shattered. His face was drenched in cold sweat. The elf leader looked on in utter despair. He thought, the men are exhausted. We can't keep fighting this giant monster anymore. Alone, he wondered what they could possibly do, when even just standing their ground had become a struggle. Suddenly, a comrade stood up and raised his sword, preparing to do something desperate. The leader screamed his name. What do you think you're doing? The knight turned back and apologized. Forgive me, sir. I can't stand this situation any longer. He said, you lead the others away. I'll stay behind to hold off the troll. The elf leader barked back angrily. Don't say such stupid thing. But it was too late. His comrade was prepared to sacrifice himself to face the monster alone. The troll prepared to unleash its final blow. The elf leader screamed his friend's name in desperation. The monster lunged, bringing a powerful strike down on the knight who intended to sacrifice himself. But the elf leader was shocked to see his friend still standing firm, not crushed at all. He was completely bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, the troll roared in pain. A spear had been driven deep into its neck with incredible force. The monster staggered backward. The elf leader couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered in amazement, how could a spear pierce the stone-hard hide of this beast? With a look of total shock, he silently asked, who just launched that attack? His comrades shouted the leader's name, pointing toward something charging in at high speed. Out of the darkness, the protagonist rode forth on his horse, holding a gleaming spear, ready for battle. He shouted to the elf knights, you all, get out of here now. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. The scene shifts to the Marcel branch of the Katana Trading Company at night. In the main office, the elf consul and the cat assistant were discussing something. The consul held a mysterious letter, analyzing it carefully and wondering if it was a black letter from an enemy. The contents of the letter demanded the Marcel city gates be opened at midnight to allow 500 mercenaries to enter. The cat assistant said with a serious face, this entire affair can only be a plot by Baron Einbeck to attack the city. She began to explain about the Oak Tree Mercenary Group, the first strike force. This group was sent out under the guise of eliminating bandits, but the real plan was completely different. They had no idea they would be facing elite mercenaries, working directly for the emperor. Because they were taken by surprise, the entire force was wiped out. The assistant revealed, Baron Einbeck used the seal of the late Baron Beryl to forge this letter. The consul understood. This letter is a ruse designed to break the city's final line of defense. The cat girls smiled in agreement. Even if there are survivors, they won't take action right now. We only need to handle the situation tomorrow morning, when the sun rises. The elf consul nodded. We are finally thinking alike. I agree with your plan. He declared, I have already informed the captain of the guard. Tonight, not a single threat shall pass through the fortress. Far away in the camp, someone was praying for the gods' blessing to guide the heroes step by step on their mission. It was the young assistant Godin, praying that the claws and fangs of those monsters would not harm his master. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Are you praying because you're worried about your master? Godin jumped in alarm and turned to see the old mage Sudit standing there, having watched him silently for a while. The boy worried, I know my master is brave, but a normal human cannot defeat a troll alone. The old mage nodded. Usually, it takes more than an entire army to take down a single troll. Godin was even more shocked. The old man comforted him. Don't worry, there is still a way to defeat that mysterious monster. He reminded the boy, your master possesses 2 special waters containing the secrets of the legendary Eiffel River. Godin suddenly remembered the water of wrath and the water of blessing, immediately lighting up at the brilliant idea. The old mage explained, if the water of wrath is applied to any weapon, that weapon will receive terrifying power, enough to deal a fatal blow to any enemy. He added, your master understands very well how to utilize this power in the coming battle. Back on the battlefield, the troll roared in pain. The elf knight stood frozen at the sight. One elf screamed to his leader, don't just stand there, order a retreat immediately. The protagonist thundered past them on his horse, continuing his plan to distract the ugly, giant monster. He thought to himself, with my strength, I can pierce its hide, but I need to buy everyone time. He had completely forgot that he had the water of wrath available for his weapon. Suddenly, he remembered something important, and a bead of cold sweat rolled down his worried face. Seeing the monster wounded, the elf leader cheered. This is our only chance to kill it once and for all. The protagonist shouted back, don't be an idiot. That would be a horrific mistake for all of us. The elf leader ordered his subordinates to retreat. We cannot fight this monster. But one soldier replied, if a human knight dares to fight, then so can we. He charged straight forward. The troll unleashed a powerful blow on the elf knight. The leader screamed his comrade's name in despair. The terrifying strike sent the knights flying, demonstrating the full, giant power of the monster. The charging knight was severely wounded, seemingly unable to continue the fight. The black-haired youth yelled, you people are fools. I came here to save you, not to fight alongside you. The troll ripped the spear out of its neck and prepared to counterattack. It hurled the spear away. He spurred his horse to accelerate for an attack. Spear in hand, he shouted, everyone move up, prepare for my next strike. He thundered forward at high speed, engaging the troll in a fierce, head-on confrontation. The monster glared at him, growling, look at me closely and don't miss a single move. The protagonist thought to himself, it's enough as long as the elves escape. He quickly shouted a diversionary cry and hurled something into the monster's eyes to pass by safe. He successfully bypassed the troll, thinking he had impaired its mobility for a short while. But the monster was not fooled. Its yellow eyes flared with an uncontrollable and terrifying rage. It lunged forward with incredible speed and snatched the black-haired young man before he could even react. Seeing this, the elf knight screamed his name in despair, not knowing what to do to save. The monster squeezed him tightly and dragged him underwater, intending to drown him without mercy. In a panic, he realized he was too close to the monster and had absolutely no way out. He was hoisted high into the air, completely under the control of the giant troll. The scene shifts to the gates of Marseille at night. The area outside the walls is open and quiet. A sentry on the wall spotted lights approaching and wondered curiously what they were. He held up his binoculars to get a closer look and saw a troop carrying torches advancing toward them. He recognized the banner of the Oak Tree Mercenaries and was utterly confused. Panicked, he thought, could they be ghosts? Everyone thought they were wiped out by the bandits. But he suddenly recalled the consul's instructions and realized this was part of a larger scheme. The sentry immediately shouted, everyone be on guard. Converge at the fortress gate for defense. The consul and the cat assistant heard the shout, knowing the enemy had finally arrived. The cat girl said, I will send a letter to confirm the commander's identity and see if they are survivors. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out, that won't be necessary. Figures appeared at the door of the room. Both were horrified by the sudden appearance of these people inside the office. A man walked in. The elf consul stared, unable to believe his eyes. The man laughed and asked, Why are you two reacting like you just saw a ghost? He introduced himself. I am the commander. I came here personally because I heard you were looking for me in the city. The cat assistant was in deep shock. Weren't you missing? Everyone thought so. The man replied coldly, I only need to say one thing. He shouted loudly, glory to the Holy Empire. The elf consul realized. It turns out the oak tree mercenaries were bribed by Baron Einbeck. The cat girl panicked, unable to believe everything was happening so fast. The commander declared, from this moment, the city of Marseille belongs to my army. Back at the battle, the protagonist panicked as he was squeezed by the grotesque giant monster. Seeing his benefactor in danger, the elf leader screamed in despair, completely helpless to intervene. The troll used its brutal strength to slam the hero down into the ground. A massive water explosion occurred. The young knight's fate seemed to be sealed. The elf knights witnessed the scene in horror, screaming the name of the man who had sacrificed himself for them. The elf leader's eyes welled with tears, paralyzed in despair, not knowing how to react. Amidst the darkness, he recalled the young man's smile and thought, now he is gone forever. The protagonist's body floated listlessly on the water's surface. The elf knights believed he had been defeated by the monster. Far away outside the gates of Marseille, the oak tree mercenaries were standing ready. Their leader commanded, light the torches and prepare to charge in. With a wicked smile, he said, those idiots in Marseille are doing exactly as I predict. He continued, no matter what they do, we will enter the city one way or another. The city guards rushed to the walls, completely unaware that the enemy had a secret plan to infiltrate. They revealed they had bribed a guard to open the sewer gate. The traitorous guard opened a secret passage from the inside to let the enemy pour into the city. With a mad look in his eyes, he roared, glory to the Holy Empire, revealing his true loyalty. But the very moment the door was opened, an arrow shot out from inside and lodged itself firmly in his forehead. The mercenary said coldly, glory to the Emperor. Then he turned to report to the leader waiting outside the secret passage. The guard has been dealt with. The entrance is now completely clear. We see clearly the face of Brattle, the fearsome leader of the Oak Tree Mercenary. He praised his subordinate. Well done. The Empire has no need for those who betray for a few coins. He declared to all the soldiers, from this second, the city of Marseille belongs to us. He ordered capture the captain of the guard, while the sentries are distracted on the wall. The rest of you follow me. We go to find the city consul. In the office, the elf consul seemed to have anticipated the enemy's appearance, remaining silent without a word. The mercenary leader Brattle entered and said, even if we take the city, I will let you keep your title and power. The cat assistant snapped in anger. You have a lot of nerve saying that after attacking us. Brattle sneered, praising her. The girl has spirit, but that spirit won't help you much. He warned, don't test my patience. The merchant guild should only profit from the winning side. He revealed, the captain of the Marseille guard has been captured. You have no options left. Brattle approached the desk and placed a paper down before the consul, looking at him with serious, threatening eyes. He commanded, you only need to write one single order for the suppression force. Order the army to stop fighting and surrender immediately. Simultaneously, swear loyalty to our emperor without hesitation. The enemy leader warned, if you listen, I won't have to get my hands dirty personally. Meanwhile, at the marsh, the protagonist's body floated motionless on the water, looking devoid of life. An elf knight was facing the giant troll. The monster prepared to attack with full force, letting out a terrifying roar that revealed its sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes. The elf leader named Gustav screamed his teammate's name, Laurent. He issued a direct order, lead the others and run. I will buy you time. But Laurent refused. I will stay and fight by your side. Gustav roared, don't be stubborn. Get the wounded out of here as fast as possible. He called his friend's name again in desperation, hoping he would obey. Laurent was terrified, his face full of horror, not knowing what he could do to help. Gustav spoke sternly, this is not a suggestion, it is an order from a superior. Withdraw. Laurent watched helplessly as the leader turned back to face the monster alone in a final sacrifice. Gustav stared straight at the troll and challenged, come at me with everything you've got, I'm not afraid. He shouted, give me an honorable end. I am ready to die for my comrades. The monster opened its mouth wide, seemingly preparing an energy strike to finish the elf knight. Beneath the water's surface, the protagonist appeared to be unconscious. He began to recall his master's teachings. In his memory, his master had told him to engrave this forever in his soul. Never fight an enemy you cannot defeat. Run away from danger. But his master also taught, if for some reason you truly must fight with all your strength, then finish the enemy without a second of hesitation. Back in the present, the young man opened his eyes and whispered an apology, thinking this was his end. A large black stain began to spread in the water, indicating he was severely injured. He realized his body could no longer move, so exhausted he couldn't continue the fight. With a weary expression, he seemed to accept his fate and prepared for what was coming. He recalled a life full of suffering, feeling his heartbeat grow slower and slower. With his final breath, he thought his heart would stop forever right here. He only wanted to rest in peace, and everything was about to become silent. But suddenly, a small blue glowing creature appeared in the darkness of the mysterious marsh. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped his eyes open and refused to accept an end like this. He clenched his fists, gathering all his will to continue the fight. A powerful voice echoed in his head. If you cannot escape the fate that is approaching, then destroy death itself. He used all his strength to strike his chest hard. He forced his stopped heart to beat once more. The young man pushed himself up from the water, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. If I cannot escape fate, then I will fight it. With a gaze full of fury, he stared directly at the giant monster, preparing for the final showdown and shouting with all his might, I will overcome death itself to survive. Meanwhile, the troll was preparing to crush the elf knight without a shred of mercy. The elf warrior let out a roar for his honor and his people, ready to embrace his final moment. Suddenly, a spear of blue energy streaked through the air at an incredible speed toward the monster. The spear pierced the giant hand, stopping the fatal blow dead in its tracks. The troll let out a howl of agony, clutching its impaled hand. The elf knight stood there, absolutely speechless with shock. The protagonist shouted out, Gustav. Gustav turned around to see the protagonist emerging from the depths, still gripping the energy spear, as the elf knights asked in wonder, My lord, you're still alive. The hero spoke coldly to the group of elves, You're just in the way. Get out of here immediately.